What's up? How is everybody doing? Welcome to the Milan Forum. It's been a while, guys. As the title says, we are back. Today, we're going to talk about all the stuff that is happening in the Milan universe. So many injuries, so much drama. When will this stop? When will this curse of the injury stop? Whether it's COVID, whether it is people getting injured during training, their muscles, even Gazidis was injured, guys. And he is back today. It is crazy what is happening at Milanello right now. So Pioli has quite a task in front of him. So today we're going to talk probably mostly about that, the upcoming games against Verona. Then we have Porto midweek already. Wow, guys. Wow, that is going to be a quite an epic discussion there about Porto, because I don't know what's going to happen there. But anyway, guys, today we're going to get straight into it. We're not going to, there's not really one single topic to debate. There's many, and it's mostly tied to the team. And unfortunately, things might not look as good as they should or could. Guys, let's get our first guest here. We have Skillard. What's up, my man? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing, Roy?
I'm doing excellent. Are you ready today to talk some crap about all this crazy shit that is happening?
Yeah, we're more ready than the players, than some of them, I guess.
Right. All right, and we have Nathan. What's up, Nathan? How you doing?
Hi, Nathan.
Hey, Roy, what's up?
Hey, my man. How's it going? I'm sure you're pretty shocked with all the news too, right? I don't know if Nathan is hearing us. What's going on there? Well, listen, Skidder, let's get into it. And guys, by the way, this is the forum. Anybody is invited to join the stream, talk their shit, whatever they want to say. A lot to talk about today. Skillard, what the hell is going on with
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
All right, so let's do one by one, guys. I'll start. Let me start. Okay, so let's look at the reality of the matter. Right now, we lost Magnan for the rest of this year. So we're not going to see him until January. That is a huge loss, because the distribution of a goalkeeper is very important in today's football. Today's football, the modern game, the distribution, the role of the goalkeeper is extremely important. Back, a decade ago, a little bit more than a decade ago, for almost a century, what the goalkeeper did from the back was not as important as it is today. And so not only when it comes into just saving, crazy shots. We saw Magnin save some crazy shots. World-class saves during Atalanta. That shot in the bottom right corner, Magnin, that save was a world-class. And then right after that, another world-class save. I'm going to have to mute you, Nathan, sorry. That was another world-class save. So we're missing a world-class player, and that's just the reality of the matter. We're going to miss a world-class player, which has been Magnin, for until January. What this will mean, we don't know. Honestly, we don't know. Maybe Tatarusano is going to surprise us and going to show us that he's why Milan chose him to be the second goalkeeper. But anyway, that is one of the realities. Other realities. Theo Hernandez, positive for COVID. That means that we're not going to have him for 2 weeks, meaning he's most likely going to miss. I'm not sure if it's 2 weeks. It could be more, but more or less it's 2 weeks. So we are going to miss him for Verona, Porto, Bologna, most likely, and even maybe Torino. Maybe those are 3 huge games for our season, in which we need his stats, right? Theo Hernandez is a guy that stacks up the stats, assists, goals, plays, just even bringing the ball up. He's got a mean punch. And by the way, he showed it in the Nations League, where he had the winning goal in the semifinal and the winning assist in the final. So Theo Hernandez starting to prove to the world, not just in Italy, that he is a big game player. Okay, now, guys, other news. Brahim Diaz, guys. We do not have Brahim Diaz. Brahim Diaz positive COVID also. So he's gone 2 weeks, most likely. So he's going to be missing a lot of games. We're going into the Porto game without Kessi because of the red card. Magnan, Theo Hernandez, Brahim Diaz. Those are big players. Those are big players, really big players. Now, we also have Messias is out. Messias is out for an injury. Giroud is back. In the press conference, Pioli said that Giroud is back and that he's most likely playing tomorrow. Whether or not he's going to be playing as a starter or coming off a bench, we don't know yet. But Pioli did say one very positive thing about Giroud. He's got no more muscle pains in his back. That means that the man now is ready to go, ready to start scoring goals for us. Then there's also a word in Milanello that Pellegrini is growing, and they're seeing improvement from him. So tomorrow is a good chance for Pellegrini to show us what he's all about. Then we have the Salamakers today renewed his contract up until 2026. Right, Skillard. Finally, guys, this is the first time in this management's era that we see a headline of a player renewing his contract. And I was thinking, and this is another thing that we're going to be talking about today, during Galliani, we would be seeing this quite a lot, during the season. You had a player that seemed like he was performing well, Galliani right away. They would renew. They wouldn't even wait till the end. They would just do it mid-season, player by player. And this is one of the strategies that, thinking about it, they were using in order to keep their players and not get them, they're basically what Galliani and Berlusconi was doing. Just by thinking about it, they were anticipating the average agents coming in for their players, and that's why they renewed him right away. If a player who was showing right away that he was good and he was doing a great job, they wouldn't wait. They wouldn't wait for 1 year, 2 years. They would do it right away. They would do it the week that player had a great game. On Wednesday, they already worked on his contract. Maybe they should take. They should look at that. Guys, we have Saif in the house. What is up, Saif?
All good, guys. How are you?
Excellent. Okay, so let me keep on going. Rebic also. Hold on. We also have Blazil. What's up, Blazil? How you doing, my man?
Sorry, I'm at work, guys. So
Nice.
just want to say hello. But I'll be joining you fully around 5 o'clock or so.
All right. Perfect.
See you later.
Okay. All right. Okay. And no, there's a lot of things going on right now. Rebic, there was a problem with Rebic coming out of training. Leao also, the word is that Leao is not 100%. They were saying that maybe, he had a lot of game. This break here caused him to overdo his muscles. So we're going on tomorrow with a team that has been completely destroyed by injuries and all kind of stuff. It's going to be quite interesting, but we do have Krunic back, Skillard, so I'm pretty sure you're very happy about that. We don't have Bakayoko back just yet, not for tomorrow's game. Ibrahimovic has been training with the team, so we might see him tomorrow. Most likely no. But damn, what a crazy week this has been. First with the Donnarumma thing. Last week this show was all about the Donnarumma thing, but this time it's going to be more about, I guess, all the crap that is happening in the AC Milan. So Skillard, pick your poison. Who do you want to start with? Let's start with Magnan. What do you think about Magnan? Do you think that Rosson'Ari is going to be a good replacement?
Well, let me put on the positives here. So Magnan is definitely a world-class keeper, and you've said it. So he's pulled off some amazing performances for us.
Yeah.
But you guys, not to negate the fact that things have happened, but on the positive note, the next 3 opponents in the league, these aren't world-class teams. We should be able to beat them without Magnan, without some of our key players. So this is the only positive that I can take away in terms of the absences. if they're gone, what can we do? If it's COVID, I guess it's not really a fault of the medical team. Something that we like to blame a group of people that we like to pin and blame quite a lot. But it's I'm not surprised anymore. If it's about injuries, I'm not surprised. Muscle fatigue, back pain, whatever, muscle tears, lesions. I guess what would surprise me is that if Pioli got injured. So it's nothing new. But I just want to draw on some positives. And for those who don't know, I also signed up for the AC Milan. What do you call it? This YouTube membership. It's quite interesting. So I signed up for it, and I took a good look at the training. Guys, Pellegrini, I think we have someone here. I saw Pellegrini in training. He does seem quite clinical based on what I've seen, even though it's, you could say, within a controlled situation. But he does seem quite the player that we have. It's just a matter of the opportunity. And for the fact that Brahim is not going to be playing, I think Maldini could probably do it. Again, I just want to stress on the fact is that we shouldn't be fearing Serie A teams who are in the middle or who are mid-table. We can and we should be able to beat these teams, regardless of who's out.
Yeah, and just a quick response to that, and then I want to hear Nathan. Okay, yes, you're right, Skillert, and I want you to address this after Nathan talks about. We are facing three, on paper, smaller teams, but Porto is not in that category. So this will be a topic for later. What are we going to do about the Champions League? Okay, Nathan, what do you think is going on? What's happening? What do you think about Magnin, most likely? And do you see any positives, any blessings in disguise, or not?
I definitely think it's a huge loss. Like you're saying, his ball distribution is very, very important. It would have been a slight blessing if we would have gotten to use one of our young goalkeepers, because this would be the time to actually try a youth keeper is in one of these lesser games, so to speak. Yeah, like I don't know, man. Like something needs to be done about our medical staff. Like something clearly needs to be done. Like this is just happening too frequently, and it seems like nothing's being done about it, which is unfortunate.
Yes.
And
Okay.
and then as for Maldini, I think Maldini can. I think he can do it. From what we've seen, it could be a case of just like Tonali, where all he needs is a string of games to get some confidence and some consistency, and then he just might explode out of nowhere. So this is a great opportunity for him. And as for Pellegrini, I think he needs to start. I don't want to see Giroud anywhere near the lineup. Honestly, and it's always the games like this where these teams are going to be compact because, yes, we have injuries, but these teams are not going to come out of their shell. So I feel like we need a player who has a little bit more mobility, can move around, move the defense around. With Giroud, he's just going to stand there, so the defense isn't going to be pressed into covering certain spaces, whereas Pellegrini with his movement can, it just takes a 5 foot or 5 yard shift and your defense is completely broken down. So I feel like that's what we might need these next few games, especially with the injuries we have.
Yeah, I agreed on seeing Maldini. I mean, guys, Maldini against Spezia, honestly, there was only one aspect of his game that I saw which I thought needed work, and it basically was his ability to peel off defenders and create space for himself. So when he does his first touch, he has space to operate, and that is just the only thing that I think he needs to work on. But he has everything else. He has the long range pass, short range pass. He can switch the ball left to right. He can find the channels. He can score goals with his head. He scored a goal during this break with Italy against England. He scored a nice header. Maldini, Maldini, this is a great opportunity for Maldini. This is an absolutely great opportunity for Maldini, also because we don't have Messias. So if they choose to play with the attacking midfielder, which they might not, they might go with Krunic tomorrow and decide to just go with Skillard's favorite player of all time, and just kind of solidify the midfield and lose creativity. But I think this is a great opportunity for Maldini.
And real quick, Roy, real quick, and because of speaking of injuries and like some of our players who are getting older, I also think this is the time for Gabbia to play as well, because the whole Roman situation about the contract, like he either needs to sign or he should not be the second backup. And then Cajer also, was playing international duty, so I think giving him a rest and letting Gabbia play against some of these other smaller teams would be in everyone's best interest, especially in terms of him growing as a player.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Gabbia has what it takes. I mean, he's shown that he can play against these teams, especially. I don't want to say especially as if like he has not proved himself against bigger teams, because he has.
Exactly.
But if he does play, I think it'd be a good opportunity for him as well. All right, let's go. I know Vasil is at work, so right now he's listening. So we're going to go to Saif, and we're going to add Saif. So specifically Magnan, and if you even want to touch on the other players, but how do you see this period? Do you see any positives? What are the negatives? What are the positives?
I mean, I think there are more negatives than positives at the moment.
Okay.
What really pisses me off, or not pisses me off, makes me wonder, Magnan has been reporting pain or, a sign of an injury since before the Liverpool game. So the fact that just now we were doing something about it is really shady. That's why I really question some of the medical stuff. Even before the Liverpool game, something wrong with his wrist. He feels a lot of pain, and somehow I think they figured it out, but they didn't really care about it, because it was quite clear that he was injured. He didn't get rest for one game. And what really scares me is that I know Tatarushanu quite well, since he is Romanian. He's terrible. Yeah, like almost every game he has a big mistake in him. He has one good game in a run of 5 or 6. And I really hope that Mirante can come in handy in this time. In terms of positive, also Roy, you said something about Leao picking up an injury.
Not an injury, but he's not 100%. That's what I heard. I don't know if that's completely true.
It definitely goes way beyond our medical stuff. It's just bad luck. It's a curse. It's impossible. Leao, Diaz, Theo Hernandez, Magnan. Like, what the hell? Seriously. It's not normal. I think it's an opportunity for players like Maldini, for Giroud to come back in form. I think we can do it against smaller teams, like Verona, for example, and the next two, I think. Especially when Inter is playing against Lazio, it's a chance for us to get away further from them. But like I said, it's more negatives than positives, but I don't know, let's see. Especially when Magnan is generally a top 10 goalkeeper, but if we're saying on form, this season he's a top 5 in the world, on form, not in general.
I agree.
And it really sucks, because he offers not just great saves, but great distribution. The only other goalkeeper in the world with this kind of distribution is probably Ederson from Manchester City. He's amazing. Every long pass he makes gets into the striker position, which is really great. Yeah, that's it.
Hey, so I want to go back to Tatarusanu. So you live in Romania, right? And Tatarusanu is Romanian. So of course you more than anybody here, at least on this panel, would hear that name more, right? Just because of he's Romanian, so I'm sure the media talks about him a lot, and people have opinions. So you're saying that in Romania, his reputation is that he's a really shit goalkeeper.
Yeah, to that degree, and also he's replaced in the Romanian national team, and he was actually the reason in Euro 2016 He was the reason that Romania like almost didn't qualify or didn't finish in third place in the group with France. So since then, the fans really turned on him, and yeah, that's it.
Gotcha. That's crazy. Okay, well,
He's
that's
really
not.
like his the thing is sorry, he's really inconsistent. Like you can't have one good game, then a run of 6 or 7 which are really bad. You cannot do that.
Yeah, well, I did hear, I think it was a Ligri say in a show where he was in a situation, they were asking him questions, and he was saying that bench players, the reason why they're bench players is because usually they will have like 1 or 2 really good games, but then by the third, fourth, fifth game they start to lose. They start to lose form and they start to make more mistakes, etc., etc. So it is possible that this is what we might see with Tatarusan. We might see really good performances from him, and then we might see him kind of drop the ball. Uh, or hopefully he hopefully plays great. I mean, obviously that is the hope because we did see him last year, and was there any negative? There's
Roy,
nothing negative. Yeah, go ahead, Skip.
there was a recent game. I think it was in the friendlies, the preseason, where he made quite a big mistake. I
Oh,
think
right,
he
right.
was dispossessed, or he passed to the attacker.
Yeah, against Panathinaikos.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
really, it was really bad. It was really bad.
Just guys, quick one. He looks too skinny to be a goalkeeper, man. I'm sorry.
Okay. There you go. Well, listen, we're going to see whether or not he's too skinny to be a goalkeeper tomorrow. We're going to see whether or not he's the replacement. Pioli did say in the press conferences that he has a lot of confidence in him, that he sees him to be a really professional and he's held in high regard by the club. And it sounded honest to me. It didn't sound like he was just saying that because he had to say that. So, guys, let's see what happens. Before we move on, because we have a lot of topics to talk about as far as
Sorry, Roy.
injuries. Yeah, go ahead.
I just have a brief joke. What's Antonio Donnarumma doing?
All right, Antonio Donnarumma has a perfect record with AC Milan, right? Honestly, I don't know. Yeah. Now we did get Mirante. I know because Mirante is probably going to be either the second goalkeeper. Maybe he might even become the first goalkeeper. Anyway, guys, before we keep on talking about these subjects here, this is a good question that Zen Duplo asked, which is a really good, interesting topic because I've been thinking about this. Hi all. Topic to talk, please. Is it good to be financially independent and super solid, but not extremely successful, or have rich Arab owner and quick success? You know what? I'll go first, and then I want to hear what you guys think. Now, obviously, having a rich owner is great, because the club has money to renew players. The club has the money to back a project with high ambitions, with big ambitions. But now let's look at our ownership right now, Elliot. The problem that I have, the dichotomy that I'm seeing, is that I honestly do not want this management to change. I think they just need to do something about the renewals. But I love this management. This management has been able to find the spirit of AC Milan and put it on the field. This management, especially because of Maldini, really has been able to captivate what Milan is about, and they're showing it to the world. I am worried that if we do get a new management, they might kind of like recreate, new ownership. They might want to reshuffle positions here and there, and especially as long as they keep Maldini there, you know what? I'm happy. But if they don't want Maldini there, they want their own DS, then I'd rather honestly keep Elliott and be a club that to me looks like it's going to become a selling club, which is another topic we want to talk about. All right, Skinner, what do you think?
It's convenient to have a rich owner, and I think we've seen this before. But guys, even in the case of Manchester City, when I think it's the Crown Prince of the UAE took over, it's not an immediate fix. You won't in getting the ownership change in the next transfer window, have completely 11 all-star players coming to join your team. And I think it works both ways, yeah? So everyone knows if you've got a rich owner. Everyone knows if you've got a big transfer budget. And that's why you're more likely to get fleeced for the money that you have rather than be able to make decisions. Because having the 200 billion, guys, we've had this 200 billion before. Where did we end up with? The 200 million needs to be backed with a good strategy, with a good management team, and you're able to make full use of it. If you give 200 billion to Inter, I don't know what the hell they will do. Look at Sensi, maybe buy 11 Sensis, and essentially they have a completely full medical room.
Yeah. That is true. Just because you get a big rich owner doesn't mean that you're going to get immediate success. You're most likely not, because rich, you have to kind of bring in your ideas, bring in your projects. Obviously, if you buy a very healthy team, it takes less. Man City is, when Man City was purchased, it wasn't a team that was pushing for Champions League, etc., or winning the EPL. So that took a while. It makes sense. Newcastle will take a long time. In France, PSG, it doesn't take a long time in France, because PSG, even before the ownership, was still one of the most competitive team in France. In Italy, if you come and buy Milan, it's not going to take a long time. But it's not a guarantee either. What about you, Saif? What do you think?
I mean, I understand that some people have had many questions to ask for, Elliot, and how they don't spend millions like Man City and PSG, and some Milan fans want a team of Luka Modric, Marcus Rashford, Neuer in goal, Alexander-Arnold in right back. They are too far away from the reality. They don't know that we had a bad financial situation. We were in the mud, and Elliot came in and they literally saved us. They got the okay with Maldini has the most credit, but they had the right recruitment strategy. Gazidis doing well in the financial point of view. I don't like when he stuck his nose in, matters related to the management and how he dealt with shit with Boban and shit. But the management has done really well, and they spent money. We spent 30 on Tomori. It's not like we didn't spend like any millions. I think we spent it in the right way. Could have been a bit better with the last signing, like a Berardi or a Ziyech or something, but you honestly can't complain. And with the thing about the injuries, look, the management didn't recruit well. Look at all the injuries. It's just bad luck. We got Florenzi, he's injured. We got Bakayoko, he's injured. Diaz, who we just got, is now positive with COVID. Giroud, who rarely got injured in his career, is always fit. Now he had like 2 injuries till now, or 1 massive injury. So you can't really blame them, Only thing is with these contract negotiation things, which is really bad right now. That's where my only question mark is, and if it still keeps on happening, then you really have questions to ask. But till now, we finished 2nd place. We have 6 wins from 7 games in the Serie A. I think we need to be a bit more positive and a bit more patient with this management. Milan can't come back in 2 seasons. This is a project. It needs like 4 or 5 seasons to get to the Champions League semi-final or to the final, or to we still need time. It's just 1 season back in the Champions League. Let's not get too carried away with ourselves,
Yeah, that is definitely true. It is. Everything is a process. Everything is step by step. So the steps that this management has been taking are ridiculously good, incredibly good. And like you say, like we all say, there's only this issue with contracts that we need to discuss and see whether or not this is going to be a persistent issue. Nathan, what do you think about this question? Would you rather have big, rich owners that just spend a whole bunch of money on the team, or more diligent owners that are looking at their balance books and they want to buy more smartly and build a project from scratch? What do you think?
Are you guys able to hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I think is this the process that we took was the correct process because we're building our way up. But now that we have a team that can actually compete when healthy, having a super rich owner would be very ideal. Well, of course, when it comes to contracts, but getting us players like that we need for backup situations like this. Um, Also, the process of getting back to the top would be a lot faster compared to any team that has been mentioned because we are AC Milan. AC Milan is because we can't pay them a world class contract. If we could offer any of those players from Manchester City and PSG the same type of contracts the year they went to those clubs, there's no way that they would pick them over AC Milan. It just wouldn't make sense. But I do like the process that we took. But I would like a rich owner to be able to come in, and I'm not saying to get players like Trent Arnold and Holland, but to be able to spend the 30 million or so on players that fit the system and players who have.
I think we lost Nathan. Nathan, we can't hear you right now. I don't know if. Can you guys hear Nathan?
No, we can't.
No.
Sorry about that. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I was just saying, we don't necessarily need those big name players. What we need are players with similar qualities, and those players with similar qualities are gonna cost 30 to 40 million because they have yet to, I guess, technically explode onto the scene. So that's where a rich owner would come in handy is to get those players. We don't need Holland in them. We just need the players who have, at least close to similar qualities that might cost 30 million, like the Berardis or even the Chiesas, things like that.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that, and because that kind of is a good segue into another topic, which is this player called Luca in Italy that is hot on the media right now. All the teams want him. Juventus, Milan, Inter, all the bigger teams in Italy are after this player. He's a youngster that just kind of broke through into the under 21s and is doing very well in Serie B. He is a really tall guy, kind of reminds his stature is kind of like Luca Toni, very big, but a little bit more technically composed and just imposing figure. And it would be nice to have an owner. It would be nice to have an owner that could just go for this player and spending what is he's worth 10 million right now. He's worth 10 million. Like right now, Milan before spending 10 million has to think about it 1,000 times. But if we had a rich owner, they could spend a small fortune like that, 10 million, and take a gamble, and because this player is being kind of paralleled with Vlahovic. There was a certain point Vlahovic costed 15 to 20 million. Okay, and these teams they didn't pull the trigger, and now the guy is 60, 70 million. So I agree there 100%, Nathan. If our owner could become that, if our situation could become that, where we can snatch up the next Haaland, the next Vlahovic, the next big players or players, or even players that are like in the mid range of price, like Berardi, etc. I'd be totally down for that. I don't need this. I honestly seeing our club spend 100 million for a player to me is just like it's disgusting. I'm not even for that. I don't find that exciting. All right. So again, I think Vasil is not ready. Roy, what kind of metal genre do I play? I play all kinds of heavy metal. I could play all kinds of heavy metal. Okay, so let's go to Porto, guys. I want to talk a little bit about Porto. What is going to go on with the Champions League? I mean, is there even a point to even try and win this game? What do you guys think?
Yeah, if I can go first, we definitely should try to win the game. But this is what I'm saying is that we're letting these injuries get to us in the way that we've given up before the game has started. Once you start with 11 players on the pitch, you have a chance. It's just a matter of how you then play to extract or make full use of the players that you have. I mean, even though we might not have our first 11 players, but we've got a few good guys there. Benacer is still around. I know Cassie won't be able to make it. Tonali, by the way, I didn't see Tonali in training. I hope he's okay.
Tonali had played 180 minutes, so he's put on the caution list right now. He might not play tomorrow, and is going to be saved for Porto. Go ahead.
Okay. So Tonali will probably be there for the game. He's a starter level quality. Liao should be okay back for the game. Again, starter level quality. Giroud, if he impresses tomorrow, again starter level quality. So when you go through this list one by one, it's not to say that we're playing a Primavera team against Porto. We have decent players inside the team. If not, they're quite good. So there's no reason. I just don't want us to give up before the game has started. Play as well as we can and see how it goes. You never know. This could be the magical run that would say that against all odds we beat Porto. We had 9 points out of 9 in the league. So this is where the fairy tale could begin.
Okay, and I'm just going to respond to that, and then I want to hear Saif and Nathan. Well, the problem that I have is that, let's say we go all out to try and beat Porto. And if we get a tie, and then maybe we win the next game, we might end up in third place. And I honestly think that this year we have a great chance to win the Serie A, and the UEFA Europa League is just not worth it. The energy spent in the Europa League is just not worth sacrificing the Serie A. So I don't know. I don't know what to think. Very strange, but you'll hear me say I'm prepared to sacrifice the Champions League for the Serie A. I don't think I've ever said this. I think that's the first time I've ever said this in my whole life. Go ahead.
Roy, for the Europa League, I know everyone doesn't want to play it. Even for me, is that it does seem a bit of a waste of time. But one thing that I do see the Europa League being useful is that we could do full rotation. The issue that I have with Pioli is that even when we were playing against a much weaker side on paper, he's not willing to do a full rotation. And this is, you could say, a big problem that I do have. Because if we're in the Europa League and we generally don't care about it, I mean, we can't exactly like forfeit the game. Just field, some Primavera player. I don't know who do we even have on the list. Players that barely get any minutes. This is where you just play them. See what happens.
Yeah. Well, let's see. What about you, Saif? What do you think?
I mean, I know many players that Porto have. I think many people saw their score against Liverpool. I think they lost like 5 or something at home. I think they take the team lightly. Oh, just Porto. Oh, we're Milan. Let's just beat them twice and then go beat Atletico. And, we're living in rainbow land and everyone is happy. It's not that easy, guys. The same Porto almost beat Atletico Madrid away from home. Their goal was disallowed, I think, in the end. And what scares me is that with the injuries that we have, we're gonna go very hard for the Porto game. Imagine if we get if Leao, God forbid, gets injured or a big player gets injured. That's where the whole Champions League thing really pisses me off. I think realistically, the most we can do for the Champions League is third place, which I do not even want. I don't want the Europa League. I don't want a challenge for the Europa League. I don't want to hear the anthem for the Europa League, believe me. Seriously. I'd rather just stay in the Serie A, at least finish second, or at least finish in the top 4, or challenge for the title, because why not? Our fully fit team can beat anyone in the league. Yeah, like I said, people are taking Porto lightly. They're not an easy team. they're very hard to break down if you don't have the quality of players like Liverpool have. If you're an Atletico or AC Milan, attacking wise, especially when we're going to be missing Theo Hernandez, we're going to be missing Brahim Diaz. It's going to be very hard for us to break Porto down. So I have mixed feelings because you can't not start your best players against Porto, play all out because this is Milan. This is our home. Champions League is our home. But at the same time, I'm not gonna be pissed if we lose the game because we have every right, we have every excuse in the world if we lose it. We're gonna be playing Badu Torre at left back. We're gonna be playing, I don't know, Krunic. Who's gonna play in Brahim Diaz's position? Who? We don't have a proper substitute other than Maldini, and he cannot play every single game. So honestly, I'd rather crash out of the Champions League and focus on the league.
I kind of feel that way too. Nathan, what about you?
Honestly, I think we should go for the win. I know I'd watch Porto as well, and I do think people are taking them lightly, but it is a team we can beat, and we've already shown that we can beat Atletico Madrid. And I think we'll have the majority of our players back for Atletico Madrid, minus, Milan, of course. But by the time Atletico Madrid rolls around, if we can get those 2 wins against Porto, we'll be set up in a good situation. And then on top of that, let's say we do finish third place. Like Skillard said, if we go to the Europa League, this is when you play your youth players. If you want to challenge for the title, you can still challenge for the title, but just do a full rotation. Just play your youth players. Allow them to get the experience they need in a tournament that's not going to be detrimental to the league. Again, this is when we're talking about certain times when you need to play your youth players so that way they can gain the experience they need. So when they are called upon, it's not a shock to them. But when you just randomly put players in, not because you want to rotate, but because out of necessity, that's when players are not ready. And then as fans, we're going to sit here and say, oh, well, man, that player just was not ready. He's not ready for the level. Of course he's not ready for the level because he hasn't played yet. So play the players in games that don't matter. If we do make Europa League, yeah, it sucks, but we need to treat it as games that don't matter, and that is when you play your youth players. But other than that, we can beat Porto twice, and if we can do that, we'll have our players back for Atletico Madrid, and we can beat them too.
Okay, there you go. Honestly, I don't disagree with that. If we do get to third place, it would be a good opportunity for the team to play the second lines, the younger players, and it would be great experience for them. The risk is that you would lose these players, and then if you lose a first team player, you're literally going into your primavera. But I don't disagree with you. Actually.
But that's what I'm saying. No, Roy, that's what I'm saying. Play some of your primavera players. Do you know how many times we have seen Manchester City, Liverpool, Barcelona play their players in games like these that don't matter? They do it all the time.
Well, you would have
that's
to
all
play
Milan needs to do.
You would have to play your primavera players in the Serie A, because I don't think you can play them in the Europa League. I think you only have a set amount of players you can play in the Europa League. But I'm saying that would be the only risk. If the coach decides to do that, the coach might say, you know what, we're going to try and win the Europa League, which I hope he wouldn't, because we need to win the Scudetto. We need to win the Scudetto. This is the year. We win the Scudetto. Guys, any other thoughts about this?
Yeah, I just want to add, in terms of the Champions League and the Porto, I want to draw everyone's attention to Atletico Madrid. We played really well. We took a red card, and you could say towards the end, it might as well look like we collapsed. Same thing can happen to Porto. They're facing a weaker Milan on paper. Something bad happens to them. The ref is against them, whatever crap the UEFA pulls. they can collapse. So it can happen to any team. This is why I don't write us off when it comes to Champions League. Regardless whether it's Porto, Atletico, or Liverpool, anything can happen. It's football.
Yeah, I do want to respond to this. I believe also winning your league guarantees you pot one. Am I right or wrong about that? Someone can correct me.
Yeah, that's true. If you win the Europa League, you're in pot one automatically.
But if you win the Serie A, you go to pot one, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would rather win the Serie A because man, first of all, remember there's this race with Inter. Some people don't care, some people do. I'm one of the people that does. I don't want to see this Inter saying that they won the second star before us. That to me is like a big loss between this rivalry. We have an opportunity. We have to win it this year. This is the year, guys. I want to celebrate with everybody at the end of this year, and I want to celebrate the Scudetto, the Serie A. Guys, so I mean, you guys agree with me, right? We can win the Serie A this year.
Yeah, of course.
Right. And yeah, my fear is that that we're probably not going to win against Porto. Is it home or away? Do you guys know? If anybody knows.
I believe it's away. I believe it's away.
Yeah, honestly, I gotta see what
What's
Tatarus.
underway?
I gotta see what Tatarusano is like, because depending on that, I really do not have the confidence in saying that we can beat Porto, because I mean we're missing some big guns, guys, and it's just the way it is. So right now, I am feeling, forget Europe, focus on Italy, crush Italy, and then next year, go for both. Try and win both, the Champions League and the Serie A. So that's where I stand on that. Any disagreements?
I mean, we still fall back again, though, on whether or not Pioli has the balls to do a full rotation. So I don't think he's going to give up the Champions League for Italy. Like, no matter how we feel it should be done, I don't think he's going to do that. So, yeah.
And that's a problem. I think he's not going to do that either. I think Milan has the obligation to go and try and win. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. And honestly, obviously, if we win, the better. And everybody is happy if we do win. Guys, by the way, I do want to let everybody know, RossonARI TV now does have a sponsor, in which we will start sponsoring this product starting from the next videos. So that is excellent news for the channel.
Fancy,
guys. Very fancy. Let's see. So let's talk about let's talk about Kessie, guys. Kessie at this point is completely out of the picture. The guy is 100% not renewing. Real Madrid is on him. Real Madrid is ready to put an official I don't know. I don't think it's an offer or an official offer to the player, to the agent, to try and snatch him up. And when Real Madrid is after you, it's tough to say no. So what do you guys think about that?
Yeah, if it's Real Madrid, I think with the good relations that we have, we should try to make some form of deal with Diaz to try to remove the buyback that they have for Diaz. Make a deal with them, yeah? If they want Kessie, give him in January, remove the buyback clause for Diaz, and pretty much you could say this will be the better deal for us.
Yeah, but we're losing one of the best players in the world.
And we're losing him anyway. He didn't sign him.
I mean, I don't see how this is a good deal. It's a good deal for him. It's not a good deal for us. And that's the problem. At the end of the day, this is not a good deal for us. Yeah. Anything else you got to say about that?
Yeah, but if it's and this is where I think it's an opportunity to be a bit creative. There are teams that want Kessie. I know that they want him on a free, ideally, But if it's going to be in a bidding war, this is why we have just a little bit of leverage, just that ounce of leverage. Can we? But are we willing to let him go in January? This is the question. If not, then it's I don't know whether you want to bench him or play him every game, whatever it is. But he's going to be gone, no?
Well, yeah, it breaks my heart, honestly. It really does, because I feel like this is a player that we created. We created this player. We, I mean, the player created himself, obviously, but he's an AC Milan player. He should be an AC Milan player, and we're losing him in the best part of his years, that between 26, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. That's when he's going to kick ass the most. And we're going to, that's when the sharks come in. So it is very sad to me. Saif, what do you think?
Right, if it's sad to you, then I don't know. Like, it's unbelievably sad for me because, we sometimes say that we shouldn't get too emotionally attached to some players, but I really believed that Kessie could have been, our next, maybe captain in the future, our next, big thing, our rock in the midfield. Especially after his comments, I didn't see the situation to escalate this badly, and now the fans have turned on him. Where I have some problems with the fans is this: I understand that there has some problems with his contracts and stuff, but I don't like how some Milan fans, when they see it, sorry, when this stuff happen, they be like, "Oh, he's a shit player anyway. I never wanted him. He can be easily replaced." Like, I understand that you hate him now, but you weren't saying this shit when he dragged us to the Champions League last season. Your words were completely different. He's never gonna be replaced. He's our presidente. Please sign. Our president Kessie, we love you. And it's gonna be very hard to replace him. Tonali and Benacer are special players, amazing. But for me, at least, Kessie, on his day, is on a whole another level. He can do everything in the midfield. Plus, he rarely gets injured, which is a very big plus. Don't
Huge
tell me,
plus.
yeah,
Huge plus.
and don't tell me shit like Renato Sanchez or I don't know who, or Yassine Adli or some shit like that. Kessie on his day, and he proved it last season, he's better than all of these guys. That's gonna be a huge loss. This guy can, this guy has really improved tactically as well. He takes penalties. He defends really well. He runs up, down. His stamina is really good. When his mind is on it, he fought for every ball. It's gonna be very hard. It's gonna take a very special, luck to find a replacement for this type of player. But that's just my opinion. I don't know.
No, I mean, honestly, I don't think it's even an opinion. I mean, it's just a matter of fact. When you lose a Ferrari, you lose a Ferrari. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. Now, one thing that, and I want to hear from Nathan too, but one thing I do want to ask you guys is, why do you think he said those things during the summer? Like, I have my ideas why. I want to hear what you guys think about that. I'll ask you guys in a second. Nathan, what do you think about the Kessie situation? Where do you see it going?
If I were Milan, I think I would try to. Hold on one second here. Actually, just skip me for right now. I need to get air into the truck, and it's gonna be loud. So I'm gonna mute myself, and then I'll answer last.
All right. Okay. So let's go to, and then obviously when Vasily is ready, you can just come in. Let's go to when during this summer, he says these beautiful words. I want to be the president forever. I love it when the fans, don't worry about it. I'll come and fix the situation. I'll come and make everything right. I mean, those are words he did say. Why do you think he said that? And what do you think happened? Skiller.
I think it is not impossible for players to actually feel an affection for the club and genuinely love the club, but then at the same time they don't agree with the pay package. I mean, it can happen to like even any one of us. let's say, for example, you work in a company you really like, but then you also realize is that you have friends who are working in different companies, but are getting paid more than you. I mean, there is also that monetary incentive to make the switch. So I wouldn't say it's impossible for a player to love the club and also to want to leave for monetary reasons. It's you could say maybe it's also part of human nature. I wouldn't judge him on that.
Do
If
you
he loves,
think? Sorry, go ahead. Finish.
yeah, if he loves the club, it could be in the sense that I love the club for what is made for me, but it's just time for I got to buy my next Ferrari. I got to buy my next 10 Ferraris and a yacht or whatever it is.
But he did specifically say, "I want to stay in Milan forever." He did say that. What do you think about that?
Yeah, well, he's still a player, right? And this is where, as long as he's still inside the club, it's either we're going to decide whether we're going to bench him or we're going to play him. But then again, like I've said before, at this point, I don't want to abuse him. If he goes,
No.
he goes.
Yeah,
I'm at the stage whereby if I want to turn into a rant at this stage, it's probably not going to help him. It's like maybe he's not listening to this podcast or to this stream. It's not going to help him as a player, but it just serves no purpose. He still has a job. He needs to do the job until the very last day, and then the judgment's gonna come. I'm not gonna slander him at this moment, regardless of what he said.
no. I don't have. You know what? I don't have any negative feelings towards him. To be honest with you, because I understand it. I understand it. Like you're playing football. You're playing great football. You're a huge team like Real Madrid, what maybe the hottest team in the world right now, in general, with the most trophies. The number one club in the world is Real Madrid. Is the number one club in the world. Is after you, and they say they want to give you an official contract. Tottenham wants to give you money. Manchester United wants to give you money. Liverpool, PSG, Real Madrid, Man City, Chelsea. I mean, the guy is being sought out by all the best teams in the world. I don't blame him. I honestly don't blame him. Saif, what do you think about this and his words and what they meant?
I mean, I really believed that he loved Milan, and he still loves Milan. I know that the fans at one time had this very special connection with Kessie. I think this is just a theory of mine. It's not confirmed or anything. He saw what Milan did with Donnarumma and how they were willing to do everything to sign him, and maybe he thought in the back of his head, I dragged this team to the Champions League. I scored the two winning penalties. I made that heroic performance against Manchester United away from home in the Europa League. Maybe he thought if they can offer that goalkeeper 8 or 9 million, they can easily offer me 6, 7 at least. I think he was way too sure of that. In the end, Milan didn't provide that, and that's where Milan made the mistake. If they offered him that amount of money from the beginning, we wouldn't have seen these types of performances with him, and we wouldn't have seen these fans turn on him that much. That's just a theory of mine. He saw what they did with Donnarumma and how they said he was irreplaceable. They gave him 8 or 9 million, and he thought I must be getting the same or a bit less. And that's where I think the whole misunderstanding happened. That's what pisses me off with the fans blaming him and cussing him. This is a genuine possibility of what could have happened, because at the time, that 7.5 or 8, at the time, Kessie deserved it. I know that his performances don't even deserve 5 or 6 at the moment. But at the time, he deserved that money.
You
And
think
Milan,
so? 8?
I mean, no, 7. I think 7.5 is fair for a player that is sought after Liverpool, United, Real Madrid, the top teams in the world. A player that single-handedly in the second half of the season was almost the reason that we qualified for the Champions League. And when he saw that Milan didn't offer that much, he turned his back, he turned his mind, and I don't blame him for that. We fucked up that we didn't give him that contract in the beginning. That's just my point.
Yeah, I have a question for Saif. Saif, I already said and I agree, but I want to ask your opinion. As a club, you probably have an idea how much the player wants, and I'm sure during the negotiation, a number must have been thrown around. Why is it when you cannot offer the money that the player wanted, they went into a waiting game and it's led to this situation?
Wait, so like my point is sometimes we believe so much of what the media is saying. So Kessie like asked for a certain amount. Milan gave him that amount and suddenly he changed his mind. I don't think that's fair.
Are
I
you
think
sure?
he asked
Are you sure that set of events is correct?
sorry?
Are you sure that set of events is correct? That Milan
No,
did accept the offer that he asked for?
I mean certainly if it was like 6 or 6.5, I'm pretty sure Milan would have did
Okay.
like he deserved that, you know?
I do want to make sure here because we need a fact checker. So, is anybody willing to be a fact checker for the channel? But as far as I know, Milan never made the offer to Kessie.
No, no, my point is
Or
whatever
sorry,
he
they did make an offer to Kessie, but it wasn't what Kessie wanted.
I mean, yeah, like whatever the point is, my point is they should have given him that amount of money when he asked for it from the beginning, which he totally like at the time, just after he came back, he deserved it. And you will see when he goes to United or a Real Madrid or a PSG, the amount of money will be like chips for him because he will be even worth more than that. He's that good of a player. We fucked up by not giving him that contract and we kept stalling with him, and this is a result. We're gonna lose him for free now, or like for 10 or 15 million in January. He's easily a 60 million player at least. That's what the part that pisses me off that much.
Minimum. In January, he's not going to go for that much, though.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. In January, he's going to probably go for 20. Nathan, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah, I think Kessie. I think he's pretty much gone. And I agree. I remember in the beginning of June, the first like thing that I read about renewal for Kessie was that he wanted 6 million, and Milan was not willing to go that high. And judging by what his agent said, and I'm gonna believe the word of an agent, like the words coming from his mouth over random journalists saying that Milan kept raising the offer over and over again, because I just don't see that happening. I don't think we offered him. I don't even think we offered him 5 million, to be honest. So I think even though Kessie loves Milan, I think he kind of felt betrayed, to be honest, because like you said, and what was said many times on this podcast here, these agents are not stupid. Neither are the players. They watch and see what happens with these players, like players like Donnarumma and things like that. They watch the renewal sagas and they watch them unfold. And so, like Saib said, like if we see that Donnarumma is being offered 8 million in bonuses, Milan should have, as soon as Kessie, and that's if the first offer was 6. If that's what they were offering, they should have brought him in the office right then and there and typed the contract up. And you know that these guys
I
have
agree
these
with you,
contracts on tap. They have these contracts on tap. I know they do. Like if you work for any company and you work in like the back office areas and you work for like contracts and stuff, you have these contracts pre-built. All you got to do is insert the player's name and that's it. And then you type it up and then boom, you're done. But we just kept waiting, and that gave the chance for teams like Liverpool and them to come in, who are always going to be able to offer more money than Milan could. And now we're stuck in this situation.
And what do you think? By the way, I do agree. Milan should have honestly, Milan should have renewed his contract a long time ago, not this summer. I
And
was yeah.
sorry to cut you off, Roy. Um, like maybe I messed up a bit with the words, but my opinion was clear. Even after the first or second meeting, his agent I think came out, or many reports from his agent. I don't want to waste time with Milan. They know exactly what the demands are. will come back when they need them. So
Wow.
clear, so clearly there were not many games from them, like how the media is always bullshitting us with these news every hour, every second. I think Milan just didn't hesitated to give him that some kind of contract. They didn't meet the demands. They were hoping that he could lower his salary, which he has every right not to lower his salary. And that's the result. We're gonna lose him for free now. So that's totally on the management.
Yeah.
And you
Uh,
see that, and that's the problem I have, because the management is trying to get this team back to where they belong, and we already know they can't spend hundreds of millions of dollars, but then they go ahead and let players leave for free, and it's like, what is it? Do you want the club to be at the point to where a potential buyer will come in and say, oh yeah, we can work with this? Because if the more you let these players go for free, the more that new owner is going to have to come out of their pockets to get replacements.
that's a good
So
point.
the more this goes on, even if the club becomes financially, let's say we get down to zero debt, but we have no impact players. Now that owner not only has to spend, let's say, $1 billion to buy Milan, but now they got to spend on top of that another 200 to 400 million in the next 2 or 3 years just to make the team competitive, because the previous
to
owners
rebuy
just let the
Kessie.
play. Right. And even if it's not Kessie, just players that are like him who are going to cost the same amount. Like, you gotta factor into all that stuff as well. So you can't just let your players go for free who are that good and then expect players like Adley to just all of a sudden be better than Kessie. Like,
And that's
it's
not
not
going to
going to
happen.
happen.
That's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. So all you're doing is devaluing your club. At the end of the day, even if the club's financially successful or even in the green, you're not going to get the same amount of money, because that club is now an even bigger project than what it's supposed to be. And it all falls back again on why I said it would be better now if Milan got a mega rich owner, because we already have our foundation in place. And as of right now, our stable foundation is now being broken apart out of pure cheapness.
I do have a question for you guys, and I wonder what you think. So obviously, Milan, the message that Milan gave to Kessie is, we don't think you're worth what you're asking. And then you do have, like Saif was mentioning earlier, Donnarumma. They were offering Donnarumma a lot more money, double almost than what well, not or close to double actually, to what Kessie was asking. So what does that say? Does Milan not believe that Kessie is all that? Skiller, what do you think?
I think so. I think they factor in, especially when it comes to renewal, they look at what is the performances over the contract duration. I don't think their offer for renewal for Kessie was only based off the past one season or 18 months. They must have taken into consideration that any player could have a good season or good 1.5 seasons and completely drop off. So all those kind of factors to come into play. My biggest peeve with this what's happened is that last during the summer transfer window, we had options. Everyone here was talking about getting players. Yeah, we have players that we want. Some people want Berardi. Some people want whoever it is. We have options. If we had taken the plunge and say that Kessie, you've played 1.5 good seasons, I think you worth a lot of money. We cannot meet whatever demands that you are thinking of or whatever your agent is saying. I will make decisions for other positions, and we will have to live with it. Now, we don't. He's leaving for free. We don't have options. So what does it say for the club? It's ultimately going nowhere. This is a big loss for us.
And Nathan, let's go in order. Nathan, what do you think about Milan's pretty much giving Kessie the message? Look, we don't think you're worth what you're asking for. What do you think about that?
The problem is they might, them saying that to a person who was just as important to Donnarumma it doesn't just send a message to him. It sends a message to every single player who was just as, fundamental to getting to that position. So, again, I point to Calabria. How dare they give Calabria a fucking contract that was worth like $5 compared to like what we make? And Calabria's been the best right back for a good minute now. It's things like that. Like you're basically telling other players as well, even if you become world class level, you're not going to get a wage that actually is what you're worth. And all that's going to do is make Milan a stepping stone team. You're going to get good young players come in, and then they're just going to leave. And Milan is going to be stuck we're going to be like a Porto, where, domestically they'll be okay, but we're never going to be a great team.
Gotcha. Safe. Same question goes to you. The clear message that was sent to Kessie with the contract. What do you think?
I mean, I'm gonna answer this.
Why do you think Milan thinks that Kessie is not worth what he's asking?
They're just being way too cheap with him. That's I don't understand why they were willing to give that much to Donnarumma. Okay, he's Italian, he's 22, he's the best goalkeeper in Serie A. You were willing to give a goalkeeper 8 or 9 million, but you were not willing to give Kessie, who at the time clearly was worth at least 6.5 or 7 million. I think, Roy, you can agree with me on that. At the time, he was worth that money. And this is
Last year?
some yeah, at
When it
the
was
time
up
of
for.
his and at the time where he was close to signing a contract, we were all happy with this type of money that he was getting.
Okay.
I think we can agree on that. And this is what pisses me off. We're heading to this is why I say we're a new Arsenal. This was the same position where they were in the early 2010s. They had an exciting team. They had young players. They were doing something, and they kept selling their best players, mishandling contract situations, and look how they ended up. Okay, they paid some money like last 2 years or something, but look how these contract situations have been handled. Aaron Ramsey left them for free. Aubameyang almost left them for free. They were very bad at handling contracts, and this led to a huge decline for them. And they kept selling their best players year after year after year, instead of going on and challenging for big things.
Well, at
I
least
don't
they're
want
selling them.
exactly. At least they were selling them. Now what? Next up is Ben Nasser, is Theo Hernandez. They're leaving for free as well, or they
Yes.
will leave. And who's after that? Leao, when he becomes the best player in the league, and then he's gonna go for free. This is a huge problem, guys. What's the difference? What's the difference between us nowadays, between us and a Monaco? We're the same. We just make players great, and then they go and become more class for Paris Saint-Germain, for Man City, for Man United. It's unacceptable. Seriously. We have to find a solution for this, for this salary bullshit, because it's fucking us up. Kessié, Theo, Ben Nasser, these type of players, we can win things with these guys. But if we keep acting like this with them, and every time a player asks for more money, we call him, you're a traitor, you're a mercenary, you can go fuck yourself, you're not showing Milan DNA. Guess what? This is not 2007. This is not 2006. We're living in different times. You want to build, you have to deal with these situations better, these contract situations. End of. We can't have this type of talks every fucking summer about these players, and then calling them snakes, calling them pieces of shit.
Right. And that's why I don't call Donnarumma a snake either. Nathan, you got something you want to say? Go ahead.
And I was going to say, on top of that, at the end of the day, people have to realize one thing, that yes, football is a game, but it is also a job. And just like with any job in the world, when you perform above expectations and you consistently do it, you are warranted a pay raise. and we've all worked shitty jobs before where our pay raise is like 5 cents. And guess what? We no longer work there anymore. We go to a job that's going to pay us what we think we're worth. So when you do good at a job, you expect, in normal jobs, at least $1 to $2 raise. And for those who have not had a real job, $1 or $2 is a big difference compared to getting like 5 cents for those who understand that type of thing. So they deal with larger amounts of money, but the concept is still the same thing. If you perform, you deserve a raise.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is why I don't really have too much negative things to say when players are asking for more money, and it's just the way it is. Now, Felix here says something that goes back to something I mentioned in the beginning of the stream. Kaká used to have contract negotiations almost every year to get more money, but that's what the management was doing, but not just with Kaká, with all their players. They're retouching the contract every few months. As soon as a player showed that he had growth in him and that he was a valuable player, they touched the contract. It was a continuous process. We never see that from AC Milan. This is the first time we ever see that I can remember that we have a headline: AC Milan players renews his contract, and it is Salamakers, which is a great segue to the next topic, Salamakers. Guys, what do you think about that? How Galliani used to do, how they used to work their negotiations. Why isn't Maldini doing the same thing? Skillet, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's. I see quite a bit of Salmakers. He does have a love for the club. So do you remember when Rebic scored the goal against Liverpool? He actually gestured to the fan, pointing at the badge. Generally, I believe he does love the club, and it's just a matter of preference, guys. It clearly shows at this point, the proof is in the pudding. If a player signs a renewal at this stage, this is how much in reality club over money he loves he loves where he is, and you generally won't find this in a lot of other players. And Salmakers has joined the leagues of Tonali, of Calabria. These are players that don't want to deal with this shit. They want to be there, they will sign it. But you have other players who have other priorities. So when you have that mix, what are you going to do with the ones that don't sign? And this is the problem that the management, I think, don't have the experience or the skill set to handle.
Yeah, I agree completely. And guys, honestly, the renewal of Salamakers is not impressive. It is not impressive because they're renewing Salamakers at a similar point that Kessie was a few years ago, that Theo Hernandez was maybe 2 years ago or 1 year ago. It's easy to renew Salamakers right now. He's still a no name. Nobody knows him yet. This is they're actually finally saying, okay, you know what? Maybe we should kind of do something with our act. Them re-signing Salamakers is not impressive at all. They should have done this with Kessie 1-2 years ago. Retouched the contract, gave him more money, added a few more years, etc. They should have done this already with Theo Hernandez. It's going to be very difficult now to renew, to even touch up his contract. To renew it, it's going to be extremely difficult because I'm sure Theo Hernandez's phone is ringing every single minute of the day. Benacer also, man, they only put it. Pedri in Barcelona, this 19-year-old player, Pedri, Barcelona slapped a $1 billion release clause on his contract. Benacer only has 50 million. These are mistakes that could really cost this management. Nathan, what do you think about this whole situation with Salamakers, etc.?
I think the management did this to, I guess, save face with the fans.
Sorry, Kessie. Nathan, I just wanted to say something, and then I want you to. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
This is exactly what Tragic Bart says. 2 years ago, Kessie was shit. Why would we renew, guys? A month ago, everybody was saying that Salamakers was shit. A month ago, still, most people don't want to see Salamakers in the team. But in a few years, Salamakers is going to become like Kessie is right now, a top player, and he could become. He most likely will become. And this is why it's easy this is why I'm not impressed with this signing. You were supposed to do this with Kessie when people were saying he was shit, because there were people like me that was saying no, Kessie is the fucking future. Theo Hernandez is the future. Like, you get Salamakers is the future. Tonali is the future. Benacer is. You could see it. Carpe diem. Carpe diem. Okay, Nathan, go ahead. Sorry.
Good points. Good points. 2 years ago, I also thought that Kessie was, he was having a bad moment, but that was because they were asking him to do too much, and when you do that, players usually don't deliver. But I hopefully they're doing this early contract to get a feel of how it is to renew that early, and to give themselves a precedent on how to do it. Yeah, Salamakers isn't the most impressive, renewal, but it's at least allowing them to get a feel of how to do it earlier, because this is the first time we've seen it from these guys. So
Yeah.
It might be a little too late. It might be a little too late, with some players, but fuck it, man. Better late than never. In terms of Salamakers, you guys know how I feel about him, but not once did I ever say I don't want him on the team. I just want him as a closer. So I wouldn't say that he's shit. I would just prefer that he was put into the game when we need to shut up shop and play like the old Milan, where we can defend a 1-0 lead for 90 minutes. That's why I want him in the game. But yeah, hopefully this early renewal is a foreshadow of things to come with everybody else.
You know what? The thing is, it might be way too late. It might be too late. And again, this whole summer, everybody was saying we need a right winger. We don't want to see Salamakers. This is when we say we don't want this player. That's when we renew these players. And okay, Saif, what do you think?
I mean, when I opened my Instagram, literally the first post that got into my feed was Salamakers renewing. I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't believe it. I don't know when the last time we renewed a player, seriously. I see many Instagram pages of other teams renewal after renewal after renewal. In Milan you rarely see that. I mean you never see that. So, I mean, I had faith in him. Not saying that I'm a master of football or anything, but I really had faith in him since the beginning. I knew that he was going to be a very useful player for us, for our style of play, for our system. I always thought that he had the talent to do well. Sometimes he didn't have the courage. He wouldn't go at defenders. He wouldn't try taking shots, delivering crosses. But I think he's doing that more now. He's growing a lot. He's proving himself more. He's gaining more experience in the Serie, which is very important. And sometimes maybe he doesn't have great numbers, but he's the one that starts attacks. He's the one that creates a spark that lets someone have the assist for the goal, Some people don't see that, and he's very important for that. So I'm happy for his renewal, but still doesn't take anything away from the shit job that the management is doing with the whole renewal thing. It's a good thing, but it's nothing, at the same time.
Yeah, that's why I said I think they did it to kind of save face, to say, look, guys, we can do this, but I mean, it's too late. It's too late for the players that needed to stay.
And even, the chat has reminded me that they signed Calabria, they renewed Calabria. I mean, Calabria does not impress me, guys. That renewal does not impress me. This renewal does not impress me. They dropped the ball with the renewals, and it's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. You really can't escape it. Skillard, is there something you want to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to touch upon Salmakers, just the memory that sticks in me, and why I think he's definitely has his value in the squad. If anyone can remember, but I think it was 2 seasons ago, we played Lecce. We went down 2-0. Rafael Leao scored a goal. And then in the last dying minutes, the equalizer came because Salmaker tried to cross the ball, and one of the Lecce defenders tried to clear it, and he went straight into his own goal, and we tied the game 2-2. So I believe that was Salmakers is a sort of player that I believe he doesn't need to score, but he has his contributions, be it intentional or not, and this is why it's valuable. And again, I credit to him as a human being for putting a club over money. I think the fact that Maldini was handling and is able to agree, it leads me to think that it was somewhat of an easy deal to make, especially considering everything that's going on. So it's him, Calabria, Tonali, and I think the next one is going to renew is definitely Daniel Maldini.
Yeah, these are all easy. It's easy to renew Salamakers when he doesn't have Real Madrid on his tail. It is easy to renew Calabria when the guy was with Milan all his life and doesn't really have a big market. They should have done that with Kessie when Kessie was in the similar situation as Salamakers, when we could see that this guy had a future, but nobody was going to offer him anything, so Atangana had nothing to counter with. Same thing with Hernandez. Go ahead.
Roy, this could also be the renewal that may be turning the corner, because we didn't. Personally, for me, I didn't expect this. So, are we also going to be seeing the announcement for maybe Benacer in the near future? Maybe for Theo? These are things that could happen.
Now, I personally don't think Theo's going to happen. I personally think Theo is gone.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I'm actually disappointed that Salamakers was renewed before Teo, because Teo's the one, Teo and Benacer are the most pressing ones, because Kessie's already done. But, Teo and Benacer, those are the ones that we would most likely be able to do. And the fact that we did Salamakers first, I don't agree with it.
Yeah, I agree. In terms of being sold, I think Benacer may be the one that I think we could monetize quickly, because Tonali currently is starting over him. So maybe it's a case whereby the next summer transfer, they might do a quick renewal and sell off Benacer.
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I want to see what happens. I don't know what Benacer. He's got a 50 million clause. He could be sold. You can monetize with him, get that 50 million, and look. It seems to me that this is something that I've been even thinking during the week, and I was chatting with some of the guys. Milan is on the verge of becoming a selling club, and it looks like we're going to enter an era in which Milan is going to be a club that develops champions, and then we sell them as soon as they're mature, as soon as they're ripe, and as soon as they go in bloom. Are the Milan fans ready to contend with that? Are you guys ready to contend with that? Skiller.
Hey guys, real quick. I'm about to go onto the terminal, so I guess I'm gonna mute myself, or I might even have to get out and come back in.
No problem.
Yeah, it'll be a few minutes.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, I just want to say that in terms of the midfield for Benacer and Kessie, I am not too opposed having them sold or them to leave, because think about it, guys. We got Yacine Adli, we got Pobega, we're already eyeing other targets in midfield. I think Kamara is the other one that we're looking maybe to land. So there are so many options in midfield. So I think especially within that double pivot, it's just a matter of picking the right players that can play within the system. But it shouldn't be that difficult to find a replacement. For the case of Theo, I would say this is actually more difficult, because having that explosive left back, left wing back option is definitely a dime a dozen. I'm sorry, it's definitely a 1 in a million in terms of can we get the right profile to immediately fit into the team, and maybe within the first half of the season to really explode. So it's difficult.
Yeah, difficult. How exactly? I mean, the only way to replace Theo, guys, is either you buy a player that is like Hakimi, that is worth 70 million, 80 million. That's it. There's no other way to replace him. You're not going to replace Theo Hernandez with the way the club is right now. And this is why I'm saying it's going to become, we might be entering a very strange period, just part of the storm. we're in a storm right now. We need to get out of this storm. We just might be entering a period in which the storm might give us a new curveball that we have to deal with. But I think that in the end of all of this, we are going to go back on top. Saif, what do you think about this?
I mean, it's really sad. I know that I already said this before, but like we have a potential to become one of the best teams in the world in terms of the players that we have if we keep on developing them and maybe adding 2 or 3 pieces. What we want to do and what Milan fans pretend that they are okay with. Oh, okay, no one's bigger than the club, and I understand that, but yeah, let's sell Theo, let's sell Kessie, let's sell Ben Nasser, let's sell all these mercenaries. No one's bigger than Milan. Okay, you guys say that, but get who? We're not gonna get Alexander Arnold as as a replacement. We're not gonna get a Thiago Alcantara as a replacement. We're gonna get young players. We're gonna wait for them to develop because we're not gonna get world-class players right now.
Exactly.
So what you're basically saying is that you want to start from zero with players that might be the same ones that you call mercenaries after because they have no connection to Milan. They didn't come through the academy, and you guys are gonna do the same exact thing. Oh, no one's bigger than the club. Eventually, you have to keep with the players that you have now because they are ready. Our players are ready. It's not it like
I so agree with you, my man. I so agree with you because like this is the thing that I think people are not understanding. Like they kind of take it for granted. Like I'm hearing no worry about Kessie. We have Ali next year, guys. Ali is nowhere near what Kessie is right now. If you want a Kessie replacement today, you have to pay 80 million, 90 million. We're talking about players that have an incredible capability of playing football. Um, yeah, I completely agree with that. Completely agree.
and like listen, I love the chat. I know that everyone watches football, but I want everyone to type in the chat. Tell me about Adli. Tell me about Yassin Adli. Tell me how much you know about him. Tell me how much you have watched him in the with Bordeaux and how he was with the PSG academy. Do you actually think he's gonna be able to replace the guys in the midfield? Tell me how good he's gonna be actually become, not based on YouTube highlights. Because Leao, when he was playing garbage, you had YouTube highlights that he would say that he was the Portuguese Mbappe. It doesn't mean anything. Watch the games live, and then you'd be lying to me if you say that even Kamara, if you watch every Olympique de Marseille game, you do not do that. So how are you sure that he's going to be able to come and replace Kessie, who had so much experience in the league, in the Serie A? You can't do that. We're gonna sell Kessie, we're gonna get Kamara. He's gonna play good for 2 years, and then we're not gonna agree on a contract, and then we're gonna call him a mercenary, and you're gonna hate him, and then we're gonna sell him. It's the same old cycle. We're not gonna improve. So it all comes down to these contract situations. If we can get it sorted and give players what they want, we could have kept Kessie. I don't give a fuck about Donnarumma because we have Manyan. We could have kept Kessie. We could have kept Theo. We could have kept Ben Nasser. You know, we could have built a winning project, but we're just becoming a new Arsenal, and that's the truth, which is sad.
Yeah. And here Prometheus says, "What do you want the fans to do? Beg these snakes? These are not snakes." I disagree with the term snake. I don't think they're snakes. It's just business. It's just, businesses. There's two people here that are doing business, and it's not just one person, and nobody's obligated to stay with any club because if everybody was obligated to do that, then Maldini wouldn't be special. But Totti for the Roma fans wouldn't be special. These are anomalies that happen, and then we celebrate them. But Maldini is special because he is one amongst a million. So I don't believe in this thing that players are obligated to love you forever and stay with their club because it's work. This is work. This is how they make their money. They have an opportunity to make load sums of money, and you know it's their absolute freedom of choice to decide what they have to do.
Uh,
I,
and
yeah, go ahead.
sorry, And there's something I don't understand. Like for someone in the chat, let me see. Ollie or some other people, they say that Kessie was bad 2 years ago, 3 years ago. He wasn't playing good. But you guys are the same ones that say these are young players. You can't expect the world of them every game. Back then, he was so much younger. He had less experience. We're talking about the player that he is now and the money that he deserves now. And he does that. 2 years ago, he was playing in a bad formation. He was terrible. There was so many different coaches, so it's natural for him to play bad. Now you have a well put system. He has matured a lot. He carried the team on his back last year. So you have to make your mind up. He was a bad player then, but now he's a world class player.
Listen, this thing that Kessie was a bad player, honestly, I do not remember this. I remember seeing that Kessie was always a great midfielder from day one. I remember the only thing I remember that Kessie needed to work on was his first touch. His first touch would have many times kind of failed him. The ball would go too far away from his foot. But that's it. Like, I do not remember. I honestly, maybe I wasn't following the Milan universe so much. I was just following the team. I was just looking at the team. I wasn't following the media, what they were saying. But to me, Kessie was always super brilliant. Like, I thought Kessie was the future of Milan, the midfield, 2 years ago. I don't understand where this is coming from. I don't understand where this is coming from. No. My memory does not fail me. I'm sure that the moment I saw Kessie, I was like, first of all, every coach was using him for every game. So if every coach decides to use a player all the time, never subs him, tells me that the coaches know that they have a very special player in their hands. So that's the first thing. And then I remember the way he played, very composed, technical. And again, guys, a youngster is not supposed to be freaking Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo. They're supposed to grow. They're supposed to grow. So this whole thing that Kessie wasn't worth anything 2 years ago. Either people just don't understand football, they just don't, and so they go on internet and say their stupid opinions. But Kessie was a great player, and they should have renewed him a long time ago.
Yeah,
No,
I want to I want to add into this a little bit. Safe, I slightly disagree with you. I understand what you're saying, but in the sense that Kessie, undoubtedly, he's a good player. I wouldn't say that he's irreplaceable in the way that no other player can do what he can do. So it's just the fact that there must come a time in the club whereby there are other players who need to be given maybe the opportunity or chance to prove themselves and to be given the space like Kessie had, and maybe they can do the same, if not better. Uh, there are players who can.
I mean, yeah, I understand you. I know that players like can. I'm talking about our situation now. We either could have kept Kessie because you could have kept Kessie, but if you do not, you have to buy a young player, which is gonna take a very long time for him to develop and to get into the system and to be a world-class player. Or you're gonna have to splash the cash and get a world-class player, which we are not going to do. So just you should have given him that contract, which you clearly could have. Fuck that whole salary cap thing. You could have just given him the contract and everything would have been sorted.
Yeah, but on that note, I think it's I'm trying to see it from the eyes of the management in this particular case as well. If you give Kessie the amount of money, I don't know how much it is because of course none of us were in the negotiation. You have to be able to make the same sort of stance with other players who are in the same situation. You give a player what he wants, another player is gonna take note, and he's gonna ask what he wants. It's so in a way that I see the management, they're not only making the deal for Kessie, they're making the same principal deal for 3 or 4 other players.
But I think it would have been better than losing him for free. They
No,
already knew, but they already knew what we were going to, the situation that we were going to.
yeah, but
That's my thing.
this is the issue that I had is that if the management couldn't either have the resources or the guts to make the deal with Cassie, he should have been sold because there's no point in waiting where you cannot agree. This is
Exactly.
the
I don't
problem.
think. I think that sell. Are you talking about this summer? Selling him this summer?
Yeah,
I think.
recently.
Yeah. honestly, I think that right now there is no club that would spend any amount of money for Kessie when Kessie has already decided he's going to go for free. I mean, it's pretty much done. They lost the ship. This is why I'm saying, and I'm reading the chat. Everybody thinks that Kessie was shit 2 years ago. I mean, Gattuso 2 years ago, when he was under Gattuso was saying always great stuff about Kessie. Gattuso was saying that he was even a better player than him. And then I know Gattuso sometimes is hyperbolic, but I mean, Kessie was a player that his contract should have been renewed 2 years ago. 2 years ago, they should have done exactly what they did with Salamakers right now. The management is 2 years late. It's 2 years late on this. And it's going to cost us. This is going to cost us because they've done the exact same thing with Teo Hernandez. They've done this exact same thing with Teo Hernandez.
And Roy, imagine a situation where we lose Donnarumma, Kessie, Theo Hernandez, and maybe I think Benassi has a release clause. But just these three players, I'm not including Hakan because for me it's irrelevant. But Donnarumma, Kessie, and Theo Hernandez for free. Like, what a joke, right? What a joke.
Yes. Donnarumma, Romagnoli, Hakan, Kessie for free. That's what, close to 200 million?
Yeah, and on this route, it's Theo and Ben Nasser next.
Yeah,
On this,
and people
like,
people are saying, you know what? We don't have that million salary hole that we had when we had Donnarumma. Okay, sure, we don't have that million salary anymore, but we could have not had that $100 million salary anymore in our books, but we would also have what 60-70 million just for him. Kessie 60-70 million, Romagnoli 20 million, Çalhanoğlu 15-20 million. You know, Teo Hernandez. I hope Teo Hernandez. I hope they sell Teo Hernandez, guys, because the only way to replace Teo Hernandez is with money. We cannot get a youngster that we hope is going to be the next Teo Hernandez. We have to get the other Teo Hernandez.
And some people are saying like I'm being negative or I sound sad. Like, it's natural. How can you have these sort of players and still manage to like selling them is just sad, but losing them for free is a whole another level of sad. You know?
Yeah, it's a big problem. It is a big problem. Skiller, you're about to say something. Sorry.
Yeah, I want to draw some parallels to what's been going on with some of our other players. So for Zlatan, we're willing to pay up to 7 million. I know a lot of people in the chat have also been saying, and maybe I think there's some articles saying that Zlatan actually is getting 3.5 net and with a lot of appearance-related bonuses. So that was so he can make up to 7 million net. So he's an exception to the rule. For Gijo, they were willing to make an exception to this rule if there is indeed a salary cap. The fact that they were not willing to make an exception for Kessie, I think the management thought that it's all right to replace him. This is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think so too. But we got to get it right because there's a reason Madrid, PSG, Man City, and Chelsea, Liverpool, Manchester United want Kessie. There's a reason. There's a reason why those teams are after him and not for, I don't know, some other guy. Tonali. Tonali is a great player. Real Madrid is not on Tonali, guys. Real Madrid is on Kessie. There's a reason why Real Madrid is on Kessie. So if they think that he's not worth the money and they think they can find another guy that can do the same, prove it. Talk is cheap. Prove it. Let's see what our friends in the chat are saying. Milan Diavolo says, if we lose someone for free, it means we have a better replacement happening with Akan or Donnarumma also. Okay, we have a better replacement. Magnan, to me, guys, was a bet, and it worked. But I don't want to say they got lucky. It was a great buy. But obviously, Magnan, for what he's getting paid for the performances that he's doing, it's like Milan got lucky. Milan got lucky because obviously this player is world class, and he's getting paid like freaking. He's getting paid like Calabria. They pretty much have the same salary, and he's even older. And then with Hakan, okay, Hakan is, you know, Brahim Diaz is not. Is he the replacement? He's not even ours. You know, he belongs to Madrid, so we might lose Brahim Diaz in a year and a half. There are enough experienced people at Milan to run the club correctly. So if these things are happening, then surely it must be Elliot who are imposing these limits. Well, yeah, of course. And then it comes down to Elliot. Elliot decides how the bag is moved. So there's no say about that. Of course. And people were saying, you know, I think it was someone else earlier asked, what is the difference between a rich ownership and Elliot? The difference between the rich owner and Elliot is that the rich owner is not looking. I mean, they are of course looking at the balance sheet because they have to for the rules imposed on them by UEFA. But the difference is that a rich owner is treating the club more like a toy, more like his project, his experiment. He wants to go out there and he wants to win. He wants to. It's a political. It's even politics. We see a lot of people buying clubs for political reasons. Elliot owns the club for completely different reasons. Elliot is not an ownership that is like, we want to win the Champions League, we want to be the best. Elliot's reasoning for owning the club is completely different from what an individual private owner is. So absolutely, Tick size, there are definitely limits when it comes to Elliot. I'm with the management. We had to stand firm. Yeah, you know what? When it comes down to Kessie, my issue is not that is Kessie worth six. Honestly, I don't think he's even worth that kind of money, guys. I think that some of the salaries these players are making is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's like it's way too much money. It just makes no sense. But the problem is not that they weren't able to renew his contract in the summer. The issue is that they didn't do with Kessie what they did with Salamakers, which, by the way, we are going to talk about. Okay, and guys, Skillard and Safe, if you guys want to say anything, don't worry about interrupting. By the way, on Radio RossonARI today, the rumor was that Teo's girlfriend is pregnant. Okay. Congratulations to Teo Hernandez. Hopefully it's his. Tick size, exactly. Until the day we give a proper and full ownership, things won't change. One reason could be because he's going to be free agent at the end of the season. They already proved they can replace players with Magnan. Okay, you replace a goalkeeper, but replace me. Who? Okay, this is a question for the panel. Who? And don't give me names that. Just be honest. Let's just be honest. Who there in world football is the level of Kessie?
N'Golo Kante?
Yes.
No. Yes, but Roy says, like, realistically, who can we replace Kessie now at this particular moment?
No.
No one.
Just give me the names of players that are that level. Skiller said N'Golo Kante. N'Golo Kante is impossible to buy. N'Golo Kante is impossible to buy. He's impossible. N'Golo Kante could never come to AC Milan right now. Who else is there? Give me another one.
Frenkie de Jong.
Frankie de Jong, 60 million, 70 million. In Italy, you have Barella, 60, 70 million. The players that are the level of Kessie cost 60 to 70 million, guys. You know, it's just we just got to look at things the way they are.
And I mean, there's a reason why world class teams are into him hard now, like United, Liverpool, Real Madrid. Like, they're not idiots. There are world class clubs for a reason, and they are pushing hard to sign him for a reason. That's what we have to keep in mind as well.
Yeah. Pogba, another one, impossible to get to. Casemiro. How old is Casemiro? I don't know how old Casemiro is. And Tonali. Yes, Tragic Bronson. You bring out a good point. Tonali. Tonali is amazing. He looks like to be in the great, but your team is even better when you have Tonali and Kessie. I don't want to sound like I'm crying too much about Kessie. I'm just kind of
But
disappointed where things are going.
Roy, a player like Kessie, no doubt he's world class and all that. And the players that you've mentioned are players that you need in your team to win the Champions League. Now, if you look at Inter or Juventus, well, okay, I wouldn't say Juventus all the seasons. They didn't have a player like Kessie or performing at the level of Kessie, and they won the Serie A. So I know it's nice and we want to win the Champions League as well, but to win the Serie A, do you really need a player like Kessie?
Good question. Uh, I don't know. I think that we needed Kessie to get to the second spot. I think if we didn't have Kessie, especially in that last game against Atalanta, where not only scored the penalties, but he was at that point in time, Kessie's presence in the team, what he was doing on the field, his consistency was at a very high level. I think Milan without Kessie last year would have probably not gotten that second spot.
Yeah, I agree, but that was last season, and this season, a lot
Yeah.
of the players within the same team have improved.
Have
No.
grown. True, and that's a great point. And that's why I'm reluctant to answer this question confidently. I don't know. So far, we didn't need Kessie. We've achieved everything we've achieved without Kessie. Actually, so far, Kessie kind of jeopardized our Champions League if you really want to, find negative aspects. But I think when things get a little bit, when things get a little bit more difficult, this is just the first quarter. We just did the first quarter of the Serie A. Now we're moving into the second quarter, then the third and the fourth quarter. That third and fourth quarter, that's when we need players like Kessie. I think. What do you think?
Oh, okay. I mean, first of all, Pioli himself said, I know that many coaches say that, but he said regardless of what contract negotiations are going on, Kessie is a professional. He does very well in training, and he deserves to start games. I think people also, what they need to put in perspective, it's not like still a human being. He just came from the Olympics. He came back from an injury. He was very tired. He played almost every game of last season. And on top of that, the whole contract stuff was going through his head. So you couldn't imagine playing in his shoes, Maybe like as of late, even at the Atlanta game, he did well, but you wouldn't want to be imagined playing in his shoes, especially in the last few months with how things have been going on. So I think with the time, we're gonna see how we're gonna need Kessie, how we're gonna close down games, how we're gonna need him in crucial moments, like he did in last season, because he hasn't changed. He's still that player, and I think even if he leaves for free, he's gonna give his all until the last match because he's a professional, like Pioli said.
Yeah. He is a professional, guys. Kessie is definitely a professional, and I hope that he gives everything he's got because I think we really need him this year. Let's look at this. Unless you guys want to add anything else, let's look at this Salamakers thing here. So, Salamakers official statement: AC Milan is pleased to announce the renewal of Salamakers' contract until June 30th, 2026. So that's 5 more years. Holy shit, that's a lot. Born in 1999, Alex Serie arrived at AC Milan in 2020. Since then, he has made 64 appearances and scored 4 goals so far. The attacking midfielder will continue to wear the RossonARI shirt. And here's a picture with Maldini, Massara, and Salamakers. Guys, what do you think? where is Salamaker's going to go with his career at AC Milan? Are
Well,
you
I
guys
think
are you guys happy that we signed him, renewed? One more question: are you happy because we renewed him, or are you happy because you think he's the future of AC Milan?
well, I'll go first. In the context of where I've seen him, when he joined the club, he didn't start bad. This is one thing that I do want to highlight. I thought he didn't start bad, and he's been improving. So based on that trajectory, I do think he has a solid place in the club. Potentially, they could be, like I wouldn't stretch it so far to say legend because anything can happen these days. But he definitely has what I've seen this season that he can really spring a good surprise, and that surprise will take us places. So in the sense of his renewal, I just quickly Google his age. He's 22 now. Stretching it all up to 2026, that will make him 27, additional 5 years. So he'll be into his prime. And this is where I'm starting to get a little bit worried. Is that okay? Once you're getting closer to the end of this 5 year, even though we are right at the beginning, what is going to happen? Are we going to have the same renewal saga again? Because he's now a good player. Maybe he's even world class right winger, but he's in his prime, and his contract is running out. So it's a positive for me, but it's worrying at the same time because I'm just looking ahead and seeing potential mistakes as well.
Really, you're seeing potential mistakes.
Yeah, because the timing of it is that at the end of this 5 years, he could do the same thing. He can run down his contract. He's into his prime. He's 27. He's starting for the Belgian national team. He's scoring all these sorts of goals. I- I'm not putting it beyond anyone to pull this
But
free leaving on a free.
but I want to say what you think. But okay, so now we have 5 years to mitigate his contract, right? The club has 5 years. So if he becomes really good, it's going to be in the next year, 2 year, maybe 3 years. At the third year, he can be worth a lot of money, and that's when you sell him, right?
True, but I'm just, and I know I'm being negative, and the guys in the comments are calling me out for thinking too far ahead. I'm just because of this, what's happening in this present moment with all these renewals. I'm just worried the cycle is going to repeat itself. I'm not saying it definitely will, but I'm just worried it might.
Got you. Shit, if they haven't learned in the 6 years, guys, I don't know. I mean, let's hope not. Vasil, what's up, my man? Are you done with work?
Yeah, man, just got back.
All right. Um,
You guys talking about salad maker?
the salad maker has renewed his contract.
How much are we gonna be paying him? By how much?
You know what? It doesn't say on the website. Let me check to see if it says on Google. That is a good question. What are your thoughts on the renewal of salad maker?
I would say like 2 million at the 2.5 at the most.
Let me
He
check.
was earning like 1.1 or something like that before, or 1.5, something like that. No more than 1.5, I believe. But I don't see Milan going more than 2.5 for this guy.
I don't see any numbers. I'm not seeing any numbers here. If anybody in the chat has numbers, official numbers, guys, official numbers, please let me know because it would be a good. It would be nice to know. But Google does not say, so maybe the official numbers are not out just yet. So I got to say that. Safe, but are you? What do you think? Are you? Sorry, Vasil. What do you think? Are you happy? Or are you not happy?
With salad maker,
Yeah.
I'm happy that we renewed him. I'm okay with. Let me put it this way. I'm okay. I'm not mad or super excited about it. I'm just above average, I would say. He's a good backup because I know we're gonna go for somebody higher quality on the right wing, most probably. But he's definitely a squad player, man. Like he can help the squad. So that's the most important to me. Like as long as he's there and producing and he's giving all his 150, man, I'm good with it. And as long as we didn't give him like more than 2.5 a year, I'm good with it. So it's a good renewal. Now next is Theo. Like they have to start negotiating with Theo just to see where his head is and if he's even willing to negotiate. Or he's gonna start playing the same game as Cassie's doing and Donnarumma and that freaking Hakan piece of shit. Yeah. So
Guys, if Salamakers was Italian, he would have gotten a penalty here, and we would have beaten Man U. This is against Manchester United, I think. Look at this right there. Fall, man.
yeah, that was it.
He should have fell. He
That
should have
was a
fell.
foul, man.
He should have dove, acted. Oh my God, I'm damn. Look at that. Boom. Look at that kick. The guy kicks him right there. Man,
But
the dark arts are important. The dark arts are important.
because he is our dark horse, man. That's why. Dark horse.
Yeah, no. He's a fighter. He has this attitude that he will sacrifice himself for the team. He's going to
Yes.
run. He's a fair fighter, right? He's not interested in the dark arts. He's more he's more similar to Gattuso, but still at the end of the day, you got to win. You got to win. So you got to do anything it takes to win.
Honestly, man, he is gonna be staying in Milan for a while. If he continues at least at this pace and he makes certain improvements, he's gonna be in Milan for a while. Obviously.
Yeah, and he's got a really good technically, he's very good. I mean, look at how he releases himself from players.
No, he's a good player, man. I'm not one of the haters on Salad Maker, man. Honestly, I'm not. I'm just being realistic too, though, that he's not that, I would say, next step, but he's somewhere over here.
But this is what many people were saying about Kessie. That Kessie, a few years ago, they're saying Kessie is. They actually, a lot of people wanted to sell Kessie a few years ago. They didn't want to say. So Salamakers could become a
He
super.
could prove us completely all was wrong and become a world star player. Shit, man. The ceiling is, for him, the ceiling is so high, man, that he can become whatever he wants to be, man. Honestly, in a team like Milan with such exciting project that we have going on, and Milan is going to be fighting for Scudetto for the next 2-3 years.
Hey guys, sorry, keep on going. I got to take a call.
Yeah, sure. Shit, what I was saying. Yeah, so I feel like he will be a good addition. He's already a good addition to the team, but I still strongly believe we still need like a proper right wing, like next level. You know what I mean? That's just me. I don't know about you, man.
Yeah.
If you have to pick a realistic target for that right wing, other than Berardi, who would you say?
Other than Berardi, I forgot the name of this Belgian kid who's super talented. I think he is right wing. I think, or he is a playmaker. Van der Kroot or Van der Root or something. He plays in a Belgian league, but he's like a hot commodity. Like I think he plays for Brugge.
He scored the goal right against DJ.
Yeah. Cult, weird Belgian name, man. Anyways, like he's very good, and I feel like if he gains a little bit of mass,
something like that.
Yeah, like a mass, physical mass, like strength. I think he'll be unstoppable, man. Because he's a little bit skinny, and I think he will get pushed over by some players. But in terms of techniques and vision, man, I think he's good, man. And then the other guy is from French league. Man, I'm blanking out right now all the names. I knew his name. He plays for, I think, Lille or one of those teams. Like he's a very hot, promising, and everybody's talking about him. Like, do you guys know who I'm talking about?
He's playing for Lille, you said?
Yeah. I think it's Lille, or is it Lille? I have to look it up, man. I just don't remember the name of the
You're
guy.
talking about Ikone, Jonathan Ikone?
Yeah, he's a black guy.
Yeah, Ikone.
Icone, that one. I think in terms of potential and in terms of being realistic, I think we can afford to buy that guy. And Berardi, I think we can afford to buy him too if you really wanted to. And I think Berardi would be a good addition for the next 3-4 years, easy. Because I don't
But
know
am
how
I
old is he
but
like
am I the
27?
am I the only one who's not really like fascinated or impressed by the whole Berardi move? Because I'm not just shitting on the guy. Like he's a good player, but there is a reason that he's still in Sassuolo since 2013. You know what I mean? Like
But say,
why didn't Juventus take him back? That's my whole point.
yeah, but say, but what I see in terms of Brody and the Italian players, I think we touched upon it a bit earlier, is that once you get them in Serie A, they're not leaving Serie A, you know. No matter how good they
Yeah,
are, they're probably not leaving Serie A. So you
true.
don't have to worry about Real Madrid picking them up or anything. So
True.
I see the positives about that.
Yeah, but I don't see him like as the player that would, take us forward. A player that really excites me, Maybe in 2015, 16, I would have said that, but yeah, he's older now. He's still in Sassuolo since 2014. I know he always does well against us, but just saying, he's, we should look like much further than that. I think he's a good player, but he's not gonna get much better than this. That's my whole point.
I mean, it's I like to be proven wrong, so I'm hoping that he's just becomes super great player, but I'm also realistic and I understand that who knows, anything can change. Any injury can break a player, anything can happen. Personal shit, I mean, we've seen that happen, so I'm not gonna jump ahead of myself. I'm just gonna take one day at a time and see how he does. So
Yeah, guys, I just wanted to ask. We've seen a little bit of him last season. Emil Roback, when I see some of his Primavera games, he's cutting in from the right quite a bit sometimes. I think maybe if he can be groomed or trained to be more of a right winger, I think we may have someone in the pipeline.
I mean, as I said, he is a very good. I mean, he's showing very good signs of that game against what was it? Who that team? Remember a couple of games ago, he was like a Messi man, just dribbling everybody. Like I think it was against Venezia or something like that. When we played in Venezia, he was just destroying everybody on that right wing. So if he gets the consistency going on, yeah, I can see him, improve by the end of this year. Let's put it this way. I don't know by how much, but he will improve. I mean, the whole team improved. So,
But surely we have to give him a chance. We want to see all these players from the Primavera do well. We have to give him much playing time, and in games we're winning, we're gonna put him on the last, I don't know, 10, 15. That's how players become world class. I just don't think that we do that quite enough right now.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think we need to be more adventurous or a bit, take a lot more risk. Coppa Italia games. I don't know how you guys feel, but this is also maybe another not so important competition. Full rotation, Primavera players, you can do it. There's no excuse. So these are the times to test the players, because we could have a gem in our hands and we literally just shitting on him by leaving them on the bench or having them play not to their full potential. All right. Die down a bit. I have a question for you guys, and this is in terms of I touched about it at the beginning. Have you guys seen this? And Yusuf inside the chat asked me about this. Have you guys seen this AC Milan membership for YouTube, and what you guys think about how we are monetizing, or how the club is generating revenue for the as a company, you could say?
No, not yet. Can you tell me about it?
Yeah, so it's for those who aren't too aware. So you pay. I think it's less than $1 if I convert it, and it's membership and the video for the AC Milan official YouTube. And what it gives you is that it gives you access to some videos, some members only videos. So far, it's been only 2 training videos. And if I'm not mistaken, the live press conference is only for members. And in addition to that, is that when you type a comment, you can have stickers and all that. So it's you could say it's something a bit different, and I think it's one of the ways that this club is really trying to expand its reach towards generating more revenue in other ways. And I just want to highlight to you guys, and just for your awareness, is that I had a hand in trying to write a comment, and I think the admins, they have to like each comment. So can you imagine someone going on a rant in terms of the comments and the admin having to read it? So that's quite funny.
And it's only less than $1. That's a really good price.
And just to answer Thick Size question here, it's in English as well. So the press conference, they do it live, and the dubbing is in English.
I like Paul's comment. He says, "What's the point of me getting a membership when I'm not even sure if the management is going to keep our best players?" Yeah, that's kind of true.
Yeah, and I think to keep the players, I think the membership fee is probably going to shoot through the roof if they're going to use it as a source of income for keeping players. By the way, one interesting thing, I was watching the live press conference, is that sometimes they read out some comments from Twitch. I don't know if you guys have been active in the AC Milan Twitch, but it seems that they are taking note, I guess.
Wait, from Twitch? Like they,
Yeah,
I'm gonna download Twitch now just for that, to be honest, if that's the case.
No, there was one question that they said it came from Twitch, from a comment on Twitch. But I don't know if it's if maybe they know who that user is, or the user typed in the question early on or something. Of course, they probably filter which questions they get asked. But this is what I'm saying, guys. Maybe it's the admins are taking note, and people are really starting to read our comments. Maybe even these videos.
Do you go there and you type stuff about Krunic, or you don't do that?
So far, I've not. By the way, I don't want them to ban me at the same time.
Yeah, man. Is he back from injury, Krunic? He's back from injury, right?
Yeah, apparently he's back. So if he's back, then he's probably starting. This is how it goes in terms of purely selection. If Krunic is back, he's starting. He's never really just back. He's back in the lineup.
So you reckon he's gonna start? But like, would he actually start Maldini once again, or he's gonna go for another option, or maybe change the formation? What do you think? Since Brahim Diaz is not gonna be there. Like, we're missing so many players. Like, oh my god.
Either way, would you be surprised if he starts Krunic? I wouldn't be. He started Krunic so many times. It's maybe a bit of a the joke's gone on for a bit too long.
Hey, Lord Krunic is the best. You know that.
He's the reason why Cassie's not getting his 6.5 or 8 million.
I just love your reaction, man. You're like, you don't like this guy so much that you're trying not to say something, but I could see you're like, this guy again with his Krunic, man.
No, for those, and even to those watching, he's had 2 decent games. I won't take that away from him. But when he comes back, I'm not going to forget about what he's been, how he's been performing over the past 1.5 seasons.
I mean, I agree with you. I've been playing with the name, and because he's Eastern European, obviously I have a soft spot for him. But I'm also realistic. I understand that this guy is not next level for us. He's a good squad player. That's about it. like I'm not expecting anything out of that one free kick that he scored and the 2 games that he played well. I mean, hey, if he can have more of those, I'll be a happy person, man. I know he's not going to be world-class player, man. That's just not going to happen. But a good squad player, like a depth player for us, just perfect, man. Like in my opinion,
Yeah, fully agree. And I'm not against Krunic in the sense that it's on a personal level. It's just that I think he's not up to the Milan standard. And one of the things that I was really against him last season was the fact that he was starting over who I thought other players should have been given a chance on the left wing, because he was playing left wing sometimes.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he definitely. I mean, he was taking away his spot from for players like Diaz, I believe. Sometimes
And
players
Hauge.
like Haga. Yeah, definitely Haga, man. I mean, he took away from Haga whatever time he could play. He took away from him pretty much. I feel like that's what at the end of the day, that's what happened. But that's just my 2 cents. What do I know? I mean, I don't know what's going on in Pioli's head, man.
Yeah, I agree. But
and it seems like Pioli likes him a lot. So I don't know, in training, maybe that guy's beast in training. He runs like crazy. I don't know, man. Like I really don't know.
the game is up. Members can see the training, not the full training. I understand why, but they can see the training videos now. So if you see the training videos and judging on that, and you see how Krunic is playing, I think the game is up. I've said it before. Pioli has his favorites, and one of the things is that I do want to add in is that I've seen some of Pobega's games. Guys, Pobega, he's a good player, and I think he can fit into our 4-2-3-1 formation.
He's very strong for his
a big
age.
guy.
What do you say?
Yeah, I think Pobega can. Well, I wouldn't say that he's a Cassie level, but I think he can do the job. I wouldn't be surprised if
his
Pobega
age. He's doing really good, man.
Yeah.
And who's missing as well? I think Ray said something about Leao not being fully fit. I mean, if Leao's not playing, seriously, our attack is dead, man. Seriously. Without Brahim Diaz, without Leao, possibly our best 2 attacking players this season. I'm really pessimistic about the Verona game. I really am. Because in that sense, we're gonna play Krunic at cam, Giroud as a striker, Salamakers on the right, and who at the left?
Hey,
Where are we
man,
gonna play on the left?
I couldn't ask you because I was at work. You said you're from Romania?
I mean, I'm not originally from there, but yeah, I've been living here for like most of my life, like 10 years now.
Because the only reason I'm asking is where I'm from Ukraine. I used to live not far away from Moldovan and Romanian border, and my stepfather, he's fully blooded Romanian, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he speaks fluent, like his whole family speaks fluent Romanian. I mean, I know a couple words like Ciface, Cime,
yeah, basic stuff. Yeah,
basic stuff, man. But yeah, so there's a lot of Romanians, man, in my region where I'm from.
it's really chill out here. It's a really nice country. Even the language is really easy. And like from it, you can easily learn languages like Italian, for example.
Oh, my father learned French really easy. He understands a little bit of Spanish and Italian. I mean, it's that Latin group of languages, man.
Yeah.
And
the grammar, like sometimes it's so basic, you can use it like in so many different sentences. I learned it in I came here in 2010. I learned it like in 3 months, 4 months. I learned the whole language. So.
Are you from Eastern Europe yourself, or what part of Europe?
You mean originally or what?
Yeah, originally.
Originally, I'm from Palestine. I'm Arabic originally.
Yeah. I know Palestine. Like I went to college with this girl that I was trying to hit on her, like long, and she was super nice, super cool, really cool person. But she was like, I cannot like do this and that, and I'm like, oh, I get it, difference in religion and stuff. But we got along really well, and she was telling me all the stories between Israel and Palestine, and stuff like that. So it was a very interesting experience.
Yeah, let's just say it's a bit messed up, the situation right now. I've actually been there like this summer. I returned to my homeland and then I came back here. Let's just say that's a bit messed up, but we hope for the best, you know?
I understand you, man, and there's war going on in my country between us and Russians. So trust me, I understand how it goes, man. It's messed up, man, messed up. But yeah, sorry, like I kind of
Yeah.
got away from the topic. I just was when
Yeah,
I
it's okay,
heard
it's okay.
Romania, I was like, I thought that you were like born, raised there and stuff.
I mean, to be fair, like I lived in my country for like 8 or 9 years, and I've been living in Romania for like 11 years. So
So you pretty much lived most of your life in Romania. So you
yeah,
you consider yourself Romanian, I would say, because you've been living there for so many years.
I mean,
Or
honestly, the thing is, I love Romania to bits. I support the national team. Like, you know, I have many Romanian friends. I have the utmost respect, but you cannot go away from where you are originally, you know? That's where you most proudly come from. So
that's exactly, man, because I live in the United States and I always say first I'm Ukrainian American, not American Ukrainian. So
exactly, yeah.
but the same, I respect this country. This country gave me a lot of good things. So if I have to go fight for this country, I will actually. I mean, worst case scenario.
Me too. I mean, they took me with open arms, you know. I have a life here. I'm studying university here. The
Mhm.
people of Romania, like, they're not racist. We have connections with, they have many good connections with, you know, Arabic people, Turkish people. So it's all good. I would fight for Romania too. I feel
There's
partly
a lot of
Romanian as well.
there's a lot of stereotypes. A lot of people from outside that don't know Eastern Europe that well, they think it's a bunch of racist people and blah blah blah. Actually, no, there is racism for sure because of whatever reasons. But the stereotype that everybody's racist and blah blah is like, I grew up in completely white society, but I was fascinated by other cultures. It's just thanks to my upbringing, my parents, the way they taught us. There's a lot of factors, upbringing.
Unfortunately, many of these people, they see what happens in football, just in football, like some chants and some stuff from Eastern Europeans,
Mm-hmm.
and you know they assume that
The whole
like the
the whole
same,
like the whole
yeah, the whole country,
everybody everybody
which
is
is
like,
really bad. Like I'm literally studying in university, and almost all my friends are Romanian. Like I have Arabic friends, but almost all my friends are Romanian, and they believe me, they're the nicest people.
yeah.
Like
Oh,
I even
I know
teach
because
them Arabic words. You know, it's all good.
it's the same where I'm from. Like people are curious. People want to know different cultures because it's. I mean, especially when I was growing up, it was very like monogamous. I mean, in the sense of 98%, 99% of people were like white Ukrainians,
Mm.
So, and I was always curious. I got into basketball. My first biggest idol was Michael Jordan. I still believe he's the best basketball player, and I stopped watching when he retired. That's how much I got into basketball because of him. I played for my school, for my town, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then obviously Shava, he is my big idol. He's Ukrainian. Obviously, I'm gonna support him. And he was good. He was a good player. So, but yeah, man, like if you ever want to visit Ukraine, as I said, I'm not far away from Romania, where I'm from, and I'm planning to go to Ukraine next year. So hey, never know. We could meet up.
I'm planning on a weird European tour soon, you know, when I finish university. So I'm definitely gonna check into that. I'm gonna visit like as many countries as possible if I can.
Yeah, definitely do that, man. You're young. You're still young. You have your life ahead of yourself, man. Enjoy yourself.
Hey, what's up,
I
guys?
know.
How are you doing?
We're doing
What's
good.
going on, man?
I'm doing great, man.
Why do I hear you so far away, man? For some reason.
Let me probably I need to change the audio. Or is it working better now?
Yeah, it's better now.
Yes.
Okay. What's up, guys? How are you?
Not much, man.
You
Good.
excited for tomorrow's game? What's the feeling so far?
So far, it's kind of 50-50, man. be honest. Because of all of these guys missing, man, I'm a little bit worried. I'm not like stressing out, but I'm a little bit worried.
Hmm. I want to hear your opinion, guys. What about you, Roy?
What's up, Anwar? How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. How are you?
Anwar and I earlier were having a conversation about Sergio Ramos and Chiellini. I think. No, I think it was if we would have bought Sergio Ramos, he would have just been injured. So it's a good thing we didn't get him. But
Yeah,
anyway,
like it's hard to predict that way. Like, it's too far stretch, Roy. He's been.
I predicted it.
I mean, you did not say that in the Mercato.
I did.
Did you really actually say that he's gonna get injured?
So I'll record it on camera, baby.
But why didn't you predict Giroud will be injured?
I did.
But seriously, like you can see for me, Sergio Ramos would have been an addition like Thiago Silva to Chelsea. Like in certain games, you might need that guy, and if I can have him instead, probably of Romagnoli, fully fit, I'd rather have Ramos. And my point was that for me, Ramos is probably the best defender I've seen in the last 15 to 20 years, like the modern football.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, who's next? Like maybe Van Dijk or
for me, Chiellini is the best defender of the last 20 years.
But for me, like Juve or Italy did not really defend by individuals. It was the system. Like the way they defended was strong. Like you can put Bonucci next to Chiellini, probably add De Ligt, add anyone else, and they're gonna defend very well. But for me, Ramos, he actually won his club many titles. Like being that decisive.
But you can say the same thing about Spain. It's their system and all that stuff.
Not really. Like if you look at Spain and like we can argue like 2010 maybe it was like the way Barcelona played, but still in that World Cup I think Ramos got the best rating of the team, and he played as a fullback.
No, he's definitely one of the best of this generation. I do not argue that.
Wait, Roy, sorry,
Like for me,
I
like
want to-
comparing him with Chiellini is probably like if I was a Madrid fan, I would take that as an insult.
No. Chiellini is probably
He is good, but
he's a better defender for sure.
Nah, bro.
Wait, Roy.
You cannot say that,
Roy. Roy, sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Chiellini is better than Ramos?
Yes, he's a better defender than Ramos. Yes, better defender.
You know that Maldini said Ramos is the best he's seen in the last 20 years. Like even Maldini agrees with me. Like,
Ramos is a better at going forward.
no, but Ramos, the way Madrid plays, like they don't play the same system defensively. Like they're very much open than Juventus playing football, and that's why he will get a lot of yellows. That's why he will throw himself in so much challenging tackles. But with Chiellini, the way they play, they handle the game so good that you don't really need to push yourself that much. It's the same thing for me with Van Dijk and Romagnoli when they achieve that so-called they're not getting dribble. It's because they don't go for the tackle. It's just they run back with the striker, and for me, making that challenge makes it different. And I think for me, Ramos has been the best in the last 1 year.
I think Tragic Bronson says it perfectly. I think he nails it right on the head.
Like, do you say like defensive quality? Even on the defensive quality, I think Ramos is better.
Defensively, Chiellini is the best of the last 20 years.
Nah.
But I agree. As a player, Ramos is better. But defensively, Chiellini is the best thing since sliced bread.
But if you challenge Messi, it's okay to get beat down sometimes. Like if you're challenging Messi, Chiellini did not challenge Messi. That's why you can
Chiellini
say
doesn't play in the same league. If Chiellini played in the
but
same
like
league
he
with
played.
Messi's stats would be like everything minus 10.
But they played against Madrid. They lost 4, and they played against Barcelona. They lost 3 or 4 again. It's like they play the Spanish and they still lose. What does it make it then?
The final, right? Yeah. But he doesn't get to play with them on a weekly or not monthly, yearly basis, right?
I don't know, man. Like for me, comparing the two, I don't know. Man. I cannot. I remember Chiellini, like in 2000 when he just started with Juventus, he was not that great at all. He was a banter of a player.
Well, I've been following Chiellini since his under 21s, and it was clear already in the under 21s that he was going to be the next big thing in defending. Anyway,
Let's leave it at
I
that.
agree there. You were asking about Verona, and so
Yeah.
let's bring the conversation to Verona, and let's get everybody involved here. So, AC Milan put out this little piece here about Verona. 9 facts on AC Milan versus Hellas Verona, and I'm sure it can lead to many different conversations. The break is behind us. Okay, we don't need to read that. Let's go straight into it. Head-to-head, AC Milan and Verona's have met 58 times. RossonARI lead the head-to-head 27 wins to 10 losses, 21 draws. Look at this one. Have never lost at home against Verona. So not bad, eh? Not bad.
Yeah, but we need a win, guys. No draw, no nothing.
Not the time. Yeah, it's not the time to break this this record. Just keep it going for this
Yeah,
year.
let's just whoop their ass, man, and that's what we need. Because if we want to stay head to head with this freaking Napoli, we have to win this game, man. No ifs or
Alright.
buts.
Roy, why not you go through all the facts and then we can have it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then 2, among the teams against whom AC Milan have never lost a home game in Serie A, Hellas are the team that the RossonARI have played the most. Okay. 3, both sides have scored in each of the last 5 meetings between the two at San Siro. 4 of these ended level. Wow. So out of the last 5 games AC Milan played at the San Siro with Verona, 4 of them were a tie. Not great. Not great. Current form, AC Milan have won all of their first 3 home games in the league this season. The RossonARI haven't won the first 4 home games since 2005, 2006. Damn. Okay, number 5. AC Milan last 9 goals in Serie A have been scored by 8 different players. That is a great stat. Unfortunately, most of them are injured. The only player with 2 goals in that period was Brahim Diaz. Player focus 6. Oliver Giroud scored a brace against Cagliari in his debut at San Siro for AC Milan since 94-95. Just 4 other AC Milan players have scored 3 goals in their first 2 Serie A games at San Siro. Bacco, Balotelli, Birov, and Pato. Okay. By the way, because Giroud is most likely playing tomorrow. After scoring 3 goals in his first 7 games in Serie A, in his first 2 seasons with the club, Rafael Leao has already bagged 3 this season. The Portuguese forward has completed 18 dribbles this season. Only Sassuolo's Boga and Lazio Felipe Anderson have more this season so far, guys. Leao is in the top 3 of the Serie A when it comes to dribbling. This is what we want to hear. Very good. The 3 goals scored by Brahim Diaz have added 4 points to AC Milan tally this Serie A season. Only Fiorentina Dusan Vlahovic has done better in this regard. So winning goals. The last one, Ante Rebic's next game will be his 50th appearance for AC Milan in all competitions. Congratulations to him. And his 50th start overall in Serie A if he plays tomorrow. The Croatian forward is one of the X's of the match. He played 10 times in Serie A for Verona. I didn't even know that. Wow. He played 10 times in Serie A for Verona between January and May 2016, but didn't score or provide assist in that period. I didn't know that Rebic played in Italy before AC Milan.
I think he also played in Fiorentina, right?
I have no idea about this. Never heard about this.
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah, he had a resale clause, I think. That's why we did the
Yeah,
swap.
we paid Fiorentina some money, right? When we bought him.
So what was
The
it?
fact number 10, Kalinic is the danger tomorrow from Eastbourne.
Oh my god.
You know what? Like these players, Destro, Kalinic, they were not shit completely, but they were close to that line. And now they are playing for this team and they're scoring against us. It just like for me, it does not make sense. Like at least perform with Milan.
Yeah. And these players, they have an extra grind too when it comes to Milan.
Yeah, like the vendetta with Milan is different. Like you see how Cutrone, even like the kid from the club, and Locatelli now, even like saying he was a Juventino. Come on.
You know what I want to say, guys?
Yeah.
So I don't forget. If that's what Locatelli said, and I apologize for my vulgar language, fuck
Oh
him.
shit, here he comes.
Fuck him.
Really?
Fuck him if he was Juventini fan. And he
No,
can
I
fuck
think he's
off.
lying because you cannot celebrate that much scoring against Juve if you're a Juve fan. Even like your body would not allow that.
But let's also be honest about something. Every single player, as soon as we join a club, they always say the same thing.
I mean, like, but if you like, for me, I respect Theo or Diaz. Like, they still say that I love this club, or even Messi. He still says that my club in Argentina is the club in my heart, like stuff like that. But like, they still recall this stuff. But I think like with the newest generations, I think this thing is over. Like, with you can see that with Neymar, with all of them, like Mbappe, like this thing about loyalty and the club, it's not really there any. Like, maybe it will happen, but even if it will happen, it will not be as.
Yeah, do you guys see the memes about some people saying that because Newcastle they got the 200 million, sorry, they got taken over. So then people are saying that now there must be a lot of players saying that they've supported Newcastle since they were kids or something.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Wait, and you guys remember last season when Raspadori of Sassuolo scored 2 goals against us? What he said what he said after the game.
I think I
I've
lost
been
my internet
I've
connection, right, guys?
No, you're not. We
Yeah,
can't
you're
hear
good.
you.
Well, I was
Yeah.
saying that, like, for me, loyalty and the way football used to be played is different now. Like, even some coaches spoke about that. I think from Mourinho, Ferguson, they said that dealing with these players is different now. Like, they have all this social media pressure as well. And I don't know. It feels for me like you should not really treat these players as you used to in the past. Like, in the past, you would still keep a player who's loyal to the club even though he's injured for a whole season, and because he's been that loyal to the club will not let him like go down the bad road. But now, like, it feels like it's all about salaries and commissions and agents being paid, and that's it. Like, it's not really about, not even the ambition of winning something.
Yeah, I totally agree, my man. I totally agree. Right now, loyalty is out of the window unless you have these cases like Calabria, where they were with the club their whole lives. They were able to graduate from the academy to the senior team.
But he's seen the seniors in Milan. That's the thing with Calabria. Like, he saw the past teams of Milan. He saw them training in Milanello, and that's what you want to become. And I think that's why it's stuck, like, it's still with him. But even like for Tonali, I don't know. Maybe he just loves the club that much. But other than these two, the others, I don't really believe like they would stay just because they love the club. I think they would stay because you would offer them a good package of money.
Right. Saif was
I
actually
really-
saying something. Sorry. Let Saif finish what he was saying. I think you weren't hearing him. You had some connection issues, but Anwar, Saif was saying something. Go ahead, Saif. Finish what you're saying about Raspadori, and then Skiller.
Sorry, I mean last season it happened twice actually. Raspadori of Sassuolo, when he scores against us twice, he comes out after the game. He's like, I've been an Inter fan all my life, scoring these goals. Or another one happened with against Spezia when we lost 2-0.
But has been happening like even since Micoli, Di Natale. Like once they play Milan, they're beasts. Like I don't know what happens. Is like everyone wants to prove a point when they play Milan, and they don't really want to prove a point when they play Juve. Like I watch the Empoli play in Juve. Like they play like shit, and they cannot even get one pass forward. Then they play Milan, and you're playing like Barcelona now over the weekend. I don't know, like it's the way they prepare for the Milan games. It's like the coach filled them up so much. It's like you're playing Milan, you need to show things, and I think that's what happens.
No, but there's a lot of these players, especially the Italian players, that they grow up with all the banter and they have the support, because obviously in Italy the banter is 100 times worse than it is outside.
But to be fair, Roy, like when we were champions of Europe, we would make fun so much of the other Italian clubs.
Oh yeah,
I remember those times. Like I wouldn't even allow them to start the conversation. Like you don't even have that right because you only have 2 Champions League or one. Go speak with another club who has only 2 or 1.
those were the good days, man. When
Yeah, But the good part is that it's still the good days because they could not reach us yet. Like,
Oh no, dude! Juventus fans say out loud that they envy our Champions League trophies. Like they envy AC Milan and their Champions League.
Of course, because they will never be there. They will be.
I mean,
never be
they reached the final. It's like it's the worst. Like, I'd rather be disqualified in the group stage than lose the final. For me, that like if
It
it
was
like
disgrace, man.
it's
It was
always
disgrace.
saying that finishing second in a race is the worst feeling because you're
Yeah.
that close to being
You're
first.
you're the first loser.
You're the first loser, exactly. So they're the first losers every time.
And they have gotten to the final more times than AC Milan, actually. I think.
Yeah, I saw a
Or
question.
or the same amount as. Go ahead.
So there's a question here says, how long was Sailmaker's extension? I think it's 2026, right?
Yeah, 26.
5
I'm
years.
glad
5
he's
years.
staying with the. I'm glad he's staying with the team. I hope tomorrow we can see something different. I don't know. Maybe some people would not like this idea, but if I recall the game against, was it Udinese when he
Venezia.
was the Ronaldinho like
Venezia.
incarnated.
Venezia.
right?
Okay, thank you.
Venezia.
Yeah, Venezia. So the Venezia game, like I saw him playing as a like he was not playing the position of a cam, but he was doing that role.
Oh yeah.
Like he was filling the role of Diaz, like getting the ball forward, creating spaces,
Yeah,
that kind of stuff. I don't know tomorrow. Like if Maldini cannot start, I would rather want to see probably Sailmakers as a cam. I know people are gonna hate me for this, but we don't
Well-
have really a choice between between Castillejo and Florenzi on that.
Those are
right?
fighting words, guys. Those are fighting words. Anwar says he wants to see Salamakers as the cam, which means the only option on the left is Castillo.
We don't have Florenzi as well.
No Florenzi, no Messias. So
Damn.
our only option on the left would be
Well,
Castillo.
he has to play for like if he's gonna be just staying there and getting paid. Like I don't understand the coach as well because if you played him that much last season and now you don't play him at all, it just does not make sense to me. Like
Castillo?
yeah, like from a coaching perspective, like how can you play a player that much and now just sit in the bench, not even play 1 minute?
Dude, it must feel like shit. He must feel so bad.
All right, if you feel so bad, there is now a point for you to prove. Go ahead, play football. That's why you're paid for.
Now, in my opinion, the players that are going to play tomorrow is most likely Maldini as cam. If not Maldini, Krunic.
But I heard that Maldini just came back from an injury this week, right? Like,
Yeah, but all the people, all the journalists are for some reason
points in for Maldini.
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
I don't know. Maybe he's all right now.
I
do
actually.
you think, guys, he deserved to be on that golden
Yes.
award?
Just but just his name is carrying that weight, man.
Yeah, I
That's
think
all.
he's only there because of his name. But to be fair, he did not prove the quality of the other players on that
Yeah,
list.
I don't think he deserves to be on that. award.
But I love him. Like I love what I've seen from him so far. I love the progression, where he's
No,
going, where
Absolutely.
his head at. Like you can see he can deal with the pressure of being the son of Maldini and stuff like that. Like
Yeah.
I know. Red John said we don't play him because he refused to leave to Getafe. But yeah, like you're in the point. Like we said, like if you're gonna do that, then why do you play Kessié or Romagnoli who did not sign yet? Like from a coaching perspective, if that's why you're punishing Castillejo, why don't you punish the other players who did not renew?
I
Like,
mean, you know, the thing is, like, 40 pounds of Caruso, man, that's amazing force we got going on over there. Sammy, the 40 pounds, or no, 40 kilograms of Caruso, man.
I like
That's what I call
Castillejo. Do you think guys like Castillejo can play a Venezia game? At least play a Venezia game.
I think that Casilla can play against any team.
Yeah, he gives it all, and I mean, like, jokes aside, I actually don't have any negativity towards the guy, to be honest. I really don't.
The
Same
best-
thing. Like I don't hate him, but I think he does not have the quality of
I mean-
the number 7 we need.
I mean, look at him. He falls over if there's a strong wing going on, he falls over, man. I mean, the guy is a right wing in a modern day football. You have to have some muscle, man. You have
Because
to have, I mean, what the hell
guys,
is that, man?
so problem lineup. It says Giroud, Rebic, Maldini, Salmakers, Kessié, Tonali, Balotore.
I thought
Yeah.
Rebic-
I don't think that's right.
To be
Why would
honest,
Balotore start?
honestly, guys, I feel like Casey needs to sit on the bench, and
Kessie?
Mhm.
Why?
Who's gonna play?
I
Why
want
would
a
you want to put him on the bench?
I want a Benacer to play with Tonali.
Benasser just came back from the games with Algeria. He played all of them.
How
Um,
about Cassie? Did he play any?
I don't think so.
well,
Oh, then
I'm
if
not
that's
sure.
the case, okay.
but
I'm not
keep
sure.
in
I'm not
mind,
sure.
keep in mind that Kessie is not playing against Porto because he's disqualified.
For the red card?
Yeah.
For what?
Seven of
Damn,
them.
man. Are we playing in San Siro to Porto?
Away.
I don't know. Like, there is some. Like, do we need a priest in Milan? Like, is
Wait,
purely not enough?
An exorcism.
Yeah, that's what I told you. Like, we need to exercise like the bad vibes or the bad curse there because the injuries is now years. Like, even with Hakan, Suso, all these guys, they're not like I watched Suso. He's not really that much injured with Sevilla. Same thing with Hakan. Hakan by this time with Milan, he's already injured.
It's that voodoo, man. It's that Lukaku's mom's voodoo shit. Which you put a spell-
Nah,
you put
bro.
a spell-
We
No,
cannot.
I'm
We,
dude.
can, we, can, we cannot
listen,
say that, bro. We cannot say.
Listen, like I know.
Actually,
a lot-
but we need to give credits to Inter because they recruited the physical coach from Real Madrid. I can't remember his name, but he's very well known. And last season, if you recall, Madrid ended up with one of the records in terms of injuries next to Milan. And one of the reasons is because they let go of this guy and they brought the actual coach from the French national team. This season, I think he went back to Real Madrid. And you can see that Madrid is not facing the same injuries as in the past. So for me, it's more about the preparation in this case. Because if you have this guy and the first day he walked into Madrid, he told them you're not dealing with Hazard properly. All of this, like the whole preparation has been wrong. That's why he's getting injured every time.
You know, guys, I like. I mean, you might be thinking I'm joking and stuff, and I know in the Western world cultures, people don't believe in the voodoo stuff, man. Let me put it this way, man. And I'm not saying that's what exactly happened, blah blah blah. No conspiracy theory, but I was a strong anti-voodoo guy, blah blah blah. Even though I grew up in a country where those things happen, and then something happened in my family, and then I went to this special placement, and I saw people talking in voices that it's impossible for human being to talk, like impossible. Like when I saw that stuff, I was like, holy crap, that does exist, some crap like that. So never know, man. And in Africa, it's huge, man. It's huge. They live by that stuff, man. South America, Africa, like even Eastern Europe, man. We have spots. So, anyways, just want to
Damn, there you go.
bring it
guys.
up.
There you go. The supernatural. AC Milan is the
And look what kind of
Casa del Diablo.
what kind of drink I have.
Voodoo Ranger. It's perfect.
that just kind of like falls into the whole story, man. You know.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. Well, I don't know what to say about that, whether it's a curse, whether it's a technical thing that they're doing. I do want to say something, though, here. Samu Krunic. Sorry, I'm going to have to mute someone because there's an echo. Honestly, that's the best. After when we did not have a striker last year, and then we had to put Leao up top. The best I saw Milan play football was when Samu Casti was the number 9, the falso nueve. Like he did it much better than Leao. So I don't know if I agree with that. There you go. Controversial words.
To be honest, guys, I do not see Casti playing tomorrow. He's not gonna play. It's gonna be. I agree with the last 4: Salamanca, Mardini, Rebic, and Giroud. That's who are gonna play. Maybe instead of Rebic, gonna be Leao. That's about it. And honestly, I really want to Benacer play with Tonali because that's our future duo that they need to get more playing time. Even though I know Benacer is tired, probably.
Yeah. I do want to say something that Pellegatti was talking about Tonali Benacer. No, he was saying Benacer Kessi. He wasn't saying Tonali Kessi. He was saying Benacer Kessi from his information. And he was saying that Kalulu might be playing and Calabria might be playing on the left. So the defense would be Tatrusano, Kalulu, Tomori, Calabria, Benacer, Kessi, Salamakers, Maldini, no Leao, that was correct. Rebic on the left and Giroud up top.
What
So-
happened to Leao? Why he's not? Why not? No Leao.
Apparently, he's not 100%. Some just fatigues and lesions, etc.
Damn, man, that sucks. Because he's literally one of our best players so far this season, man.
Well,
Yeah, but that also means that he has the chance of coming in the game later and making an impact, even if it's just for 30 minutes. That's when the defense is usually getting tired, so it might not be too bad of a thing.
Oh yeah, and Rebic also. The reports today that Rebic had to get out of training because he got hurt too. Guys, everybody is getting hurt. Everybody is getting hurt.
We have to change the whole medical staff, man. I'm sorry. This has been going on for years now. This cannot happen like this in professional football. And I look at other professional big teams. Do they have injury crisis like that? No, not even close.
I don't see this with anybody.
No, not even close, man. So
I don't see
the
this.
problem lies in the freaking medical staff. They're doing something wrong. Their procedures are wrong. Their recovery procedures are wrong. A lot of things are probably wrong. And what the hell is Maldini and Gazidis thinking? Like, I mean, don't they see like what the hell's going on?
I mean, even Gazidis. I mean, the guy's cured now. He's good. He's back. But even he got sick. Like everybody's getting.
I mean,
bad.
Gazidis is kind of a little bit different. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
yeah, of
cancer.
course.
You know what I mean. Who knows?
He is back though. Gazidis is back.
About time. I'm happy that he's back. Actually, I
Yay,
wish him
he's
the
back
best.
to sell our best players. Yay!
Come on, man. Why so pessimistic right away, man? Sell all best players.
Because that's what he does, man. That is what he does. Gazidis is good at buying young players and then selling them, but he hasn't even been good at selling them.
Okay, guys, I have a question for everybody. Let's just hypothetically speaking, who do you think will be sold directly? No loans, no nothing, like sold either January or summer in June or
How good?
July.
Conti.
Benacer and Hernandez.
Benacer?
And Hernandez.
I mean, I think it depends on how we end the season. Like if you win the Scudetto, it's a different talk. If you finish fourth or third, it's a different talk as well.
Oh, that's very interesting, Roy, what you said. Theo and Benacer.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I think we get 50 for Teo, 50 for Benacer, 70 for Teo. That's 120 million in the bag. With 120 million, you can buy 3 or 4 excellent players, and you're good to go.
Oh man, I honestly would not want to lose those two players, though, man. I really would not like to lose them, actually.
Yeah,
But
agree.
I can see that
don't
happen.
lose them.
I can see that happen, though. Actually, like part of me understands that those things can happen.
And I'm not being negative, man. I'm just going by what the club has shown me as far as their ability to handle the transfer market. You know, it's not me being gloomy or whatever doom. Just seeing how they're doing things and how they can do things.
So if this club is gonna keep Sarmakers to sell Theo and Benacer, where are we going?
That is exactly the club is keeping Salamakers and selling Hernandez
And getting Florenzi on a free deal. Like
and getting Florenzi right.
honestly, I think if they get a really good offer for Theo, they might consider it. Like,
Oh yeah,
I
if
mean,
it's 80,
any-
70, because you know you're not gonna get that value again.
I don't think they have a choice. Because
who's gonna buy Theo? PSG?
Newcastle. Like there is so many teams now that
Newcastle,
can offer that money.
Man City,
Chelsea.
Chelsea,
Every team has that money. Bayern, all of them have the money. To do
Real
this.
Madrid, Barcelona, Inter, Juventus, Verona, everybody except AC Milan.
Yeah,
We are
but Roy,
stuck-
I think if
No, but
let's say we win the league, we'll have plenty of money to get reinforcements. Because remember, we only need like 2 or 3 players, and we'll be in pretty good shape. But if we don't make the Champions League, then the squad will be in trouble.
Yeah. But also, like, the thing is, like, we were with a Chinese owner who wanted to spend a lot, but did not have the money. And now we have an American owner who has a lot of money, but does not want to spend. Like,
Because they're smart, man. That's just how it goes, man.
nah, bro. Like, for me, it's not really smart keeping Salmakers and selling Teo.
I had to say it, man, because I knew it's gonna spiral the whole thing here.
You guys agree with me that there's, realistically talking, there's no way in hell or heaven that we can keep Teo Hernandez.
I mean, we could not keep Kaka even when we were at best. So I think, like, if a really good offer comes up to Milan, and like, the good thing about Gariani that I loved, he knew when a player was done. Like, he knew this player cannot, and he will get 50 million out of that deal. It's amazing. Like, how can you bullshit your way through the deal with Kaká and Cheva and get 100 million almost?
You know, because we have a great relationship with Real Madrid too, man.
Yeah, but like, for me, he knew when to sell the players.
Not Ibra and Thiago Silva, man.
But we
That
did
was
not win the league. Like, we did not have the money. Like, that's the thing. If we won the league, Montari goal, Ibra stays. If we lose the league, Ibra leaves, and that was it. Like, that's the sacrifice. Berlusconi, I think we cannot. I blame Berlusconi when he left us somewhere, but also I would love like, the guy brought us from Serie B to owning the word, and he gave the money he had to the club. So what more can I ask from this dude? Like, even if he ended up on a very bad note, but still, he gave a lot to the team.
Don't get me wrong. I have like deep inside somewhere respect for Berlusconi, but let's be honest, guys. Like, he did give away money. He did buy the club. He promoted and did good job. But he also used Milan for his political shit.
Of course.
For a lot of things. And then the last 7 years of his ownership were shit that we're still recovering from, man. So it's kind of like one of those like scales, man. So depending
But for
what
me,
you prefer.
We got a Scudetto, bro.
if you give me like 30 years of trophies and 10 years of shit, I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that too. But you are right. You're right.
But I agree with you
Yeah,
as well.
but-
Like, the way he left us, he could have left us with a different, probably, owner. And like, I think he just wanted to just get out because he could not.
Because he couldn't do bunga bunga, man. That's why he left. They were squeezing him everywhere, and he was like, "Oh shit, man, my favorite bunga bunga, I cannot do it anymore." And all these guys are asking for money, man. I don't want to spend any money, so let's just go with the flow, man.
But at least,
Massive orgies with elites, political elites, massive orgies. That's what he would do.
I mean, the guy, I have to give it to him. He's a pimp, man.
And he didn't even shy from it when he was asked from it on TV in Italy, and they're he was like, yeah, so what? He would even make jokes about it.
I mean, he's
that's
old
why Ibra
school.
loved him. Like,
He is an old school gangster, man. I mean, I don't get me wrong. I'm not sitting here and just shading on Berlusconi like left and right. He's done some great things with this club, and I'll appreciate it and we'll always remember. But we'll have to be also honest, with each other. I mean, he did some damage, like really bad damage to our club.
I mean,
And the last-
for me, the damage, like, is still recoverable. We were just dumb with the Chinese. We spent 400 million to buy Hakan and
I mean, come on,
Andres
guys.
Silva and-
Come on, guys. Where the hell did he find this Chinese motherfucker, man?
No,
Excuse
but
me.
still, like, but
This
honestly,
looks shady. This looks
No,
shady.
for me-
Financially speaking, it's a shady deal.
But honestly, bro, like, for me, he sold it to a guy who actually had the funds to buy Milan, and he spent 400 millions on a mercato. Like, it looked great to all of us. Everyone at that time, we were happy with the signings.
Mm.
But not fully like excited. We did not
I
buy
wasn't.
Messi.
I wanted. Sorry, and then I'll continue, please. Berlusconi had two options: either keep Milan and just create an Italian team, go on the cheap, or sell and do. I wanted him to go on the cheap and create an Italian team.
I mean, for me, that would be Monza.
Yeah, he's already doing it, man. Cheap
I
Italian
would've-
team Monza.
I would have done that. I would have preferred that.
Yeah,
No,
like, Milan
would
deserve
be,
better.
Milan
Like,
would
the
be in the
fans-
Serie B. If we went that route, man, I'm telling you, Milan would be Serie B. For
If
some time.
Italian players would have come to AC Milan, they'd be great Italian
For
players.
me,
we
the
would have run 2 Champions League already.
Because I cannot really like tell you that it was Berlusconi's fault, because at the end he sold it like to a billionaire. But my problem was with Mirabelli and the other dude, the other fucker who did that.
Fassone.
Bro, like these two, they brought Bonucci for 40 million.
Yeah, that transfer. Don't get me started because I'm gonna go off here and I want to be.
But yeah, like for
polite.
me, those were the worst decision, because you had the chance.
Nah,
to
fuck it. Go off. Go all in on them. Don't hold back. I love it.
you know, guys. The funny thing is, like, I love how we're sitting here, all of us, thinking like, first of all, we don't know everything what goes behind the closed door. Secondly, just from analyzing, looking how the deal was done, he had options, but all of his options, in some shape or form, were shady. This Indonesian, or not Indonesian, some guy from Asia, another guy before that, and this Chinese guy who had no credential whatsoever in the financial world, like a real credential.
But he paid our debts, bro. Like,
Yeah,
we have to give him credits. Like,
Where did he
paid
get the
that-
money to do that?
That's what I'm saying. Like, how if he was like billionaire and such a successful person with a good credential, he would not flop after 1 year of ownership or a year and a half or whatever it was.
Didn't they find his office and there was like, it was nothing in it, and it was just like,
Yeah, it was. That's what I'm trying to say, guys. In financial world, it's called like a shady deal. So Berlusconi did it for his personal reasons. It wasn't because he loved Milan.
You guys.
Huh?
hey, later, Skillet. Peace out, man. Thank you.
He's leaving. I was like, what's going on? I thought he wanted to say something. I was like, I'm talking
Yeah.
too loud. Take care, man. Take care. Have a good one. So I feel like we should stop also like sugarcoating shit and be like, oh, Berlusconi is the greatest. No, he's not the fucking greatest.
No,
He's done some
he is the GOAT of all time, in my opinion.
yeah, I mean, he's the best president we had. Tell me who.
No.
someone better.
In the history of football, nobody has won more than him. That's a
Nah,
record that he.
Perez,
Yeah, it's
Perez
true.
and Bernabeu had more.
Nope.
You can check it out, bro.
Berlusconi even said, "How come Real Madrid has a stadium called Bernabeu and I won more than him? How come Milan? How come
Yeah,
the
but like,
stadium isn't called Bernabeu?"
After Berlusconi left Milan, Madrid won a lot of titles.
No, but
Wow.
you're saying the president. The president that won the most
Yeah,
is
I-
Berlusconi.
I don't know about that stat. I think it has
I
been
know.
updated.
And
That's
and
true, that's true.
I just want to add on one more thing in
I
regard
think
to
Perez now has the most, if I'm not mistaken.
Paris. Yeah, Paris is he got a
I
lot.
think he won 6 or 7 Champions League with Madrid, because he took over in '99.
Honestly, guys, there's only a few teams in this world that I have like pure, like genuine respect. It's Real Madrid, like a purely like
Juventus.
fuck you.
Nah,
Fuck you.
never. I seriously never had. I had more hate to Juve than Inter.
Watch this TV series. I think I told you guys last time, maybe not. It's called Bad Sports. It's on Netflix.
Yeah, it's on Netflix.
And,
I
and
started
they talk
yesterday,
about
actually.
that scandal in 2005, 2006. Man, fucking Juventus is ran by fucking crooked people, man. I'm sorry. This team fucked up Serie A like big time.
I mean,
So-
like I've seen a documentary about the French national team in '98, and they said that the players from Juve did not get tested for the.
There's a lot of
What do you call
evidence,
them?
guys. I don't know. I
And
don't
that's
know.
why I respect Juve, because they're fucking gangsters.
Nah, bro, that's cheating, man.
Right, man. Seriously, man. I know you. I know
Like,
you're.
you're
I
not
know you're
respecting the
doing it.
spirit of the sport. Like the whole spirit
Yeah,
of
I
the
know
sport
you're
is
doing
competition.
it.
But football is just about winning, man. Like if you're a gangster, you win. If
But that's
you're
why
if you're a
but you know what?
softie, if you're a softie, you're just gonna get run over.
They cheat so much in Italy. That's why they get karma in Europe,
Yeah,
Like, that's why
what
they
it's
never
called.
win.
That's what it's called. Yeah, karma.
and we
Karma
get
is
so
the-
much shit in Italy. That's why we get our proper justice in Europe.
You know,
Yeah, man.
and as I said, like the only team, one of few teams like Real Madrid, I respect hugely. I don't like Barcelona. Juventus, you already know, I hate that piece of shit team.
You know, guys, I don't mind new players from Madrid. They gave us Diaz, they gave us Theo. I don't mind the others.
That's what I'm saying. Real Madrid and Milan, we have like genuinely good relationship, like on a top level club, like both top level clubs.
Yeah.
And we respect each other, and we have good deals for the last
Even
20
you know,
years, 25
during
years.
the Super League, I heard Perez like on the. Do you know Chiringuito? It's a TV channel, and they asked him like, "What about Milan? Why is Milan invited? Milan has not been the best over the last 10 years." And his answer was, "Milan is next to Madrid the only prestige clubs in the world, and
Exactly, because he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, yeah, but
they will
Milan.
never disappear." Like
It,
for him, if you go down 10 years, it's nothing compared to 120 years of glory.
yeah,
I
but
mean,
Milan needs to get their act together because Liverpool is knocking on the door.
I mean,
Bayern is knocking on the door.
we need a president like Perez. That's the thing. Like you need a guy who will just walk in and tell you, "I'm gonna buy the next Ballon d'Or," and that's it.
I'm sorry, guys. Some of you might start to hate me probably after this
All right,
statement,
all
but
right, go ahead.
I'm gonna say it.
Say it.
And Liverpool is gonna win first before Milan wins next one. That's just
Oh,
how it goes.
That would be terrible. That would be terrible.
that would
I'm
be
just
terrible.
being realistic, man. That's all I'm saying. I'm not like I love Liverpool and I'm like,
But I know
nobody-
where you're coming from. Even Bayern can do that.
and even Bayern probably, maybe even Bayern. You're right about Bayern. I completely forgot about Bayern.
And that's why we need a big owner right now, because AC Milan name is going to draw far more attention than any other
Oh!
team other than Real Madrid. So
I've been
imagine if we
waving
had
at him already like 5 minutes ago, man.
Sorry, Nathan.
Stop, player.
Ben, keep on. Guys, look at Larry, looking like a
Yeah, look
model. Look at that
looking
jacket.
all.
Yo, he
looking
was
all-
hitting on
man.
chicks. He was hitting on chicks all night.
Look
Bro,
at that
he's just-
beard,
he's
man.
just
Look at that
finished.
smile.
How many
Somebody
numbers did
got-
you get, Larry? How many
Somebody
numbers
got
did you
late
get?
yesterday, man. Look at him. It's all smiles and
No,
shit.
no,
man.
hey, Roy, it's not how many numbers did he get. It's how many numbers did he turn down.
Oh
Right.
man, play the
Right,
hard
right.
game.
I told them I have a YouTube channel and they disappeared, all of them. They
If
just
they watch our videos, they
Oh,
will
man.
disappear. They will. It's a lot of
No,
something. and that's
actually,
it.
no. You know, guys, you should bring them over and be like, look at this handsome guy. You wanna meet them?
Everyone is in a different region of the world, and we all
Exactly,
have
exactly.
separate opinions. That's great, actually.
You know what?
But-
What I realized, there's only like 3 people from United States so far here, man. This whole podcast.
Yeah, Nathan, me, and you.
Yeah.
Oh,
man.
well, Pete. We have Pete too.
I think even Thick Size is in the US, right?
No, Texas.
no,
I'm
Big
probably
size is
talking
in
more about like
UK.
us, like actively speaking,
Hmm.
Lart, you're
Yes,
back.
man.
Lart was in France with the act. Guys, Lart is like a celebrity, guys. He was.
Salut
in
Laïef. Comment vas-tu Laïef? C'était la France?
S'il
Tu
vous
vas bien
plaît,
aimé?
por favor. S'il vous plaît.
I was in Cannes, so it's like 1 hour from Italy, and they all speak English, so I
Yeah.
couldn't
well, what are you doing?
practice
What
my
are- what's-
French.
What was going on, man? Was it some kind of event or something? What's going on, man?
The festival of
um,
Cannes.
Yeah, there was like a MIPCOM event, is like a festival of the TV and the market to sell and buy content for TV. I was with my school, by the way. It was like a kind of an internship participating to the whole festival.
Nice.
I mean, Cannes is like also the festival for the European film, right?
Yes, Cannes Festival. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
huge
Cannes
one. It's a big
Festival
one.
is in May, I think.
Yeah.
Yep. And MIPCOM is in October. And yeah, that was fun. 3 days.
Do you know
all
about
paid
the
by
friend I
school.
told you about, Laird? Do you know what's his name again? He played in Lion. Let me get
Don't
his-
say his name, man. Maybe he doesn't want to be associated to this channel.
Yeah.
Oh,
Laura, I want to hear some stories, man. Tell us, like, what? So
Tell us about the
was-
massive orgies you did.
Yeah, like those friends. Yeah, how was parler le français,
No.
French? s'il vous
That's
plaît?
not true, man.
The
Oh,
Berlusconi
oui, oui.
inspired massive orgies.
Well, since you
Internship,
said
man. Internship, man.
since you said the,
And
the
it's
word
funny because
orgy, the viewers
it's funny you
went from
brought up the
18 to
Boonga Boonga
19.
party.
Right. Bring up the bunga party. And
Bunga
here comes
party,
Larry.
man.
No, man, nothing happened. Nothing exciting, I would say, happened.
Good for you,
But it
man.
was
You're
fun.
getting to
Was
go
fun.
there. Yeah.
Larry's a true gentleman. He doesn't kiss or tell, but we know the truth.
Right.
We all know
It's
what's
not
going
true.
down, man. I
It's
was a
not
student,
true.
Lauren. I went to college. I know how it goes down, man. Seriously, man. I know, especially people
they have
mingling and stuff.
we
man.
have Tinder now and stuff like that. Like
Hey, I'm old school, bro. We met face to face, man. Like, like, hey, how are you? You want a drink? That was easy, man. Like now, Tinder, swipe left, swipe right. It's a bunch of bullshit.
so we
Swipe
swipe left.
right, and that's it. Swipe
Oh,
right,
just
and
keep
that's
on
it.
swiping this way, man.
Laird,
Nice.
tell us your thoughts about the Milan game, man. Tell us your thoughts about the Venezia game.
Venezia game.
Are we
The
playing
Verona?
tomorrow?
Verona.
Verona, sorry.
Verona. Not
Too many
Venezia.
V's.
Oh man, I want to be honest with you. I don't even care about the game. We have like 12 injuries. It's like, what is this, man? Why
We
these
need the
people don't
button
get
for the
fired?
injured.
These people needs to get fired. The old people that work in the medical staff who is preparing these players physically. All of these people needs to go tomorrow.
So,
Like,
guys, you played
12
football
injuries is more
professionally.
than enough for you to lose your job
that
without
official?
claiming anything.
Is that official? It's 12 injuries.
Yeah, 12,
It's
and we
insane.
just got 3 back. It
That
was
is
up to
insane, guys.
15.
Show me
12
top four teams in the world in Europe that have
Yeah.
injury lists like that. Nobody.
No,
Sure.
nobody. And they
12
play more
injuries.
games.
Listen, 12 injuries in the 2 weeks that we had the international break. And the player that got injured, there are players that didn't even go to play for their national
It's
team.
crazy.
Like
agree.
That
even
is madness.
Menyong, I thought he got injured like weeks ago, and then they said no, it's nothing, and now he got surgery.
Because he actually, I read it somewhere, he had problems before Liverpool game. He's been complaining
Ah.
about that. It just added to that problem big time. But I mean, if player complains to you, if you're medical staff, and
Yeah,
Milan,
like
if
the
you
medical
come
staff
over-
should
yeah,
tell
and he
you
says,
like
"Hey, I have problem in my wrist." They should analyze, scan it, make sure everything. No, just go play, man. Don't worry about it. I mean, seriously.
That is a massive issue, man. That is a massive issue because it's a lot of players and they always get injured constantly.
well, I
Keep
know that's
going and going.
in the summer, guys. I know they signed with a company that does the physical preparation to a lot of sports. It's not only football. It was very popular in the US.
What's the
remember.
name? Do you remember?
I need to find the article, but I'm sure they signed a contract with them to start the physical preparation with them. But either way, for me, like these injuries, like even the repetitive ones, like you have Ben Nasser, he's waiting for weeks until you tell us he's ready to play. Now he plays 10, 15 minutes, he gets injured again in the same place.
You know, guys.
Is it Benacer injured? Is
No,
it
no, no,
Benacer
no,
injured?
No, but
okay now.
like last season, that happened. I remember that happening also with Hakan. They will tell you he's fit to play. He will play 40 minutes. The moment someone touches him, he cannot play anymore.
Listen,
You know,
last season, let's not talk about last season because it was in the middle of the season. We are talking about after 10 games, 7 games in the season. And half of the squad is injured. There is something wrong with it. There is no fatigue. It's
But
not the
Laird-
fact that Pioli is training them mad because some of them that got injured during the 2 week of. There is
The only
something
reason,
wrong with the medical
I'm saying
staff.
this, Laird, is because if you remember last season, also like 10 games in, we were in the same position. We had Ibra out, we had so many other players out. If I remember correctly, I remember we had the same problem last year. Like it started around the same time. I don't know how can we deal with this? Like now,
But
Guys,
last
right
year
I
it
just
started
wanna
after
give you an
20
example.
games. It started after 20 games. Let's be honest. It started after
maybe
20
20
games.
games but still, like for me, the problem, I remember the problem throughout the season. So even this summer, I told you, for me, one of the issues will be not having these repetitive injuries haunting us again and again. Because if they do, you cannot play your best man, you cannot have your best form, you cannot, a lot of things change.
There's not these are not injuries that happen because there is a football season. You know, there is a lot of
No, no,
game.
no. It's different.
This is there is something wrong with the medical staff. No chance with that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No
I
one.
agree with you.
I just
see the
want
way.
But is it only the
Sorry.
medical or also the
Wait.
Pioli's stuff?
No, what is Pioli?
No, because
staff,
the staff does the preparation before the training.
yeah, but Pioli doesn't know. Pioli came to AC Milan with 4
I'm
people.
not saying Pioli,
So
I'm saying the staff with him.
Yeah, but the staff is AC Milan staff. They are paid by AC Milan the last 20
you
years
sure?
or whatever. Yeah, because Pioli came with 4 people, with his assistant, his son that does the data analyst, and maybe another person. 4 people. The doctors, the preparation, the goalkeeper, everything is AC Milan. That is AC Milan fault. It's not Pioli's fault. Vasil wants to say something.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you guys like in like perspective, just so you. I'm not even gonna talk about top level teams. I'm gonna compare Milan to Dinamo Kyiv, like my, childhood like team, and I mean I still support them.
Mhm.
I looked it up specifically today because I found out all these injuries that are happening. I looked up at Dinamo Kyiv injury list. They have like 2 players, man, and that team, like compared to Milan, is levels down, man, in terms of financial ability to bring the best specialists, experts. You know what I mean?
The
no matter
weather
what-
is worse in Kiev. It's colder.
Yeah, it's cold. I mean, like it's not. I mean, Italy is like beautiful, man. I mean, like you can play all year long, man, no problem, man. So
And
It's
even the club
23,
offers
25
more.
degrees in Italy.
Yeah.
So like
Even the club, like
how?
Milanello, is known to be like one of the best training grounds in the world for football.
I mean,
But
it's
even
beautiful. It's beautiful.
the training
Not
ground
even like,
is
it's
always
also the,
excuses.
no,
A bad
but
training ground is not gonna injure you.
it's not
A
only the
bad training
ground
ground.
layered. I'm speaking about the whole facility, like as a whole. You
It's
have
not a
everything.
facility the problem. The
No,
people
that's what I'm saying. Like you have the best facility, so it must be the people because you have the best facility.
No, it's
The
a medical stuff, guys. I think we should not even argue about facilities and stuff. It's a medical
No,
stuff.
we're not arguing. We're saying
Decision
it's the
making,
medical
decision making. Their
and the
decision making
preparation.
is freaking horrible, man. It's freaking horrible. Like
Well,
whatever.
if I recall, I played basketball professionally for like 3 years, and then I stopped because there's no future here in basketball.
Where are
But
you from? Where are you from, by the way, man? Like I never asked
Morocco.
you.
I'm from
Morocco?
Morocco. Yeah,
You play basketball? Like what position?
I played like number 3 and as a pivot at
Okay.
some time,
No,
but
I played
I only
for many
filled
years.
the. But like I only played the pivot because we did not have a pivot, and I was the tallest guy. So
How
sometimes,
how tall are you?
right now, like I know that in centimeters, is that fine?
Yeah, it's centimeters.
It's 188.
Oh, so you're a little bit taller than me.
Yeah, but like it's not a pivot position.
No, it's not. But I played for like probably on a good level for 6 years.
But
and-
you would know what I'm trying to get
Yeah,
at.
yeah,
Because
yeah,
I
I know.
remember we trained like 4 times a week or 5 times a week. And then we had like Friday or Thursday, we only did running and muscular stuff. There's no ball, like we do not even touch the ball. And that prepares you throughout the season. You have to do that. The stretching, you do them correctly. You work your the
Warm-ups.
joints and everything.
Yeah.
For me, like these problems are muscular. These are related to you're not preparing very well, or you're preparing too much. You're pushing your body way too much. It gets broken down by 10 games.
They're
No,
definitely pushing them way too hard, man. Definitely. Because
no.
it's impossible.
But for me,
It's
like
not-
even the layered one point, I want to say, like I remember one time Roy asked me, like, who do you think is gonna get injured? And I told him Diaz right before the Atletico game, just because I saw the dude running so much. Like, if I'm putting myself in that position and I run that much, like during the whole games, and I try to like you have that pressure of creating and doing all this stuff, I thought he's gonna get injured because that's too much on one guy.
No, guys. But we're going away from the topic.
No, but
Diaz
we're
got
discussing also layered, like, the way we play, the way we train. Maybe that can be
But-
related.
Listen, you can put that to the fact the way we play when somebody get injured after the game. But Diaz got injured after 2 weeks of training. As much as you want to give 100%, you don't give 100% on training because no one is tackling you. There is no pressure. You don't need to win. You are not playing in a big pitch. You're playing all in a small pitch. So you don't You don't get it. No one is judging you if you don't give 120%. You can actually train at 80%. So there is no excuses here. The problem is you train yourself for 2 hours at Milanello. The person that is doing your physio, that is doing a massage on your muscles and releasing the tension, everything is not good enough. That person is not good enough. The food they are giving to them, all the product they're giving to them to drink, sugar, whatever, minerals, whatever, they are not good enough. The recovery is not good enough.
Yeah.
Some
Like,
people
if
are
I
saying,
co-
"Oh, Pioli is pushing them too much." These are athletes, man. What is that? Pioli
No,
can push
no,
them
no.
as much as
I'm
they
not
want.
saying pushing them too much. For me, like what you ask of one player sometimes, like the way I watch Saelmakers, I know by minute 60, 70, he's gonna be done because you cannot run that match. You need to rest a little bit during the game, mid game. When the ball is dead, you rest a little bit and stuff like that. For me, both these guys, like Diaz and Saelmakers, I see them running at all times at full speed. Like they don't break, and that's why, like, for me, it's also the players. They should know how to like, how do you say that? But you calibrate how much you give out of yourself during the game. Just not like you
Yeah,
can
you
play.
understand your body and you don't push
Yes,
too much.
and like I've
But
seen Ibra saying that, like he said, now I'm 40, I have to think about this stuff. Like I cannot just be a beast the whole game.
yeah, but Bakayoko got injured in 10 minutes, man.
I don't know
What
the
we're
deal with
talking about? We're
Bakayoko.
talking about players that get injured. Diaz got injured during the 2 weeks
But
break. No one is
even
pushing him. No one is.
Messias,
He's not running.
Messias
Messias
came
got injured
injured.
on training.
He did not play at first. He was injured. Then he got back. He played few minutes and then got injured again. What the fuck? Like, for me, that's a failure from like the staff
He
preparing them.
played. Come on, he played 38 games with Crotone, man,
Exactly what
without
I'm getting
getting
at.
injured. So that's not he's clearly our medical staff. I'm sure
Guys.
if I check Rebic, the time he got injured in Germany, and I see how many times he got injured with us, there is a problem with our team, with the way they're preparing these players, or the way these players are recovering. And
So
then
how do you handle this
they need to
situation
solve.
now?
You need to fire these people straight away.
Who
I
do
don't
you
care.
get right now, like during the season?
Get the best one. Get the
You
best.
know,
The best
Get
one are
somebody
already
else.
at Bayern, at Real Madrid, at Chelsea. Like they already have them.
you know, there's some guys like maybe not the best, like on a top level, but there's some really good medical stuff people, man. And I feel like sometimes you just have to trust your gut feeling, man, when you like talk to the people and look at their credentials and stuff. But the bottom line, man, these motherfuckers have to go. That's it. There's no if
Yeah,
or
I
but.
agree.
They gotta
For me,
go, man.
for me, this point, I was totally like agreed with this point in the mercato. In the summer, I already believe that we need to change the physical team and the way we prepare, and the medical team as well.
Out of all people,
Because
Bakayoko was fit, man. Come on, like he came in. They did that, before he signed. They did medical tests, so he had to be fit.
But even Kessié got injured during some time.
Yeah.
Gabbia got injured. Romagnoli got injured also this season. Like, what the fuck? Kier got injured. The only guy who does not get injured so far, I think, is only Tomori.
I mean, Tomori is super young, and he has been.
But you can see that he works his physiques really well. Like his
Tomori
body
doesn't get injured because the medical staff of fucking Chelsea is good and he's
prepared
been
him
training
very well.
Yeah,
properly
exactly.
for the
Yep.
last 2 years.
I
And
agree.
he has a solid base. These guys have been preparing with the same medical staff and the same preparation with people that don't know what they're doing. That's why
I
they get
think-
injured.
I think they used to prepare a team who finished 5th or 6th, 7th, and now we are talking about different Milan.
But
You play different competitions,
question,
and we
but
need
you-
a better. Go ahead, Roy.
Do you think it's a medical staff?
Yes.
I think it's both. It's medical because they allow players to play when they are that near to injury, and also I think it's the preparation because you do not.
So you're
prepare
saying it's a Padre Piola too? It's partially.
No.
Me?
No, I'm not saying Padre Pioli. I'm saying whoever does the physical work, whoever tells them to do these runs, do this stuff, stretch that way.
Someone,
guy.
someone mentioned the people that work on recovery.
Yes, I did.
All of
No.
three of them. The medical staff who does recovery, which is part of the medical staff because they need to
They
be
have to
almost
work
doctors
together.
to
I
understand.
think that might be the problem there.
And who prepares these players, because you need to prepare these players in a way that those muscles can handle the work they're going to do during the season. And clearly, you're not good enough. You are someone that used to be good 20 years ago on a system 20 years ago on a football that was good 20 years ago, but not good enough now.
It's the
That's my
approach.
opinion.
I agree with you, man. They're out of date. Those guys, especially with the modern day, with all the abilities that those people have, with the technology and all of this things they have.
Ronaldo never gets injured, man.
I mean, like-
37 years old, never get injured, never. I haven't.
He
I don't know
prepares
last
his
time.
body very well. Like,
I mean,
Because the
he's
person
like
that
ideal
prepares
player,
him-
man. He's
but
ideal
it's not
player.
only him. Even Messi does not get injured too much.
But these
No,
people,
no,
man,
no, sorry, go ahead.
but Ronaldo is not a doctor. He doesn't know this thing. There is the person close to him that tells him what to do. He's so prepared. He's so good at his job that makes sure that Ronaldo never gets injured. And that is amazing. Why
But
we
also,
cannot
I
find
think
people like this?
Ronaldo knows how to play. Like he knows how to keep himself like
But I would
fit and
think,
healthy.
Anwar, but I would think that the professional players in general would be able
Exactly.
to do that.
I knew that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. But Ronaldo for me is a special case because I cannot think of another player who did what Ronaldo did.
Because that's why, guys, Ronaldo is the best.
Is Ronaldo like
He's-
for me?
he's the best.
He is Ronaldo because he did that work.
Like in my personal opinion, if I have to say who is better, Ronaldo and Messi, to me is Ronaldo.
I think it's
Hands
up to
down.
taste.
I-
I think it's up to taste.
No, that's my
because
my
both of them
personal
are.
opinion.
Messi
No,
is
that's
is
personal, my personal
is the
opinion.
best player that has ever existed in the history of football.
Who?
I like Messi a lot. I like
Lionel
between
Messi.
Messi and Ronaldo. I will choose Messi. But and another thing I don't understand, all these small injuries is not even something like how you call it, knee injuries or junction
Joints.
injury.
That's
So
what I
the-
told you. Like
Yeah, those are
Muscle.
injuries that.
no, those are the worst. Like if you get like hurt in the wrist, exactly, it's hard to actually get it fixed. It takes time because there's no
It takes
proper way to
time.
get
It's
it
too,
fixed.
it's too many muscles. It's too many like.
It's
you
too
know,
many-
like,
it's too
moving
many,
parts, man.
Yeah, and also it's not just the muscles; it's the whole area. There is so much going on there.
But I know
Yeah.
for fact. I know for fact that my.
But I agree with Laird. Like that's what I told him. Like it's the muscular, like it's a muscle thing. Like the muscle cannot resist because it's too tired.
Are you
I've-
talking about
I've-
Magnin?
No,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it's not only Mania. All the
it's
other
overall,
players. Like
overall, but I would just. I mean, it's kind of a joke, but maybe not. But I feel like all of us should go to like the training ground and be like, we would like to see your medical stuff, our medical stuff,
yeah.
and we would
For
like
me,
to
like,
talk to them, man.
Show us who the fuck is doing this.
Do you know?
Exactly,
Do you
man.
know that Simeone, like for the last 10 years, he's been there already. Like I think he has a special thing. Like he takes the player before the start of the season to a forest. They spend there 3 weeks or 4 weeks. It's like a military ground training. People actually leave Atletico because of that.
Yeah, but
That's
a
why
lot of
that
teams do
team
that.
plays like because they don't have Ronaldo, they don't have Messi, but they can keep going until the very last day without injuries.
Can I?
Sorry, go ahead. Actually, let me just say really fast.
No,
that
go
that
ahead,
kind
go
of training, can actually even damage some players. By the way,
I know.
Anyway, go ahead, Vasil.
Even
you know,
mentally.
guys, if you know football history, you will maybe you will know, maybe not, but I'll say this thing, and you can do your own research. Lobanovsky, the trainer of Dynamo Kiev in the 70s and 80s, he's the master of this kind of physical training. This guy was to the point. He had the system, and one of those things were like, running with the tires and like crazy. So those guys could play not 90 minutes every game. They could play 150 minutes with
That's
no
the thing.
problem.
Yeah.
So
You actually
but
go
it
to
has
the
be a-
mountain,
but there
less
has to be a
oxygen.
proper approach, though, man. You cannot just
Yeah, of
go,
course,
go run up the hill, man. I mean,
No,
You know
Simeone
what?
has a whole staff working this out. Like players complain about vomiting after the trainings and stuff like that because he will push them too hard before the start of the season, so that their body are fit to tackle that pressure during the season.
I gotta say that's pretty gangster, to be honest with you, like that.
Yeah, but he gets the result done. Like if you give me like that type of scenario where you don't have like a world class player but you still win trophies, props to him, man.
hey guys, honestly, guys, Dynamo Kiev out of fucking Soviet Union is the only team that won 2 UEFA Cups, man. I mean, And that's thanks to Lobanovsky and his approach to training. He's very like calculated guy, super calculated. He has his own system,
Yeah.
you know. And that's the thing. Like sometimes, and those were not Ronaldo, Messi that he had to his disposal, but because of that mental strength too, like psychological strength, they had psychological trainings, man. You have to understand. Like, do some research, Google it, watch some YouTube
Maybe
documentaries. This
Pioli
guy
is
was
too
genius,
soft.
man.
Maybe Pioli is just too soft with them.
I think it's the opposite,
Yeah,
man. I
he's
think
a
the
little bit too
presence
soft,
of,
man.
but I think he's soft because Ibra is too harsh on them on the ground.
He doesn't keep him on check. You know?
That's true, man. I actually agree. That look
Because
at Ibra's
we forget,
face, man,
guys,
like,
that Ibra gives 200% on training every time. Like even the guys that I heard speaking about Ibra, they will say if you play like shit in training, he will come at you.
Yeah, and that's how it's supposed to be, man.
Yes,
I mean,
but
I
Yeah,
think-
but come on, guys.
Well,
It's not the.
But
It's
Laird,
not the
it's just the possibility that maybe we're
Seriously,
not
if you-
managing the energy very well. I saw this
No.
this comment. It says they're not managing their energy very well. Can that be a
Nah,
possibility
that's
as well?
crazy. That is.
I think
I don't
it-
believe that at
yeah.
all.
What do you think?
about
It has to
Ibra?
be one of the things
Laura,
you mentioned earlier.
Laura, what about Ibra? You mean,
Or is it
what
just
do
a combination of all these things?
No, come on. Listen, example. The guy Messias.
No.
He's with Crotone. He knows how to handle himself. He comes to AC Milan. He doesn't know how to handle himself.
But is the training
is
for
that?
Crotone the same for Milan? That's what I'm saying. Like,
then
But
do you
that would mean
train
the-
as hard
the training
in
for-
Crotone
no.
as in?
That's a false mark. You train hard, whatever level you are. The difference is between how
Yeah,
good you
I
are as
agree
a
with that.
footballer.
I agree with that.
You train hard. You go on the Sunday league. You train hard compared to what body you have, of course, what preparation you have. You're training really hard, and still you don't get injured. So you are an athlete. You've been playing professional at the professional level for the last 15 years, always with a high level and a high standard. Come on, man. Your body is ready to handle professional football. So if
Do
you're
you
getting
think,
in,
Okay, I want to get to a question. Do you think realistically Maldini is gonna fire everyone and just get a new team during this?
No, I think they just have to figure it out.
Yeah, because
they
for
need-
me,
they-
you cannot take that
realistically-
risk of firing everyone. You cannot
Listen,
do
they're
that
not
during
gonna-
the season.
Listen, I'm talking to you. They need to fire everyone, and in the meantime, before they fire these people, they need to hire someone.
But
You
before
hire
they
someone-
fire Laird during the season, it's hard to find these people. We can agree on that, right? Because they already
I
have
don't
contracts
care.
with other clubs.
I don't care. You pay.
It's not like the
to
players.
close. You pay to close that contract and to get them. And I'm not talking about getting people from other clubs, man.
No, I'm
not
talking
talking
even about other sports. Like if you know that you have a physical preparator who's really good in, I don't know, basketball, and he does something amazing, get him. He can do
Get a
something with
fucking-
the team.
Get a
Because it's
fucking
not about the
triathlon.
sport, it's
No,
about preparing the athlete.
Physiotherapy doesn't matter. Is a football or is a fucking
I agree.
triathlon athlete. You know the all muscles. You know how to fucking work with the muscles so they can recover quickly. So it's all bullshit. You can get the fucking Olympic USA Olympic medical team, fucking pay them 3 times more and bring them in Milan, or get somebody from Switzerland, get somebody from fucking USA, Russia, China, whatever. You have to get people that are the best at the job. That is more important than actually buying a world-class player, in my opinion.
True.
At this point, I agree, man. Because too many injuries, man.
No, but because even if you bring the world-class player, he's gonna join them in the injury bus.
Easy. Look at
That's the thing,
Bakayoko. Look at Giroud. They just arrived to the team. Bam.
But for me,
bam.
look at I want to take the example of Bayern, because I saw some of these players go there, they transform. It's I saw Grotecka in Schalke, and I saw him in Bayern. It's a completely different physiognomy. Like you can see the kid trained so hard and he prepared his body so well. And it's not only him, even Alaba, before like the first season and now. All these players, like Lewandowski, when he just joined, he was still that Dortmund guy, but now he looks like much a stronger. For me, learn from these guys. Like, I don't know if you can get the Bayern doctors, get them. Because for
But
me,
the
those
Bayern
guys,
one, the Bayern one is not. They are special people. They just know how to do
I
their
know.
job properly. So we are asking for people that know.
But
how to do
they
their
know
job,
how
not
to do
people
it better
there.
than the other European
I have a question
clubs.
for Laird. Do you think, Laird, the season is compromised because of this situation?
Is compromised? I feel like we're gonna get an injury every week, and it's proven. It's proven. On the last year, from January until the next January, we're gonna have one injury a week at least. If we're lucky, one injury a week. We start these fucking 2 weeks of international break thinking, oh, we're gonna come back with all the players ready to go with most of the team. Now we have 12 injuries. This is a joke. This is a joke, in my opinion. And we're talking now about Bayern. Listen, Lazio has less injury than us. Don't go to Bayern. Don't go to Chelsea. Aston Villa has less injuries than us. I'm not going to the best team. Just go to a normal team. They have less injury than us, man. You can go to a mid-table team, Wolves, in Premier League. They have 0 injuries probably, and
This
they
is
train hard. They run a lot. They handle the Premier League that actually is a lot of run. I don't care what people say. I don't know what is the best league or whatever.
There is
It's
a
lot of run.
lot of physicality.
And exactly, that is Wolves. Probably
I agree with you.
Leeds United with Bielsa has a better preparation than AC Milan, and they do the same type of football we do: high press, running a lot.
But you know that Bielsa has a special staff for this kind of football. Like he brings his own staff to prepare the players to play the whole 90 minutes that way.
He's a legendary coach, man.
Yes,
Anybody
and
that
a lot
knows
of
about him, he's a legendary
every
coach.
other coach respects him that much.
Yep.
I've
He's
seen
a great
Ancelotti. Everyone, they say this guy is different.
And
but
yeah,
there,
I get it, but the guy that trained them is not a legendary trainer, guy.
No. All I'm saying, later, the way he plays, he prepares the team to play that way. You see, do you see my point? He does not prepare them to be very strong physically. He prepares the wingers to run a lot, and they do that. They do that the whole season.
Okay, why our physical preparation?
That's the problem. We need to change him. I agree with you.
You need to
but
get
for
a guy that actually prepares them.
But for me, if I look at this realistically, put yourself into the management's hands. Are you gonna risk it?
Yeah, definitely. You cannot do worse than this. If you get some students just finish, they're not gonna do worse than this. It's impossible. They cannot injure 25 players. It's impossible. I go there. I'm not gonna injure 25 players. These guys already got 12 players out of order. We cannot use them for the next 2 weeks.
Hey guys,
that is madness.
But I have been noticing this for a very long time. It's not just now with this.
Yeah. For me, it started even with Mexes, Biglia, all these guys.
It's been
repetitive injuries.
It's been years.
This is what I thought. Even I remember Ocampos getting injured so much, Sharawi getting injured so much, and then they go to other clubs. They're not injured anymore.
And this is why I think it's got to do with the fields.
I don't know if it's just. That's what I asked that question, because this is a long period of injuries. It's not just.
I think the fields of Milanello are bad.
No. I don't necessarily agree with that, Roy. I think something in the preparation is wrong. I think,
but it's not always the same preparators for all these years.
So what is?
No, he's the same, man. He's the same.
Are you sure?
I think they changed him later. I think in 2016 they changed the whole squad with Montella and stuff like that.
No, Montella didn't bring his own team. We have our own athletic.
I'm just saying, because the owners changed so much. I don't know if this changed or not. I don't have a clue, to be fair.
I don't think we changed them, man. I think they are the same old people that used to train fucking Maldini and Cedar.
No, I don't think so. That's impossible.
Believe
you think so?
me.
But
there is a possibility, yeah.
Laird, how can you keep a team that's beyond 30 years old? At that time, everyone was 36, 41, 40, and they played the whole season. And now you cannot do that with 21 and 20 years old.
Because football changed, because football changed.
Did it change that much? No, but I agree with you. It's different football, but they still play the same amount of games during the season.
Listen, we are the youngest squad in Italy for sure. We are we have 24 players. We have 5 changes to do during the game, and we have half of the team injured. No one in Italy has that. It's clearly the
No
problem.
one
It's
in
not
the
the players.
world. No one in
Not
the
in the
world.
world has that. No fucking. You go in a Sunday league team doesn't have those injuries, and they drink beers before the game. What the fuck we're talking here? There is an issue here. It's a big problem, and I know they're hiding it because they say, "Oh, we here is precaution." Fuck off. That is an injury. You're waiting 2 weeks to have it for the a game ready. There is an issue here. There is a clear issue, and they need to solve it with firing people and hiring new people. That's
I
it.
think
The
that's the
only way
best option, but I don't think it's gonna happen from Maldini because those people also have I don't think he's gonna be that harsh.
those people have family.
I know, like stuff like that, because stuff like that exists. They are having salaries and
Well, do
stuff
your
like
job properly if you have
I
a
know.
family. It doesn't.
I know,
What
but
is
like,
that?
are you gonna just fire 20 people as a manager? Like,
Yeah, you
come
you,
on,
you
man.
fired them.
No, I
You
don't think they
fired
need to.
them.
Nah,
They
man.
need to
Like,
be
if you
fired.
own a, if you are in a managing position, it's hard to fire 20 people.
I
It's
think-
stuck with you for years and years.
I think they just need to fix what it is. They find what it is.
I think for me, the solution is to bring a specialist and add that to that team, and just tell them what to do.
No, no, no. It's not so simple. It's not so simple.
But
You
Inter
can bring
did
a
that.
specialist.
Okay,
You
Inter
can
did
bring
that
a
last
specialist.
season. Inter brought a specialist, and he did not bring anyone with him.
And remember,
He was
guys,
there by
last,
himself.
last season I wrongfully predicted that Inter was going to get all these injuries in the second half of the season, and that would have slowed them down. Nobody got injured.
Yeah, and this guy is a genius because, and clubs are fighting for him. Even national teams are fighting for him because they know he does the job. He does not need the staff. He just goes there and tell them, "You do this, you do that. You stop doing this. This is wrong. It's gonna get players
Yeah,
injured."
but Anwar, this guy is not doing these things secretly. He does convention. He's fucking talking with experts. The method
know.
he's using is not a secret. It's known out there, and other people know how to replicate that fucking system. He's not a fucking how do you call it? A magician, for fuck's sake. He's touching
I know, I
people in
know.
their thighs and they get cured straight away. Clearly, he's
But
doing
like,
things that the medical world knows how to do. You
But
just get
if you
another
have-
guy that does that.
But if you have, for me, this, I don't know if these specialists exist like this guy, but if you have Conte, Mourinho, Ancelotti, Guardiola all fighting for this guy, it has to mean something, right?
Yeah,
As a
but-
coach,
okay.
because
No,
that's an
every
addition
job-
for you as a coach. You're preparing, you have the fullest of your squad.
Every job you need quality, and there are people that are the best at whatever it is. And obviously, in this department too, you have people that are very good. It looks like the people at Milan just aren't very good at this.
Because
They're really
I don't
bad.
think that this guy is getting millions for his job. I think he gets a really good salary, but not like a player status salary. So I think you can convince him to come to Milan with a better salary.
Listen. Even if he gets even if he gets $1 million a year or $2 million a year,
I'd give him that.
not having him, you're losing 20 million because these 12 players are not playing for a month.
And they're losing value as well.
It's just a joke. I don't believe this. It's like it's every day there is a guy that gets injured at Milanello.
Well,
know,
to
I
be
know-
fair,
Something
to
like
be
that in
fair,
my life.
to be fair, Theo Hernandez and Brahim are positive COVID.
But still,
Bro,
like they should have.
tomorrow
They should-
somebody's gonna get injured.
I agree with
Forget
you.
about the code. Tomorrow somebody's gonna get injured. I'm sure about that, 100%.
But how many teams still suffer from these like 2 COVID cases or 3 COVID cases in a week? Only Milan? I don't know that happening in Madrid or Barca or
But
Bayern
hey,
or
okay, COVID guys, we should not even consider that thing. I mean, honestly, COVID is tricky shit, man. Like even if you're vaccinated, you can get still sick.
I know.
So let's not focus on that. We're
It
focusing
just
more-
adds fire to the flame.
To be honest, man, when I read all of this shit this morning, man, I wanted to go and punch my manager in the face for no reason. Like for no reason, man. I mean, you know, and that's messed up because when you get in that angry kind of an environment, you shouldn't be angry when you support your team, man. You shouldn't be angry like all the time, like lately. I mean, with this injuries, that really what drives me crazy, man. Like when I see this guy got injured, And what's the cost? Nobody tells you why. Like Magnan, as I said, I read somewhere else, he's been complaining about it before the Liverpool game, and they just kind of shrugged it off. And now he's out for 3 months. That's a huge dent. It's a huge dent.
And that's
For me,
a great.
that's a mistake. That's
Hey, I actually, since I've asked everybody this, we haven't asked Lart. Lart, what do you think about Milan minus Magnan up until January?
It's really bad because the guy that is gonna play instead of him is an average goalkeeper. Let's face it. It's not even a Serie A goalkeeper in my opinion. He is good for a Serie B team. He's not good for a Serie A team.
where's Zari injured as well?
Who?
No, Mirante. I think we just signed Mirante,
Zari.
but he can, but he cannot play. Correct, like first game or something like that.
Yeah, but like for
No, but
Pizzari,
Mirante is
third
not gonna play.
goalkeeper.
Mirante is even worse. Mirante is even worse than Tataruzano. Mirante
I
is
think
just a third goalkeeper.
if Pizzari is available, I would give him a chance.
He's injured, man. Like
No,
nobody-
all I'm saying,
Oh,
I think
okay.
he's gonna be back in like few weeks. So if for me,
Yeah,
if
and he's gonna get
available-
injured again, by the way. Because
And
Hey,
Tataruzano does not get injured at all.
It's that skinny style. He's just the skinny.
Well, you
flexible
have
mo-
these guys like Castillejo, they don't get injured. Like
Because
Castillejo
that's
does
what,
not get
I'm not
injured.
joking. I'm not joking, man. That skinny style, man. The flexibility, man. Who knows, man? Maybe that has something to do with it, man.
Oh
40
my God,
40
oh
kilograms
my
of
God.
Caruso, man. Come on, man. Nobody can beat that
But-
with Costi,
For
man.
example, if you're playing a derby and you have Tataruzano as a goalkeeper, you have to do a perfect game. You have to do a perfect game.
Yeah.
Almost. Yeah.
If you don't do a perfect game, you don't win it. You draw. You do 1-1, 2-2, or you lose. Against Roma, you have to do a perfect game. So that is the problem when you have an average goalkeeper. I'm not saying a good or normal goalkeeper. We have an average. He's
So-
really bad.
Are you expecting, anybody can answer this, are you guys expecting that we're going to be losing points?
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna lose point. And from now, I think top 4 should be our priority. I was really on winning the league. I was like, really, let's win the league this season. No chance with this medical team. I mean, Ibrahimovic is back. People are saying no. How much you wanna bet he's gonna get injured again?
He's not playing tomorrow. I don't think he's
No, Porto.
Yeah.
He's back for Porto game.
He's gonna the first game he's gonna do, or maybe the second, he's gonna get injured. I know that. I've seen this film already.
So,
Absolutely.
guys, I want to bring a little bit of positivity. I know.
No.
I'm,
All right.
I'm,
No,
I-
don't
I-
bring
I-
Don't bring it. Don't bring it.
I want
because
to. I
it's
want
really...
to bring some positivity, man. Come on, guys. Like we are Milan fans. I mean, I know we're not in the best shape with all this injury and stuff, but at the end of the day, what all that matters is the young lads that we have. And I know we're gonna lose some points, but I strongly still believe that we're gonna be competing like pretty good.
Guys, this is my unpopular opinion, but I think we're gonna do really well because
The system, man. The system is playing so far.
the system
So
is
far.
playing, and the team has been through this. Like they know how to play without the best players.
But Anwar, let's be realistic
But,
about something.
Only
Because-
the only reason why I'm saying this, Roy, because I saw how Pioli now takes on the games. It's different from last season, and for me, I trust that like tomorrow, I might be like we might draw in like any other game, but I have confidence that we're gonna win.
Okay, but Anwar, let's also be realistic about how important Magnan has been for AC Milan.
I
Like,
definitely agree with you.
but he has, but not only just the quality saves, but his distribution, his confidence, his just his presence, the way he talks to the players.
I agree.
He is
But
world
I think-
class.
But I
And-
think in this case, I think Tomori is gonna step up. I think Kier is gonna step up.
yeah,
Like,
but that's a different position, my man.
I know,
They have
but
to.
but they have to take off the pressure from the goalkeeper. Like you don't have Donnarumma or Mike Mignon anymore now. Like you need to do that extra tackle. You need to run that extra run. Because you don't know the outcome of that extra run. You don't trust it that much. and I think they're gonna do that job. That's why I'm trusting our defense. I'm trusting the back four. But if they get injured, I don't know. Like that's up to God.
What about fucking Rebic? What's wrong with Rebic now?
I think Rebic is playing tomorrow.
No, Rebic was taken out of training because of fastidio. How do you say fastidio in English?
Fastidio.
A small issue.
What the hell
It's like a.
Even though like we have Leao, I thought like even with this team, you should win against Verona.
Leao is not available. He's not.
But even without Leao and Rebic, Verona does not have a better team than.
Who the fuck is gonna play? Me or you?
No. All I'm saying,
it's about bodies. Now we are talking about bodies, not even good players or.
No, I'm speaking about the difficulty of the game.
It looks like 2-2, man. 2 positive guys and 2 negative guys, man. Here we go.
I'm not just trying to be positive or anything. I really,
at the end of the day, guys. At the end of the day,
last season I had that same opinion because I believe that we did not have enough depth. We did not have. There were so many things missing to actually make you a champion. This year, I think we have what it needs to become a champion. It just depends on the agenda. It depends on the games. It depends on where the injuries are gonna land. If they land on a Verona game, I don't mind. If they don't land on an Inter game, I don't mind. Like you need
I actually would rather they. This is my personal opinion. I would rather they land against Inter than against Verona. To be honest with you,
Anwar, we've been saying all season. I hope they don't land in this game. I hope they are landing in every fucking single game. Man.
I know.
It's not. Do you think now?
But the good thing, Blair, is we are still winning. We only lost in Europe.
No.
It is true, but it is a reality as well. Milan is winning in Italy. They're not losing.
Listen, you have now injury Diaz. Who is gonna play in that position?
But even from first day, we started with an injury. The first day of the season.
We had
I
Milan.
agree.
Now we are facing key position of the pitch with an injury, and we're not even having the replacement.
Well, Maldini, who is a youngster who's only had 60 minutes of professional football.
For me, this is why I gave the Mercato a 4 because.
I gave the medical stuff. I gave the medical stuff.
But even the Mercato, you did not give him a substitute for Diaz, and you know that very well.
But we have a substitute. We have.
That's Maldini.
Do you want a list of substitutes for Diaz?
But are you serious? Like, can you be?
Listen to me. No, let me finish. Rebic is not available. Leao is not available. Ibrahimovic is not available. Giroud is not available.
No, Giroud is available.
No, but besides that,
no, they're not fit to start. They're not fit to start from the first minute.
No, Giroud is.
All I'm saying is that
Giroud.
If you are a manager and you go to a coach and you give him Messias and Maldini and Salmakers and Diaz and you tell him, win me the Scudetto, I'm not gonna tell you, are you kidding me? This is my first question to you.
I think we can win it. Just Messias is injured.
but because also Italy is not so strong as the past. We can all agree on that. The Italian teams, they're not that competitive as they used to be in the past.
No, they are competitive.
Why are you taking this conversation there?
Don't go there.
I have to go there because that's what gives Milan these points now. Because if you have this many injuries in a different league, a much more competitive league, you'd be losing points from day one.
But it's not happening to any player, to any team, this amount of injury, man. The management gave to Pioli 24 players. The medical staff killed 12. Not me, not Pioli. Pioli changed these players. Pioli does 5 changes every fucking game, rotates the team, but the medical staff is killing them.
What are you discussing?
I don't know how they do that.
When you look at the lineup of Milan tomorrow against Verona, we have a better lineup, even with all the injuries. That's my point.
Yeah. What about the players that are gonna come in the second half? Who is the players that are coming in the second half?
You still have players.
Krunic.
You have Balotelli. You have a lot of guys.
Balotelli is gonna start.
Okay, Balotelli is gonna start.
Who is coming if Balotelli gets injured, which is really highly can happen? Who is gonna come in?
Calabria is gonna switch from the right. Kalulu is gonna go to the right.
So Calabria is starting or Calabria is injured?
No.
Because Calabria is coming from an injury.
No, I'm
Like
talking
the
about
coach still has options for me. Like it's not just dead end. Like at this point, you can still win against Verona with this team.
Another thing I want to say. We play at San Siro.
But I
Like-
get you. Just to make one thing clear, I get your point. I agree with you. The medical staff is shit and everything, but also the league allows you to have injuries and you can still win points.
I don't know about that.
No,
But
I don't know
we
about that.
proved
man.
that right
No,
even last
actually,
season. Right?
Anwar. Honestly,
Go ahead,
I
go
don't know if league is allowed. I don't think it just. I'm not gonna agree with you 100% on the league, but I will have to say one thing that overall Milan as a team plays much better. Not depending on certain players as much as they did last season. So
The system is better.
That's positive, but at the same time, we all agree that all these injuries definitely gonna hinder our chances. I agree with that, but
But
My-
do you
my
agree
th-
with me with the fact with the team with the lineup that Milan has with the full squad? Can you win it in Premier League? Can you win it in La Liga? Can you win it in
No,
any different?
I'll tell you.
I don't think you can do that, but I think you can do that in
Premier
Italy.
League,
Let me
not
finish.
Premier League, man.
But
Let me answer to
I
you. No,
honestly
let-
believe you
let-
can win in Serie A with this squad.
No, let me answer to you. If Chelsea gets 12 injured, something that is never going to happen, but let's say Chelsea gets 12 injuries, they can still win against Brighton with 12 injuries. So the Premier League doesn't mean it's not a competitive
No,
league
that's not
because
true.
Chelsea-
I'll give you an example there.
Yes,
last
he
season,
can do it. He can...
okay, last season Liverpool had more than 10 injuries. I remember that very well, and they even brought up the youth squad to play in the senior squad, and they were ranked 6 or 7 by that time. They were not competing even for fourth place, and they until the last day of the Premier League they got their spot. Like for me, that league is much more competitive. That's why when you get injured, you drop points right away. In Serie A, you can still manage the game. You can still win it, even if you don't have the full squad.
Anwar,
I don't know about that.
I'm gonna agree with you on one thing that in EPL probably at this point definitely
Well,
not. We're not gonna
Do you
win
think?
EPL.
Do you think with this team you can win against Atletico and Real Madrid in La Liga? I don't think so, man.
Anwar, I want to say about Liverpool, they didn't have 12 injured. They had 4 injuries.
No, bro. I
Which
remember they didn't even have the central backs at some point. Like they no
Exactly.
central backs.
Anwar,
They
we
missed...
sorry. Go ahead. Finish.
No, go.
But
I'm
not
saying,
only that.
no, Anwar, we were first, if you remember correctly. Then all of a sudden we get million injuries, and we almost lose the top 4 spot. So
But I said I agree with that because last season we were missing much more than this season. This season we have a backup for Ibra. It's Giroud. He got injured, but he got back in this game. Still, like it's still an option for the coach. And tomorrow maybe he scores and we win the game, and that's resolved.
yeah.
He is a world class player. Like
That's
let's
what
be
I'm
honest.
saying. Like the squad, the choices offered to Pioli in this season are different from last season.
Look,
One remark,
for me,
Roy.
talk is cheap. Go ahead.
Roy, just one remark, guys, and I hopefully that it's gonna make everybody smile.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Look at this table, look at this beautiful table, and look at the fucking Juventus.
Yeah,
Number
that's what I'm
7.
saying.
Let's
Yes,
just enjoy the
and
moment.
no,
If
but
you
seriously,
but if you manage to rank second with half your team missing, and Juve with all their squad and they are 7th, that speaks a little bit about how competitive this league is as well.
well,
Yes.
we'll
Like
we
I
have
agree, the
to
league is
see, man.
competitive within itself. Like Napoli, Inter, Milan are gonna fight for the title. I definitely agree with that. I don't agree also with the fact that these other leagues are so superior to Serie A.
No,
I
they're not.
definitely did not say that.
But
I don't think with these squads, any of these squads, even like Inter, if you put them in EPL or La Liga, they cannot win it.
listen, Anwar. I mean, it's nice, it's all fluffy and great, but fuck, we got 3 games that we have to win, and these injuries. I mean, we lost the fucking goalkeeper, man.
But yeah, but we also lost all strikers,
We-
and
we
we still won.
Okay, we lost We lost Theo now. He's going to be gone for 2 weeks. Brahim, 2 weeks. We're losing pieces, and if we don't win these games, then your debate here is meaningless. Like we
Man,
gotta-
Liverpool didn't lose Mane, Salah, didn't lose Robertson and Trent Alexander-Arnold. They didn't lose the midfield. They lost the 2 centre back, which is Van Dijk and Joe Gomez. And Klopp was so how you say
Oh,
it?
Mane
stubborn
was
to
injured at some point. Lair, I remember.
Nah.
I did not watch the full season of Liverpool. I
No,
don't
I
think you did
wasn't.
as well.
I
But
was. I
we
was at
cannot
all.
really.
Believe me.
But
The
I
old
remember the team suffering from a lot of injuries as well. But even Real Madrid last season, they were top of La Liga. So many injuries, they lost it by 2 points or 1 point to Atletico Madrid. But if you think about it, if they did not have these 60 injuries throughout the season, maybe they could have won La Liga. That's what I'm
Anwar,
trying to get at.
if you look the whole season, AC Milan, I can count you 50 injuries. I'm talking about 12 injuries in a week. We are facing a game during next tomorrow with 12 injuries at the same time.
I agree with
That
you.
is
No,
some. Liverpool gets 20 injuries the entire season. AC Milan gets 60 injuries the entire season. That is something that it shouldn't happen at a professional level.
This
There
is the first
something
time.
wrong.
This is the first time I hear
Well,
Laird.
we're trying to
complain
bring
about-
some positivity also into this because we cannot just focus on the
Very-
problem.
very
There are some good
No,
things to
this
this
is
team as
this
well.
is the main issue of this team. This is
I
the
agree
main
with
issue of
you.
this team.
I definitely,
But
we
guys,
all agree with you, Laird.
I think we agree to disagree. Honestly, everybody is on the same page here that this medical stuff needs to go. Everybody is on the same page. So,
But
the ne-
can we
let-
agree,
let- let-
Vasil? I just want to ask you this question. Try to answer it during your answer. Do you
Yeah.
think even with these injuries and having Giroud, Makers, all these guys ready to play, can you still win games in Serie? That's my point.
honestly, man, last season I would say no. This season I say yes.
That's my point as
to
well.
answer your question. So at the end of the day, no matter what's going down, what shit hits the fan, we still are Milan fans and we gotta support to the end. What we have to do, I don't know if there's a way to write a petition or something on official AC Milan side and say, hey, listen, we are sick and tired of these motherfuckers that are in charge of medical team. They need to go. We have to put pressure as fans on the management, man. And I think it will work down the road.
But I agree
Anwar,
with you. It's not
No,
only on
Anwar,
the. Okay.
Anwar, let's talk
Yes.
seriously. How you train your team the day before on corners? If you have 12 players,
I didn't get your
how the
point.
fuck you train?
Okay.
You
I
have to
agree
do-
with
you
you.
have-
Maldini
you
has
have to
to wear the shirt and go back again.
Fucking hell, you have to put the Primavera to train them on a simulation of attacking. I don't know, overload
No,
on the box.
Laird, all I'm
How
s-
the fuck you train a team
Laird,
that
try
is-
to
has
listen.
to win the Serie
Please,
A?
please, Laird,
When
try
12
to get our
players are
point as
in-
well. We agree with you on your point on the fact that we should not have this problem. This is the main problem of Milan, and I think this problem is not only this season. It's been dragging up for years now. But we also need to see the positive things of what we did in the Mercato. Although I give it a 4, we managed to check one box, which was depth. And now you can offer yourself, even with injuries, to go ahead, play away, and win the 3 points easily. And that option, I don't think Pioli had it last season.
Not even close, man. Not even
Yeah,
close.
but still, we were all wondered by, Pioli is doing wonders with this team. Like, this is surprisingly good because no one is expecting Milan to do that result.
Whoa! Look, what the fuck? Listen, what? These are fighting words. Listen to this guy.
Now, I know that Kangu is like an EPL hard fan, but like he's pushing it too much. He's just pushing
You know what I
But-
love. You know what I love, guys. I'm sorry, Anwar, I disrupted.
Go ahead,
but
Vasil.
I had to say.
Angu,
I have to say something. They know the access here. They can get in and say in person, man. This fucking writing on the wall, it's not impressing me, man. Like, if you want to say something, have some balls, get on the fucking camera and say it to our face, man.
Oh
Seriously. Man.
shit!
Like, I'm getting tired of this. Oh, we don't have this, we don't have that, man. Say it to fucking our face, man. Like,
Nah,
stop this bullshit. man.
I tell
let's not-
Kangu.
let's not go there,
if we
bro.
had
I'm
the-
sorry, that's
if
my
we had
Eastern European
the
bullshit
medical
coming out. But
team,
I know,
the
I know.
medical-
Bro.
Guys, if you had the medical team of a Premier League team, we could have win the Premier League because we
Nah,
didn't have.
Lair, you're pushing it. You know that Liverpool almost did not lose a single game during that Premier League run. Even Leicester at some point was that strong, bro. Like that league, I don't highly rank them in terms of like what I watch, and I don't think it's the best football that I watch. But in terms of difficulty of the league, it's really hard to play there. I know that it's really hard. And it has to be
I don't
like with all the players they have, the quality they have. it has to be even from you said it yourself. The medical teams, even the Wolves have a really good medical team. Like that kind of bring in the quality of the whole club.
Exactly,
together.
that's what I'm saying. If we were in the Premier
that's
League,
what
we
I
would
see.
have that medical team.
But it does not make you the champion of the EPL. What makes you champion of EPL is having the best
Come
team
on,
in
man.
England.
That
Bro.
was a provocation. That was a provocation, of course. But if you are in Premier League, you have 150 million to spend because you have TV rights. And I want to see AC Milan with that money. How the fuck is gonna fuck all
That
the
is
Premier
true.
League
That is
teams?
true.
That is true. That is a fair
what
point.
we're talking about. That's what I'm answering to Kangu. That it's bullshit. We're saying we're spending 60 million a season. The teams that are winning the Premier League are spending
If you're
150
saying
million.
this, but if
I
you're
can
saying this,
fuck
you have
Arsenal every game. I can fuck Arsenal 10 games in a
Laird,
row,
Laird.
and
If
they
you're
spend
saying
150 million.
Laird,
What we're
my
talking
point.
about here?
No, but
My point is that. My point is that
I
if we
agree
can
with
access to the
I
Premier
agree with
League,
you.
we
I
can
agree
fuck
with
any
I agree
team.
with Laura.
But if you're saying this, you have also to agree that right now we don't have that team. That's why you need to go there and get the 150 and have that team that can be the champion. But all I said is the Milan right now, we have the squad we have is not that capable of winning elsewhere. Besides, it's gonna be very hard.
I don't
For me,
know.
in Italy, is much more achievable compared to any other league.
Anwar, do you understand why I'm so upset with the medical team?
I get your point. My point
No,
is
you don't. No one is getting it.
Of course we do. We're saying we approve.
No one is getting it because I want to see Pioli having 24 players healthy for at least 2 months in a row, so he can fucking train them, give them the tactical thing, and actually use them and change the game during the 90 minutes. Have players to put in to win a game and maybe to win a Champions League game. But he never had that since the beginning of the season. He had 10 players injured every fucking week.
But my point is, we
true.
cannot just
It
focus
is
on
true.
that, Laird.
It
We
is
cannot
true,
just,
man.
we cannot just focus on that. We
Laura,
cannot just focus
Laura,
on
That
that.
is the key. To win on the long run, that is the key. To have
I
20
know.
players
That is
always
true.
healthy
That is true too.
to work with these players.
But why
To
did
work.
But as fans, when I said this in the summer, why did no one say, yes, we should give them pressure and go do this? Bro, like,
what?
you
To
cannot do this mid-season. Mid-season, and you tell me, Florenzi is a shit deal. I said this in August.
No, the
but all
market
this
was
talk-
great. For what they
this
can
talk-
do, the market was great. The injuries has got nothing to do with the
But
market.
Roy, for me, I see Milan fans very emotional. Like, we get too attached to some stuff, and we cannot sometimes see the real intrinsic value of some, like the problems themselves, even. And these problems existed way before, and people would still hide the blind eye.
I've been saying that.
But people were still excited about the signings and stuff.
The
And it's
signings
not-
were amazing, man. The
It's
signings
not.
were amazing.
It's not, bro. It's
For
not.
what?
The signings were definitely not amazing.
For what?
Let's
For what?
not jump the gun, Roy. The signings were far from amazing.
That's what I'm saying.
Half
Like,
our half
you
our
cannot
signings
just-
were injured players or injury-prone
Yeah.
players. So, yeah, we can blame the injury staff as well, but we also got to blame the people who are buying players who are injury-prone and known to be injury-prone.
You're buying Bakayoko only to get injured.
Hold
You did not
on,
see him
hold on.
play.
Freaking Anwar, you were professing how we should have gotten Sergio Ramos. Sergio Ramos has not played a minute of football, and now you're saying that we should have known.
Yeah, but-
Neither does Romagnoli, bro.
But look, Roy, Sergio Ramos.
I'm
is
talking
not
about
an
a bench
injury-prone
player.
He's not an injury-prone
Bro,
player.
what are you talking about,
Injury-prone
man?
Player.
He is an injury-prone player. He
No, no, no.
hasn't
He's
played.
not. He's
No.
not. He's been playing
Sergio
consistently
Ramos
for
is
25
not-
years.
He's not played for 1 year.
Bro, you don't
Yeah,
watch
no.
Sergio Ramos.
When-
You really
No,
don't
he-
watch him.
No. He played
Injury-prone,
4
Roy,
games
injury-
last season.
Roy,
He played-
injury-prone
yeah, exactly.
players are
Yeah, and the
players who
season
score
before he
consistently.
He finished
Like,
second
injury-
best scorer for Real Madrid, scoring 17 goals as a central defender. And you tell me he played 4 games, scoring 17 goals? What
He
the
scored-
fuck are you talking about,
he did
man?
not score
Just watch the
17
games
goals,
first. No, but because you're talking out of context. You don't
He did
even watch
not.
the
He
game.
did not score 17 goals.
If you
last
watch
season.
Ramos in Champions League or Madrid or Spain, Chiellini got bullied by him in the club
What's the
level
point?
and the national level, and you
What-
still give me trash for this.
No.
Man,
What's
you
the
gotta-
point
you gotta
of that?
realize- you
You're
gotta-
saying that we shouldn't get injury-prone players, but you wanted a player that is super
Yeah.
injury-prone.
Because
Roy,
it's
Roy,
not a super
Sergio
injury-prone
Ramos is not
player.
an
Bro,
injury-prone
what are you
player.
saying, man?
Roy,
Roy,
I'm gonna
has
solve
has
this
Ramos been
discussion.
injured?
I'm gonna
Yes.
solve this discussion. 1 second. I'm gonna solve this discussion. How many injuries Magnan had with Lille the previous season? Zero.
It has
He
nothing to
comes
do
to
with
AC
the
Milan
conversation, Lair.
after
Lair,
10
we're
games,
speaking
he
about
hasn't-
different things. No, come on, man. You cannot just bring Menya into this. We're talking
No,
now
no,
about.
you
He's
guys
criticized, in
say-
my opinion, for saying that we should have brought Sergio Ramos rather than keeping Romagnoli. I will die over
Sergio
that
Ramos,
opinion and change
no
it.
reason to buy Sergio Ramos. I don't want to even
Fuck
talk about that.
Romagnoli in this case. Like, if
No,
we
no,
came
no,
to
no.
this point,
No, why you guys change it? You guys say
no,
this,
I'm not
our
changing. He's
management
bringing
buy-
this up. No, Lair. I'm not gonna sit
Listen.
around here and be bullied by
No,
fucking
it is
whatever,
true.
man.
You're like saying, "Hey, we our mercato was shit because we got pro."
It is
injury
shit,
from-
man. You
But you
buy
wanted
Florenzi, it is
Ramos.
shit.
You wanted to get Ramos, man. The guy has not touched a ball in a.
Roy. Hold on a second. Hold on. Sergio Ramos, has he been injured for a decently a long time since
Yeah.
last year? Yes.
When?
But that does not
The whole
make
year.
him injured. No, but that does
Okay,
not make him
1 year in
injury prone.
25.
No, but
That
he's
does not
not
make him injury
22.
prone. Injury
guys.
prone is a player who's injured often.
But he's not on his prime, guys. He's
Often.
at the end of his career.
It's
Come
the end.
on.
He's
Well,
the end of his
he was
career.
gonna come as a bench player instead of keeping Romagnoli for the same fucking
But
salary.
Romagnoli is not fucking injured, man. He's
He gets injured as well. The moment he play, we got us fucked over in Atletico game. I don't want the guy in this club.
No, my kid. Now you're blaming Atletico.
No.
Yes, I'm blaming him, and I blamed him even in that game. I told you the guy.
Okay, I'm gonna moderate this fucking live because it's going nowhere. Okay, you guys say we buy injury-prone players, and I'm telling you, I'm doing you a list.
No, I'm telling you, the mercato was shit. That's my point.
Okay, or
Now,
whatever.
Look at
but
the
you
mercato this summer and tell me which players that we bought are not injury prone.
I don't want to talk about the quality of the
Oh,
mercato. Forget about the
only
quality.
But you have
non-injury-
to.
No. The only
You guys
non-injury
said
player that we
injury-prone
got was
players.
Mike. The only non-injury prone player that we got was Mike. All
And
the
he
rest
and he's
of them
injured,
are
and he's
injury
the
prone.
one that is
And
injured
he's
the most.
And he's injured. Okay, I'll give you another name. Messias, he played 38 games with Crotone. He's injured. How you explain that?
You buying more than 30 years old guys, man.
Bakayoko played the whole season with Napoli.
Yeah, but
he's injured.
Look at
You
his-
just did
yeah,
this
but-
mistake with Mandzukic, and you're doing it again. And you don't
No,
want to
no, no,
blame,
no.
man. Like, for you, it's all colorful. Maldini is just throwing flowers at
Okay,
Milan.
Man-
There are some
Mandzukic-
things we should criticize, some
Okay,
stuff that we should give criticism.
Like,
Mandzukic-
are you
No,
surprised
guys,
that,
are you
that-
actually
that-
serious?
that
Are you
Macias
actually
is
serious?
injured?
Mandzukic. Huh?
Are you surprised that Macias got injured?
Yes, because he played the entire
No,
season
yes.
the year before.
I'm not
I'm very
surprised at all.
surprised.
I'm not
due
surprised,
To his
man.
age, due to his age, I'm not surprised at all.
He's 30.
I'm not
He's
surprised
30. He's
at
not
all.
36.
I'm
But
surprised.
he's
It doesn't
30.
matter.
This is the first time playing in a Milan level. The quality that you need, the hard training that you need to
don't
put in
start
every
with
day.
that, man.
Exactly.
Don't-
It's
I
gonna
have to
take a
start with
while.
that.
It's going to take a while for Macias' body to play at that level.
Adapt.
from Milan.
What you guys are
And
talking
that's
about?
going to
Are you-
create
Roy,
a strain on his body. That's
What are you
that's
what
what
they're
Roy's
talking about,
first of
man?
all, Roy's a coach, so Roy will understand that for players to reach a certain
What are you
level,
talking
their
about,
body,
man?
their
What? No.
body has to.
No,
Nathan,
no,
I'm not
stop,
allowed
stop,
to
stop.
say this.
That's got
Like,
nothing to do with coaching. But I'm gonna
That's
say
not-
something. I gotta say, I'm surprised that he's injured. I'm surprised that all of these guys are injured. It's
So
It's
Florenzi, who's been injured for the last 6 years, if I recall correctly. Every time I see him, I hear news of him. He plays 2 games, 3 games, he gets injured, and you buy him, and now you're surprised he's injured.
I'm gonna check
I'm
how many
surprised.
games Florenzi
I'm not.
played.
I'm surprised Florenzi had to go under the knife.
Guys,
Why
I-
PSG would let him go for free if he's not injury prone?
guys, first
Exactly.
of all,
Never owned. PSG never owned.
They don't get. These are
What?
bench. These are
Whatever.
not players that they would just let go if they were at this incredibly fitness type of level.
So you guys are saying that the management is just a bunch of idiots.
No, we said that they checked one box, which is the depth. It's not the quality. They did not improve the quality of the squad. They improved the
Guys,
depth of the squad.
guys,
Roy,
okay,
Roy,
I listen
Roy.
to this stuff, man.
Yeah,
so
go
I
ahead,
try
No,
to-
no, I wanna correct something about Florenzi. He played 36 games last season.
How many
Injury
times
prone,
he got?
36 games.
Okay, go check Ramos.
You want me to check Ramos? I'll check Ramos.
Yeah,
What
Ramos
games
said-
he played?
He said
Played
4
it.
games.
Guys,
But Nathan,
why-
I want to say something, Nathan. Coaching and physiotherapy are not the same. Like I never had to deal.
You're right. You're right.
I never had to
You're right,
deal
they're
with
not
that
the
aspect.
same.
But as a coach, do
Yeah,
you think
you're
about
right.
it?
guys,
Honestly,
But
no,
as a
because
co-
you're not paid to do
but
it.
Roy, you keep saying, but Roy, you keep saying that players have to reach a certain level. It's not just mentally reach that level; it's physically reach that level.
Yeah.
And if for 30 years you've only been playing at the level of a Serie B side, and now we're asking you to play at that not at the Serie A side, top
Champions League
table
level.
side,
But-
a
but
Champions
He's not
League
playing,
side.
Nathan,
You
and
he
he's
was
injured.
playing-
He's not playing.
Yeah, but
Nathan, he's not
but
playing and he's
it
injured,
doesn't
man.
matter.
But
No, he
Nathan,
didn't do 5 games in a row and he got injured. And we're talking about the intensity of our game. He didn't play. He played 30 minutes and he's injured, man. That is my issue here. We're not
Yeah,
talking
but
about
there's
players that are
also
playing 6
practice.
games
There's
in a row.
also
And
But
they
he
get
got
injured.
injured before playing, Roy. He
Yeah,
got
but
injured
Come
before.
on,
There's also
guys,
practice
seriously.
as well.
guys,
Yeah, about
You're
practice.
forgetting about
What are you
practice as
talking
well.
about, man?
can I
Oh,
say
God.
something,
There.
guys? Can I say something? Give me, guys, like 2 seconds, please.
go ahead. Vasil, the floor is yours.
You know, like I honestly love, like, we're all good about criticizing, all of us, for whatever reasons. But at the end of the day, club is owned by Elliot, and if Elliot doesn't want to spend big money, we have to be happy with what we have. Yes, we bought some players that did have some injuries, but do we have a budget of Chelsea or Real Madrid that we can afford to push that? Let's say young superstars, no injuries. We cannot afford that. So we have 2 problems here. We have no money problem, and we have a medical fucking staff with problems, man. Like, that is not qualified to run this team.
For me,
To start
this
off.
is just Vasil is only blaming one side of the picture. I can blame also the ownership.
That's
You can
what-
spend
I
money
ju-
on
I-
this
I
club
just
and
said-
make it
I
better.
just said it, man. I just said it. I said, if Elliot doesn't want to spend money, and then we have medical problems. So we have 2 problems.
Yeah,
That's
and
what
you
I
have
just said.
problems on the medical side, but also on the spending side because you're not buying what you really need.
That's what I just said, man. Like, because
Yes,
they
yes.
don't want to spend. They don't want to spend.
But
No matter
still-
what.
Vasily, I want to answer to Vasily. If we buy Messi, which is a player that doesn't get injured never in a season, if we buy Messi, he gets injured with us. That is my whole problem. I'm not actually questioning the quality of our players. I'm questioning the fact they are not available. They are never available because our medical staff is shit. As told you, Florenzi, 36 appearance with PSG. Injury-prone players, 36 appearance. With us, is injured after 7 games, playing from the bench, 20 minutes at the end. He gets injured. Sergio Ramos, season 2021, he did total appearance, 21 appearance. Year 21, he did 4 appearance. So he's an injury prone. Anyway, the previous seasons, he was doing 40 games, 42.
Go
Guys-
watch now the history for Florenzi injuries. Just
Okay,
last
and
week.
one more thing to Nathan.
I'll just send you the link.
Nathan, the thing about the argument you made, which is true, obviously you have to at Milan, you have to, you have to push like a motherfucker. But I mean, he wasn't playing in a Serie B team; he was playing in a Serie A team, Cotrone. And that team, like in those teams, you gotta run like a motherfucker in those teams. Like you're working your ass off in those teams to try and
Defensively, especially.
But you play once a week.
But Messias hasn't played at all, man.
It's not even
That's my
about play.
point.
That's also another point that you can agree with, because if he gets injured during training, what does that mean?
Guys, I think I should make my point clear because I don't think everybody understood. What I was trying to say, like on both sides, the marketing and buying transfer market and medical staff, we have problem on both sides. But the bigger problem is medical stuff right now. That's what I was trying to say. So what the fuck are we arguing about here, man? Like seriously.
No, we're arguing because I said that the management did one good thing, is that they checked the depth composition of the Mercato. They created some depth to this team. And that's why now you're going against Verona with Giroud. Because last season, at this point, we would play Colombo. We have no one else.
So
And
like
now-
Actually, Colombo is kicking ass right now. So
yeah,
maybe-
but you got my point, Roy. Like all I'm trying to
I-
say is that the management offered more options to the coach because I think they believe they will have this issue again this season.
okay, but Anwar, if our team was like, let's say 98, 95% good, like we wouldn't be having this conversation.
I agree with you, but if you look at the targets of the Mercato, they just went ahead and bought a double for every position almost.
Okay,
And
but that's
it's
fine.
not really improving. It's like they're addressing the issue before it happens because they know they're gonna deal with injuries.
The injury thing has nothing to do with the Mercato because
it is.
Rebic
For me,
is
it's decided.
injured.
Like
Rebic
rather than
is injured.
spending,
Manyan
I'll give you
is
an
injured.
example.
Messias is injured.
I'll give you an example, Roy. In terms of strategy, you have 40 million. You can spend that on 4 players and get Florenzi, Balotore, and I don't know, someone else, Bakayoko. Or you can spend 40 millions and improve the right wing.
But
And that's
Anwar, the conversation is, doesn't matter who we get, they're going to get injured. You can spend 200 million on the best player in the world, but he's going to be injured.
But I'm telling you, I agree with the fact that you're saying this is a problem. I said this is a problem as well, and this problem is not only for this season. It's been happening. It has been happening for years.
I've been saying this for a long time.
Same. Like even on my comments before even being on YouTube, I would say this. Like I would criticize the fact that we get so many injuries for no reason. Easy games sometimes.
I feel like, guys, we are on the same page. It's just like there's some kind of misunderstanding because on one hand, as I said, we have problem in certain ways with Mercato. We have some certain players, but not completely like bad Mercato. We have some issues. Could have done better. But the other problem we have is fucking medical team that's been doing really bad for the last 5, 6, 7 years. So that's to me, it's a bigger problem. To me personally.
Yes, I agree with you. I think it should be addressed first, but I think if you address this only, it's not enough.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
But Laird is saying is that if we fix the medical team, we're gonna be everything. And I'm telling him like we still lack in quality.
You know, another thing, Anwar, you have to agree also. Man.
I agree with Laird on that.
You and me, we don't splash our own cash. Elliot,
of course, I understand that as well.
It's up to them. So no matter what Maldini thinks, what Gazidis thinks, if they say we're not gonna give you money, what the fuck you gonna do, man? Seriously, like tell me.
I agree with you.
Go get some players that are not that. Go get some younger players who at least who are not susceptible to injury due to age and nothing else.
That would have been a good strategy.
Look at the people who have been injured. Are all the people who are in their 30s for the most part. If you go get some younger players, yeah, there's
what I'm hearing here, guys.
They're going to get injured. Yeah, they still might get injured because our medical staff is garbage. However, they're not going to be getting injured because age is playing a factor in it.
Nathan, but every team has their experienced players. They have a young player. Come on, guys.
I'm sorry.
Wait.
Which team?
Come
team
on.
has 2 players who are over 33 years old?
Bro,
all of them.
I think every single team has that, man.
Every single team has at least
their
6,
starter.
7 players.
Laird, just so
not as a starter.
I need to clarify a few things. Florenzi, 2021, 7 injuries so far. 7, and we bought him in the summer. That's how I answer your. No, this is no. I don't care. This is how I answer your question because you told me he's not injury prone. He is. He's been injured. I'm looking at the history of his injuries. He's been injured from every season, at least 3-4 times. Every season. I'm looking at it right now. I sent you the link. You can check it by yourself. And if you go and look at Giroud, same thing. If you go look at, I'm not saying they're bad players, but you're not really addressing the issue. You're just getting more Mandzukic examples.
Anwar, your point doesn't make sense because De Bruyne got injured twice. No, De Bruyne got injured twice last season.
But they have Bernardo Silva, man. If you get
the injury prone thing doesn't stand to me, man. That is a bullshit. As a professional player, you get injured at least twice a season. Our
not
team
7
players get injured every week. Every week.
So
Not twice a season. I'm happy if Florenzi gets injured 3 times a season. I'm happy if Calabria gets injured two times a season. Calabria got injured 2 times already in this season, and the season just started.
I agree with you. I'm
Just
telling you
started.
that the physios are
Ibrahimovic
screwing
already
Milan.
got. He's a medical
But
problem. He's a
realistically,
medical problem.
realistically, Maldini cannot just walk in and tell 30 people just get your things and you're fired. That's not how it works in real life, man.
There is
You
not
have to
30
be
people
realistic.
working there.
I don't
It's
know
not
how
30
many,
people.
but you cannot just from one day to tomorrow do that.
You know, guys, I'm like a little bit like kind of like thrown away. All of us guys live in this 21st century, and we all understand that this football nowadays is all about money. You want a better transfer, you spend. You want a better medical staff, you spend. So whoever owns the team has to splash fucking cash, man. Seriously,
Yes.
what the fuck are we talking about here, man?
I don't know if this is a thing that you just throw money at and it will fix. I think
No,
it's
you
it's
can at
method.
least have a chance. At least have a chance to hire better people with a better quality, better experience. That's all I'm saying. Because when we talk about Manchester City, PSG, Bayern Munich, they hire top level players and they have the budget to buy good players, non injury prone, and they have good medical staff. That's all I'm saying.
It's a combination. It's not just one equation. It's an equation with many variables. And in modern football now, checking only 3 out of 5 does not make you a champion. You need to check all 5 of them. That's what it means. In today's competition, all the champions are this way. All of them. If you look at any league, they are good. If you go and look at Porto, the way they win in Portugal, you could say it's a shit league. But they go over in Champions League and they reach semifinals and quarterfinals. That's not easy.
But no
And-
one is fucking talking about competing. We are talking about having the same injury of fucking Lazio. I'm not even saying Bayern Munich, Man City, Lazio. I'm happy with having the same number of injuries that Lazio is having, man. Or Verona. Let's say how many fucking injuries has Verona this week? How many players are available for Verona this week? And see the AC Milan. We should be the richer team with better medical staff, and still we have 12 injuries. Maldini, you guys were talking about young player. Maldini was getting injured the previous season without even playing.
Maldini was injured actually. He got injured.
Yeah.
But-
What is
but
this thing?
He got
Diaz
injured
didn't
in Italy
play.
though. With Italy though.
Diaz
No,
didn't
we're
play 2
saying
weeks.
we're saying as a strategy. It's not about the. I didn't just
We
specify
have a
the
lot of
injury.
young players, and we have 12 injuries.
Can
At
we
30
just
years old is a young player in football.
can we
30
just
years old is a young player.
can we just guys agree on one thing? I hope everybody will
No,
agree.
no.
Maybe not. I don't know about that. But can we just agree that our biggest problem at this point, biggest problem is the medical stuff. Biggest.
It's the medical stuff. It's a,
The,
it's
se-
a massive
the
problem.
second biggest problem is lack of financing because of whatever reasons. The Elliot says we're gonna keep the structure and we don't give a shit. For example,
It's
So-
not enough. That's the answer for that question. If you do only this, you cannot win a
and
Champions
that's
League.
what
that
I'm trying to bring to you guys. Because if there was somebody like even Berlusconi in the beginning of the 80s, like mid 80s, early 90s, he didn't give a shit how much this player cost. He was like, throw the money. But
But
the whole structure changed. Now we have a fair play that doesn't work, but it's still imposed only on Milan. For some reason, PSG gets away, Manchester City gets away. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a complex fucking problem, man. It's not just one easy answer. Like, hey, yeah, if we change medical staff, it's gonna improve big time. But at the same time, if we want to stay competitive, we gotta have that money. We have that ability to spend the money, and we don't have it, unfortunately, unless we stay in Champions League for at least 3 years in a row, win at least 2 Serie A's. Then we're gonna bring the sponsorships, the TV money, all this stuff. But let's be realistic. That's all I'm trying to say, guys. Let's be realistic about it. Unfortunately, it is what it is, man. At this point,
The money problem is something we cannot control. It's not just in our control because it depends on the economy, it depends on the league, on the TV rights, depends on the competition, depends on a lot of things. As you say, sponsorship and other things. The medical stuff, that is on us. That you can go out there and you can solve it in a week if you want.
I agree, man. Lauren, I agree
in
with
a
you.
week.
I agree with you.
I
I'm not
don't
even arguing.
I don't give a shit about that. You can
Okay.
solve that thing in a week.
Okay,
And it
Laird,
costs you
let me
let me
5
give you.
million.
It costs you 5 million.
Let me give you one scenario that might happen, because this is life. Things happen. Shit happens as well. If you do that firing, you get new people, and now you end up with a larger list of injuries. Who to blame?
It's a risk worth taking.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Is like, do you think Maldini is just gonna walk in and take that risk? I don't think so. It's not that realistic to me, Laird. I think he's gonna. For me, the best solution is to bring one person or two people and add them to that team and show them how to do things properly.
On what? Don't forget approval from Elliot too.
Yes, I don't think he can just do whatever. Like, I don't think he has that
Unfortunately.
power.
That's just how it goes, man. Unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's why we still bring up the money problem. Why do you think we still have Pioli with that salary? Do you think that with billionaires they would pay Pioli $1.5 million? They would actually go
2.2, man. I think.
to whatever, but it's still so low compared to
It's
the other
super low,
coaches.
man. Yeah,
But
it's
that's
Man, it's a lot of money. What are you talking about? That's a
no
lot
for
of money.
us, for us.
Well,
for all
you
of
guys
us.
are
for
also
Milan, bro.
forgetting-
If you're a Milan coach, you should be getting more, bro.
But
No,
you're
you
also
should be
forgetting
getting
that
more
your
if you
resume-
win, man.
your-
No, because you're just a Milan coach.
No,
You
no,
should
just
win.
the stature, just the status of being a Milan
No,
coach.
Anwar, I
Forget about the
actually, agree, I
stature,
actually
man.
agree with Laura that actually once
What
he
is that,
starts
man?
winning, then hey, you want a 5, 6, 7 million, we'll give you. But he needs to start winning. But at the same time, there's a catch.
You don't give him like.
But you know what, Anwar, there's a catch 22. You know, on one
No,
hand,
but do you see my point? Like, you
Yeah,
ask him to do it's
get
almost
it, I get it.
asking to do it's possible, but it can be argued impossible as
But
well.
Simulation,
no one is asking
motivation.
him anything. He's getting paid to go top 4, man. No one is asking Pioli to win.
I think the objective has been clear this year, Lair. It's not just top 4. Even the coach
Oh
said.
yeah,
that-
but keep
Because
keep the
last
12.
year, we were all saying. Last year they were saying, "Oh, we need to make top 4. We need to make top 4." But they only made the budget available for top 6. So their
Yes.
real target was top 6, not top 4.
Anwar, I said this in the beginning of the live. If we didn't have all these injuries, and another thing is, if we didn't have this history of injuries, because I'm pretty sure another person is gonna get injured this week. I'm sure. I can bet my fucking house. I can
I
bet
get
anything.
your point, Lair, but
We're
do you
gonna
see
get
my
an
point as
injury
well? Do you think
Sunday.
that I'm right in somewhere
Lauren, how
in
much
what I'm
is your
saying?
house? How much is your house, man?
Lair, when
I
I
don't
tell
know,
you,
but-
when I
I
tell
had
you,
to joke, man. I had to give a
we
little
played
joke.
we played already 7 games. We won 6 of them and draw one of them that we could have won as well. So we could have done a 7-on-7 with all these injuries. That's my point. Like,
no. We started it. We had 3 injuries.
but
The
it
first
got
game,
further.
we
Like,
had
it got
3 injuries.
further. The further we go, the more injuries we add, and we still win. And that's what I'm trying to get to you. Like, we can argue. I agree with you on the fact that this is a real problem. It has to be fixed. The team can be better. I agree with all these points, but you have to give credits also to what the management done in terms of depth. They understood to win the Serie A, you need quality, not too much, and a lot of depth, because the games are slowed. The pitch is different in Serie A, and that's how you win it.
Anwar, I'll do an example to you. If you had how you said, if you had Krunic, Bakayoko, Ibra healthy, you could actually win against Atletico. You could have put some changes during the game and win against Atletico.
I agree with you, but if you
so
had
the medical stuff again doesn't allow the coach to perform 100% and to win a game that he has to win for the season.
But I'm telling
again,
you,
we're
even for
going
Champions
against
League.
Verona.
But Laird,
We're going
my point
against
is
Verona tomorrow.
my point
probably
is
we're not gonna win it.
let's
There
refocus
is
on
a chance.
Champions League. For me is different than Scudetto race, because Champions League is a tournament and quality is tested on tournaments. It's not your like it's experience, it's how much you deal with these situations and how much quality you have in your feet, and that's how you win a Champions League. It has nothing to do with the
I'm not
with-
talking about winning a
with
Champions
depth.
League. I'm
No,
talking
no,
about winning in San
But
Siro against
all
Atletico.
I'm saying is that even if you get the proper medical team and you win against Atletico, you win against Liverpool, you manage to get out of the group. I think the best we could reach is semifinals at best. That's like
Anwar,
stretching the team too far.
again, you have a medical staff. You win against Atletico. Instead of making $1 million, you make $3 million as a prize. That medical staff is costing you money, players, and prestige.
But for me, like
And
I don't see that.
morale as
I
well.
don't see
Yeah,
the
but
Champions
even
League.
morale.
I don't think that we lost the Champions League games because we were injured. I
We
think we
didn't
lost.
have proper.
Okay,
No, we didn't have proper changes.
let me give
In
you
the second
my
half.
take. Yes, we can argue on that, but I think on the Liverpool game, I think in terms of quality they were better, and that's why they won because they deserve to win, and we should be honest about that, openly honest about that. I think the Atletico game, it was the referee who won them the game, and that's a different call. And in both games, even with the injuries, the system worked, the quality was there. Like all I'm saying is that the depth was still there. You can see that the team can fight.
Hold on, my man. Against Liverpool, you're forgetting that the team was inexperienced. First time most
No,
of those
of
guys.
course.
Like,
But
let's
Liverpool,
also remember that.
but in terms of quality, Liverpool is better. We
Yeah,
cannot
yeah.
just we cannot disagree
But
on that.
Milan can be This Milan can be Liverpool, no problem.
But it cannot win a Champions
No
League.
problem. Yeah, they can. In my opinion, they can.
I don't know, man. With this squad, I don't think Makers is gonna score in the final.
Oh, I
layout.
think you will. I think you will.
But I'm not even talking about that. I want our
No, but
coach to have
because we're
squad
speaking about
available.
quality. No, but Laird, we also discussing with Roy. He's taking it on quality, and I'm telling him in terms of you need quality to achieve the title. There, it's not just system and playing well because Atalanta would
You
have
need
won it by
healthy
that
players.
time.
We need healthy players. I want just healthy players. I'm not even asking to buy any player. I'm not even asking anything crazy. I just want healthy players. I want a fucking 2 months when Pioli had 18 players at least available. Can I have that? Since Pioli came to AC Milan 2019, I don't remember a week where we didn't have like 5 injuries. We always had 5 injuries.
So you're saying since Pioli. So what is it?
No,
then?
it's not. I'm saying since I'm watching AC Milan progressing and coming back the team that he was, our manager never had available a full squad. There was always injuries. So there is a problem there. We need to address that straight away. We're talking about in 20 days, in 2 weeks, that problem should be arranged. There is no limitation. There is not a mercato
Okay,
window that you have to
let's
wait.
say in
It's
2
something you
weeks.
can fix in 20 days. In 2
Okay, let's
weeks.
say
I
in
don't
2
care.
weeks. Okay, Laird, let's say because I think you're taking this too strong. I agree with you, but you're taking it way too strong because I think in 2 weeks we'll have a lot of players come back, and we still have.
We thought that. Listen, we thought that 2 weeks ago. We were talking like this. In 2 weeks, we're gonna have a lot of players available. Just want to
But
say that.
we had players available.
But we lost 12.
Yes, but I'm saying you lost 12 against Verona.
Pointless. What is the next game? When is the next game after
It's
Verona? What
Porto.
is the next
I
game?
think it's Porto.
Exactly. Do you think those 12 players are gonna come back for Porto? No. You're gonna have those 12 players not available, and the players that are playing against Verona tired against Porto. So they're gonna be more exposed to injury, and the weekend after you're gonna have another big game in Serie A. And that is
Who are the
because your
players
medical
injured?
staff killed 12 players before. In the
Who are
2
the
weeks that they
who are
weren't
the
even
players,
playing.
who are the players injured due to medical or not medical, but to muscle problems?
I think most of them, besides Brahim Diaz and Theo, most of them
Brahim
they have.
Diaz, Pioli say in the interview, he has an issue and probably there is a chance that he's not going to play. After came the news of the COVID. So even Brahim Diaz wasn't 100%.
Okay, but can you list the players
I
like
can. So
yeah?
Leao has got issues. Rebic has issues. Laird is correct. Brahim had there was talk about Brahim having issues.
Hold on. Sorry, Roy.
Messias.
Roy, I meant the people who can't even play. That's what I mean. Like
The people
almost
that
all
can
these
play,
players
Messias. Messias. I don't know who else.
Messias, Brahim, Theo, Mike, Rebic and Leao cannot play. They are not available
they
for
are
the next
available.
game.
Are you sure about that? I don't know if I don't know.
Those
I
players
haven't
are
heard
those
anything
players.
official.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about those guys being. I'm talking about the players who are 100% sure not playing because they are too injured to play.
Yeah. So I think
Bakayoko.
Bakayoko, Messias. Well, Florencio, of course, we know that. Then yeah, Brahim Diaz because of the COVID. Those two things are kind of unfortunate. But I think but Laird is right about Brahim Diaz. He did have issues. Leao has issues. Then in defense, Hernandez because of COVID, so he doesn't have any issues except for COVID. Then the big one is Magnan right now. Giroud just came back. Ibrahimovic is not 100% to play from the start, but he can maybe play tomorrow. Maybe they're going to save him for the Porto game. So it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
Okay, but the point I was making is most of these people, like some of these people who are out, is not because of muscle injury, it's because of COVID. So really, we're looking at Zlatan, Macias, and Florenzi, who cannot play because of an actual muscle injury problem, and they cannot play because of that.
Bakayoko
Also Magnan.
Well,
So you had some
Magnan-
6 players and unavailable because of muscle injury.
Yeah, but
right.
this
so,
is not. But
so with the players we have, we should win this. We should win these games.
no, okay, I agree that in theory, on paper, with the players that we have, we should be winning against Verona, Bologna, Torino. Not against Porto. I don't think that, guys. I'm sorry. But yes. Now, the thing is that you don't know how the game is going to develop. You don't have options to come in. They're probably going to play a closed game and go for the counterattack as always. We don't have big weapons right now, and some of it is being unlucky. But it's not like it's a theme; it's a recurring theme, man. It's true. I do not remember one time where we had the whole team. Like I honestly cannot remember one time.
It's really bad, guys. It's really bad.
So in that case, I think we need to get rid of some of these injury-prone players. Replace them with
So you
some
think
younger
he's-
players. Go ahead.
We got Giroud, who has a back pain problem for years, and he has that problem during the season, and you still got him.
Exactly.
You know
That-
what
and
you're
that's-
getting yourself into.
Whoa, hold on, Anwar. That
Yeah.
is not true, my man.
That
Nobody-
is true. That is true.
That is very true. Giroud is known for
has
having a
had
back
these
pain
problems.
problem.
Yeah, that's true. For Lorenzi, we've known that he's had problems
Wait.
as
So
well.
this,
Like if you
this
watch
back
Giroud
pain
before,
of
you
Giroud
would know.
is. We gotta fact check this, guys. I'm sorry, but
Yeah, fact check it. Just go and type Giroud injury and look at the history.
So, like,
Look how many
like the
times it
thing
was
that-
unavailable.
The thing is, it's true. Our medical staff is a huge problem, but it's a huge problem in a small. That's part of a bunch of problems. Like we shouldn't be getting players who we know have certain histories. We shouldn't be getting players who aren't even used to the level we're playing at.
And Nathan, we were gonna throw ourselves into James and all other players that were injury prone.
Exactly. Like getting Hamas would have been.
guys,
would have
it
been
is.
the height of
He's
stupidity.
never. This is the first time he's ever had a back injury, guys. First time in his career.
Okay, I'll find the article for you.
I have all his injuries here in front of me. Oh, I can share
But
it.
the thing is, you're getting players who are going to be more susceptible to injury. Like I know our medical staff is shit, but you're also not helping them by getting players who, by age alone,
I
is
understand.
going to
I
make their
understand.
problem
I understand the
worse.
case you're making, Nathan, and you're saying, yeah. I mean, obviously, get players that are not injury prone, but I think it doesn't really matter. Like it does not matter. Even if you get a player that is not injury prone,
I mean, so
something is wrong there. Something.
So Larry is talking about.
I don't know what.
We didn't have any options off the bench. Look at our options for forward: Giroud, Zlatan, and Pellegrini. Like these players are known two players are going to be injury prone just because of their age, and then the other player we know has a long history of injuries.
Okay, so
That's,
these are
that's who that is who you get for backup for Zlatan. That is
all
the
right. So
logic.
let's hold on. Let's look at this because maybe you're right, maybe you're not. But this is basically Giroud, right? And we're saying that Giroud is an injury-prone player. This is all the injuries he's had since 2013. The biggest injury he ever had was fractured foot in 15, 89 days out. Then
Look at the two last ones of Chelsea.
the two last ones, he had an ankle injury, 30 days out, and a groin injury, which is bad. Those groin injuries can.
But look at the dates of the injuries. One started on the December and ended on the 4th of January, and he got injured 2 days after. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, you know what you're signing.
No, okay, but this was. Okay, fine. So we're saying
you see my point. Like,
let's
it's
see
like
who's not
like
an injury prone. Like, who should have they gotten that is not an injury prone player?
it's not really about focusing on how many injuries he gets, or like you can get Giroud, but if you get Giroud, do not get Pellegrini, who also has a lot of history with. Like, you see what I'm trying to get is that you focus on this because it's low cost. Let's be
Roy,
honest.
Yes.
Roy,
What?
check Chiesa. Let's see Chiesa, what type of injury he gets usually. His career, or his short career. He's 25 years old.
It's 23.
No, he's going for 25, 24, something like that.
No, he's 23. He's going for
it's still
24.
23. He's going for 24. So
77.
let's see his like last 5 years in Serie A. Let's see his injured.
Give me a second.
While you're looking for that, the one difference is look at Chiesa's age and look at Messias, Zlatan, and Giroud.
No, I'm saying that these
Roy,
guys
type
in,
player.
Are going
Type
to
in
be
Chiesa injury
they're going to
on
be
Google.
they're going to be injury prone. They're going to be injury prone regardless, just because they're getting older. Whereas Chiesa,
No, I'm saying that any
because he's
football player
younger,
get injured
is going to be better.
1 or twice a season. Every football player
No.
get injured
No,
once.
you
or
cannot deny
twice
the
a season.
fact that age will make you more injury prone. You cannot deny that fact that age it makes you more injury prone. That's a fact.
Still
That is a fact.
doesn't matter, man. Our team is the
It
youngest
does
in
matter.
Serie
It
A.
does matter because
He's the youngest in Serie A. He's
yeah,
not
but the
that
most
easy.
important
My man
part
is
but
26.
the most important part of the okay, but that's just a
He's
freak, that's just a
insane.
freak moment. The most important
Calabria
part,
is
the
24
most
and he's
important
getting
part,
injured twice already.
No, but Laird, all these
The
old
most
guys are always getting injured, and then you add up the injuries of
Exactly.
the other.
Guys.
That's why you have 11 and 12.
exactly.
So these are the
Bakayoko
injuries.
is a young
gotta-
guy.
These are the injuries that Chiesa's had so far. In 1919,
It's all right.
muscular problems, abductor problems, ankle problems, muscle injury, hamstring injury, unknown injury.
So,
the-
for example, every season he gets injured at least twice. Not long period, but he gets injured twice.
Well, it's 1 week or 2 weeks. That's how much he misses.
So
That's
that's what
okay.
I'm saying.
And that's normal. And that's what
That is
But that's
That
not
is
the case
normal.
for Giroud or for Lorenzi or for the other. That's what I'm trying to say as well. Like, if you just search them and you see the
all right,
difference.
let's look at Florence.
Go look for Florenzi. Florenzi has two
no.
pages.
Yeah,
He has 2 pages of
exactly.
injuries.
my point is that those amount of injury, Calabria is already done it. Calabria got injured twice this
Yeah,
season.
But
We know Calabria is injury
Calabria is
prone.
not out for 2 months.
No, Calabria is not
Calabria is not
injury
out for
prone.
2 months.
Stop with this bullshit. He's
Yeah,
our
Calabria
medical
is not
staff.
injury
Stop.
prone. Calabria is not.
Stop with the
Okay, but
injury
look,
prone.
Calabria gets
Bullshit.
injured every season.
But every player get injured every season. It's
No,
not
but he misses
every...
a lot of games. It's not just small
No,
games.
no, he didn't
Okay,
miss
but
a lot of games.
how long is
What?
Calabria injured for? How long does he normally
Guys,
get injured for?
Daniel Maldini got injured last year. We didn't have Daniel Maldini, but he's never even played. We didn't have him for a month.
fact checking. Why are we discussing? Just search and we'll see.
What I'm saying that every player get injured twice a season. Every player, young or old maybe more, but young players at least twice, 3 times a season.
Look at Florenzi.
It's,
But these are short injuries.
Yeah, but look at how long they
How
get injured.
repetitive
You need to look at
and
the
how
length of the
repetitive. Like
injuries. The players,
look
the
at the
players
difference.
who are in the players who are repetitively
man, this one is
injured
bad.
and the players who are out the longest are always the players who are 30 and over. Every time.
That one is so
The
painful.
players who are between 20 and 25, 26, those guys are usually out for like a week or so. That's not
Guys,
normal.
this is
But
not
all the
look.
young
Look,
guys who are
Ho-
frequently they are
Nathan.
injured for months at a time.
Nathan.
Look at
Excuse
our
me.
look.
This is
what was
deceiving
our problem? Look,
because
what
this
was our
says
problems?
Nathan. Sorry, but this is deceiving because here says gastric problems 0 days, knee inflammation, flu. This one is really bad here. And it only 21
No,
days.
but look
Flu,
at the
chicken
look at
pox, rest,
the guy got chicken pox, man.
coronavirus, bruised knee.
We're not making fun of Florenzi, guys. Just
I mean, come
but
on,
just
man.
the situation.
You are making
No.
What are you doing?
No. But the guy has 2 pages of repetitive.
Oh,
injuries.
these ones are really bad. Wow.
Like
Cruz,
you know
look
the
at
history of
Bruce.
what you're. All
Calf
I'm saying is that
0 days. Like you're inflating it.
look at Pellegrini. Look at Pellegrini. Go and look at.
nah, guys, your point doesn't make any sense.
This is
our
fact
players-
checking, bro.
Okay,
No, it's not
Okay,
fact
so-
checking. I'm talking to you. What I'm saying
But
to
you told us these players are not injury prone, and we proved you wrong.
man, there is an
No,
injury
no,
that
no.
says
you did
0
not prove
days
me wrong.
there,
You did
man.
not prove it. You
Look
just
at the
said-
list.
you said-
Are 4 days injuries.
Yeah, every player is probably similar.
So
Every player can
he's
have a little
out.
bit.
He's out for 2 seasons for almost. He missed 20 games in 21 games, and you tell me that's nothing. We should not take. You should not look at that.
Oh my God! Every player, you get
And
the
look-
best
look at
player.
our-
You get
look at our forwards.
Lewandowski.
Look-
We just looked at
Look at our-
Chiesa.
Yeah, Kiza just
got
started.
2 injuries. Got 2 injuries.
my
Got 2
God,
injuries last
bro.
season. He's 2
You-
injuries.
You even read numbers, bro? Do you see that they has 186 days of missing the pitch, and then he had 120 days, and then he had another 80 days, bro?
No, but that was
How
a
can you
while
tell me
ago.
that? But it's his career. This is his career. This is what he's been through. He's been through a lot of injuries.
Okay.
Every player misses games.
Yes, but if
Yeah,
you
And,
miss
and
2
I'm okay.
weeks,
I'm
it's
looking
okay.
at I'm looking at Pellegrini's thing here. Oh yeah, here versus. Can you guys see it?
Yeah, and look how many days he missed. Look at the
Wait,
days.
do you guys, should I make it bigger here?
And also because you're not focusing really on what's there on terms of information. Look at the days from where.
I
No,
think you are not.
bro,
You
I'm
are
reading
not.
this correctly. I'm reading from where to where, and I'm reading how much he missed and how much he picked up after another
Okay,
injury.
so this one here is pretty bad.
No, he got back like look at the latest 2. He got back in 18th of May, got injured again, unknown injury. This is unknown injury 29th of May. He has an unknown injury until now, bro.
Yeah, but look how.
How can I make this even more
fine.
clear?
With him, it's a little bit of an exception, and we kind of
No,
all
but these
knew
are
it.
3
We
players we bought.
kind of all knew it.
No,
Pellegrini has
I'm
not.
proving
Pellegrini has-
you wrong. I'm
No,
proving
no,
you
no,
wrong
no,
on 2
no, no,
points.
no,
No, let me
no,
talk.
No,
I'm
because
proving
I
you
agree
wrong.
with
I'm proving
this.
you wrong on
Pellegrini.
2 points, Roy. I told you this Mercato is shit, and this was why I gave it a
No,
4.
no way. This
Nah,
Mercato is
nah,
not
nah,
shit.
nah.
This Mercato was for what we can do as a club right now. This Mercato
No,
was
it's
brilliant.
Roy.
It was
Roy.
brilliant. A plus.
Roy,
Roy,
we could have gotten other players
Nathan,
who are not injury prone for the same
Nathan,
money.
Well, tell me who.
Nathan.
Give me a player.
give me a
So
player.
many other
Exactly.
players.
Bro,
Give
there's
me one.
millions
Give
of
me one.
players that we could have gotten.
Ziyech, right?
God, bro.
Who did you? Oh,
There are
Sergio
millions of
Ramos.
players-
Even
Sergio
stats
Ramos.
don't convince you
Let's
now.
look
Like,
at Sergio Ramos.
what does it take
Look.
to convince you of the fact checking? Even looking
No,
at
no,
stats.
give me
is not
one
convincing?
player. Give me one player.
I give you
that
3
actually-
players we bought who are
Which
injury
one?
prone.
No, no,
Okay,
no. I'm
look,
talking
so we
about
got
you.
Pellegrini.
And you're
Why
still
didn't we
telling me
get
I'm not
Kyle
looking at
George?
this the right way. You're not, bro. You should look at this and see what's wrong with
Mike,
Okay.
my
So why
point.
didn't we
When
get
I
Kyle
say my
George?
point,
Why didn't we get Kyle
Okay.
George? He was only 10 million.
check.
So why
Yo,
didn't we
Kyle
get him?
this. Why didn't we
Kyle
get
George,
Dumfries
Kyle
for
George
12
got
million?
injured, by the way, as soon
Okay,
as he got to
why didn't we
Juventus,
get why
and he
why
was
didn't we
out
get
for a
Dumfries?
month.
Dumfries got to Inter for 12 million. He was probably
Okay,
the
go
best
and
right
check.
back in the Euros.
Go and check Dumfries. Go and check Dumfries.
Go
All
check
right,
Dumfries.
Okay, let's check that.
Yeah, let's compare. Keep Pellegrini page open.
No.
Because
I
we have
want to see how many injuries
no.
has
We have to compare because
I
you're
don't
not
know.
really looking
We
at
see it. We see it. But Pellegrini is a Pellegrini, by the way. Let's respect.
Pellegrini. But
Let's respect his name.
of course we do, Roy. We're discussing a different point. We're not disrespecting anyone. We're just
But
discussing.
listen. Every player gets injured. But this list that shows all these injuries. This is not like some of these injuries are like not even one day. It's just
But
like it's just like that day on Thursday he had a bruised knee and they're writing that down. And you're looking at that as if
Yeah, but we're not looking at that. We're looking at the injuries that keep them out for months at a time.
Yeah, this will happen to
Like the
Look
players,
at
the players
Pellegrini.
that we get, the players that we get are not getting injured for 1 or 2 weeks, which is like standard time. The players we're getting are when they get injured, they're getting injured and they're out
that's
for
not the
months
problem.
at a
The problem is the recurring injuries that happen
Yeah, but
every
those
single
players
week to all our
Yeah, but
players,
look,
not just
yes.
all of them.
But-
so then
but
then
those
in AC
players-
Milan, Nathan and Anwar, all our players are injury prone, according to this. What you
Okay.
guys are saying.
No, it's not
Roy,
the same thing.
Roy,
We're discussing
we're-
two different
those-
stuff.
Roy, those players, Roy, are giving the team headaches. They're
No.
out for such a
No.
long time.
Look-
They're giving the team
Look at
headaches. 1 or 2
Pellegrini.
weeks.
Okay, let's go down. Look at how many unknown injuries
I want to
Pellegrini
show
has.
you. Okay. This
Unknown.
is
There
where
are-
Anwar's debate all breaks down, guys. Are you ready for this? This is
Yeah, go ahead, man.
okay. You said Sergio Ramos, guys. Sergio Ramos here says 4 pages, by the way. So I'm just starting with that.
Yeah, but he won World Cup, 2 Euros, and 4 Champions Leagues. It does not matter. Like
But
at this
even
case,
look here, knock.
can you tell me
One day.
Ronaldo, the Brazilian, is not a great footballer because he had injuries? He won everything. That's it.
Guys, that is your point that you shouldn't buy injury-prone players. Me and Roy
But
are
if-
saying that
if you're-
your medical staff should be better and prepared so your player doesn't get injured. No, there is not such a thing of a player that never gets injured. It's not true. It doesn't exist. It's a myth. Every
I
player
know.
gets injured twice, 3 times a season. Our players, the entire team, already got injured twice, all of them, in 7 games of the season. So they're gonna get injured 5, 6 times this season. And that is not normal for any human being that actually is healthy and is an athlete. There is something wrong with the medical staff. A normal team should have at least a core the core football players, 15, 16 players that get injured once, twice a season. But
we
our
agree
players,
with you.
15,
Again,
they're already
for
injured 2
maybe
times in
maybe
7
the
games.
10th time on this podcast, Laird, we agree with you. Again,
we
I'm gonna
agree with
repeat, we agree with you. But you have also to take credit and realize there is a problem in the targeting of the players. You should
Benacer,
realize.
okay, can you check the injury history of Benacer before it comes to AC Milan? Are we gonna check this now?
I mean,
Let's check
we
it.
literally bought a player who hadn't even recovered from injury. Like,
Benacer
Come
is
on, man.
23 years old. We are counting him.
You're
with,
saying that
like,
we should buy
minutes.
players. Our argument is that we should buy players like Ben Nasser rather than Giroud.
But Benacer get injured anyway.
Ben Nasser plays most of the season. It does not matter if he misses
So
1
you're
month.
saying that if we bought these other players, we wouldn't have these injury problems.
Repetitive. They are repetitive. Even in other clubs they played for. Like these
the
players
thing
have
is-
these
Okay.
problems even before.
all right. So this is his
the point is targeting players who
bro.
don't
He never even
have
had
history
an
of being on the
injury before
sidelines.
coming to Milan.
Yeah,
months at a
we're
time.
telling you, playing for
He
Empoli or
comes to AC
playing,
Milan and he gets an injury every week.
because he
John
plays
is
at
scared
such an
to
indie,
play.
bro.
Look at what this is saying, my man. This is actually perfect.
Wait, but he didn't.
This
he
is
didn't even
perfect.
pass
Are you
the
comparing
fitness-
this
wait,
to
he didn't
Pellegrini?
pass the fitness test when he
No.
came here.
Hey, no, listen, guys. This
You
actually
guys
is
don't get my
perfect.
point. You don't get
We
my
got
point.
your
Before
point.
joining, this
Look
is
at how many
before-
games he will miss during the season. Look
No,
at how
no, but
many.
the point is, Anwar and Nathan, that before joining AC Milan, Benacer never even had one injury.
But when did he join?
Well,
2 years ago. 2 years ago. 3
No,
years ago, whatever.
3 years. I
No,
think.
2 years ago. 3 or 2?
2018.
Oh, wait. Hold on.
Summer 2018.
Hold on, guys.
So he played 2 seasons without injury.
Why isn't it not giving me the? That's impossible. That's just impossible. Hold on. It's not showing me before 2021.
I think he did not have injuries before 2021. Also,
Ever
he
didn't
in
have
his whole
injury.
career. In his whole
Okay,
career.
but you need to give context. He's playing for Empoli. He
Guys-
did not play all the games. A lot of
guys,
things happened.
So if
It-
this is correct, he's never had an injury before joining AC Milan.
Yeah, it's normal.
No,
You're-
that's not normal for AC Milan to
But
break
the guy
players.
is very strong. Look at how strong Benacer is, because look at how many games he will miss. 1 game, 2 games. The most he missed is 11 games.
But that was the same with Florence. It was mostly one game.
No, I just told you he had 7 injuries in 1 season. And
Okay,
not-
Mike Magnan. Can you check Mike Magnan? How many
Yeah.
how many injuries
Okay,
has in
hold
his
on,
history, Mike
hold
Magnan?
on. Sorry, and I'll check Mike Magnan. But Benacer, you said Benacer in one season
I
had
see your
1,
point.
2,
I
3,
see your
4,
point.
5, 6.
We agree on the fact that the physios are not good for the team. We all agree on that. I don't know why you're still arguing with us. Because we agree
No, you
on
guys
that.
are saying that we buy injury-prone players. Me and Roy
Because
are
you need to
saying
realize that as well. It's not just
whatever
one
player-
problem.
No, I'm telling you, whatever player we buy is gonna get injured with this medical stuff.
he's
Even
gonna-
the guy.
Yeah,
that
but
is-
when,
But you
especially
don't
when those
add
players
fire
are
to the
30
flame.
plus years old. Those players are
No.
going to be injured. Or when you buy a player who's 30 plus years old, you should expect that they're going to have more injuries than someone who is younger than them. That's just the natural
Logic.
part of getting older. So why would you get players like that then? That's
And
what we're
it's
saying.
not only that. We proved with the injury list is that it's not only that they are injury prone, is that they got a history of injuries throughout their career.
Nah, this is a joke. Come on.
It's not a joke.
There
We
is
showed
no
you.
injury. One injury he had in his whole career in 2016. He comes to AC Milan and he stays 3 months off.
It might happen.
This is a
like
joke.
January
Bro,
12th.
come
He's
on.
expected
Come
to
on,
be back January 12th.
Are you blaming the fact that he got injured or the fact that they allowed him to play injured?
Maybe that's also part of
Everything. Do you want me to blame everything? I blame everything. He
What
should
what
have
if he
played
got
against
injured during the
Liverpool.
pitch? Someone stepped on his wrist, and that's how it happened. Are you gonna blame the doctor?
Yeah. Who I'm gonna
What?
play?
Well,
I'm gonna blame
look,
myself.
this is one thing for sure.
No, man. You know that
Hold
you
on, hold
play
on.
in a
This is
sport
one thing
that
for sure.
injuries
This-
happen. You
This
just
is
said
one
it
thing for
yourself.
sure, that the coach does not decide whether a player should play. The coach will make a final decision and say, "I'll make that risk," but the coach is told exactly what the problems are with the player, and it depends who that person is telling him. They're probably saying, "Yeah, he can play, no problem," or the coach there says he's going to just say, "Okay, whatever, I'm going to take the risk." So I don't know what
for me, that's the real problem, Roy. Because if you allow someone who's injured to play, that's even worse. Because you don't even know what you're doing.
But it doesn't mean that the coach is wrong. It could be the guy telling you,
Yeah,
the physios that are not giving you.
This is
the
what
proper
we're saying
attention.
as well. But we're also saying if you bring players who get injured a lot, even in other clubs, they will still get injured. Whatever, even if you bring the best physios, they will have injuries in their careers.
But your argument that we got injury-prone players to say that we had a bad transfer market, this argument that you're trying to counter me with is not proving it.
It is. They are missing. They are not playing. Like
Anwar,
all I'm
when-
saying is facts. I'm not
Anwar.
even creating this.
Anwar, Pato was a healthy player. He became an injury-prone player to AC Milan, and now he didn't have a career. He played in China all his career, and now he's playing MLS. I'll do an example of an injury-prone.
Okay.
Is
What about
Sensi.
Maldini? What about Maldini who
Sensi-
played till 42?
Sensi is an injury-prone player. He doesn't play the entire season. He gets 15 minutes to get injured, and he comes back after 3 months. That is an injury-prone player, not a player that actually plays 36 games. Florenzi played 36 games, so actually can perform for 36 games a season or 25 games a season. 25 games a season doesn't mean you are an injury-prone player. And still, we got him as a backup. So if you play him as a backup, technically he's gonna get
The
injury
whole
less.
strategy for the
If-
Mercato was a backup. That's also a
Okay,
weakness. you did not-
Roy, can you check Bakayoko? How many times he get injury a season? The average. Let's say the average, and how many days he misses a season.
Check.
Let's see Monaco. Monaco was playing quite consistently because Chelsea didn't have chance, and he always on loan and shit like that.
Yeah, and this other argument, like you're saying, okay, we didn't strengthen the first team.
Yes.
Now that's a good argument, and I don't know. I
But
don't
the other
think-
argument as well, Roy, is we didn't strengthen the quality of the bench.
No, that's not true. Come on, man.
For me, we got more depth. We have players who you can put in the field. You can throw them like go play, do this role. But you're not playing. You don't have the bench to turn the game.
Honestly, guys, I've been quiet for a while, but honestly, this is
There you go. Go do it.
This is turning into some bullshit, man. Seriously, you guys are talking about the same shit, but in different ways. So, like, as I said before, if you don't have the money to spend, we're talking about quality players, no injury prones, blah blah blah. You know those players cost a lot of fucking money, man. Like, what do you expect? What do you expect from Milan?
Basil, what I'm saying is that with the funds that they had, with the limitations that they had, I think they
hold
did
on.
a really good job.
You could
Yeah,
have you could have done a sale like Saelmakers. You could have done another sale like Benassi.
Please, Anwar. Right now, you sound like, honestly, man, that's a bunch of bollocks, man. Seriously.
Why? Because 5 million euros is too much?
Salad maker, sell him, and what you gonna get for that?
No,
money, man? For 5
buy
million?
players. No. Buy players like style makers. I did not sell style makers.
Oh, buy
heard me wrong.
players like buy
players like
Yeah, this is what I said. This is my point. Like, you target those kind of players, and style makers have proved right. He does not get injured. Why does style makers does not get as much injured as the others?
Well, you can say they did, right?
No, but he plays most of the games. We can agree on
that's
that.
true.
But can we?
But you could. That's our point as well. You could have targeted players like Tomori who play every game. You could have targeted players like Tonali who play every game.
Right.
Even with
you
that
can't
high
say that
intensity.
there aren't
Those are the players.
You
that-
cannot say that there are not players available that Milan could have went and gone after. Yeah, we
Exactly.
can't list them off the top of our
You
head.
can go to League
You cannot
to the
say
Belgium
that-
League,
Of course,
Right.
guys.
to the
You cannot
Netherlands,
sit here
every
and
other
say,
league.
out of all the millions of players in this world, that they couldn't find 4 players who are worth 2 or 3 million and just got them as backups. You can't
Which
say
is
that they can't.
You can say yes. You can argue this, and that's fine. But
But
I
that's
mean,
what we're saying, though. That's
at the
but-
end of the
but that's
day,
what we're saying.
the facts
Why wouldn't
say
you give us
that
like?
our team, if they're all healthy, can beat any team in the world. We were destroying Atletico Madrid. We
No,
were.
But
We were.
we're
I
taking,
think you will not-
we're taking a
We
risk.
will kill Liverpool. We will kill Liverpool. Hopefully, if we have a team. The thing is that at AC Milan, doesn't matter who you buy, you're going to have all these problems with injuries.
But Roy, if these are your standards for what AC Milan should be, we are doomed. We're not winning Champions League, bro.
No, this is not the standards that it should be. This is the standards that,
This is
that it is.
having Giroud and Ibra at 40 years old, and you tell me
Well,
we
okay,
can
first
beat
of all,
every team?
I was
Come
not
on,
a big
man.
fan. Hey, listen, I'm asking for Belotti, guys. Belotti.
No, but it's not
27.
Belotti,
He's free.
But
He's good
Milan
to go.
is not even about Belotti or any of this. This is what we love this club for. It's not for Belotti or
What is it for?
backup plans. That's why I told you you need to. You cannot just blame the medics and tell me you saw the
If-
medics. No problems for Milan would be solved.
If-
This is for me dreaming.
If
Because
Milan
the reality
didn't have
of things
these
is
injury
many different-
problems right now, we would like be singing songs. Ole,
Yeah, but we
ole,
know, but
ole,
we
Milan,
have you
ole.
seen how
Team is
Inter
not
got
good,
handled?
though.
Have you seen how Inter got handled in Champions League? Even what with the money they spent, and they still did not achieve the quality needed because they did not
Like,
reach
we-
it yet.
Guys,
We understand.
do you
We
guys-
understand
do
the
you
medical
guys-
team is not that good. We understand that. What we're saying is, don't get players that make their job even harder. We already know they're incompetent, so
That's-
don't
I don't
target players who's going to make it even worse.
We will agree to disagree on this one.
All right, so it's hard for Maldini to get another player like Stylemakers. I just want another player like I'm not asking for Haaland or anything.
You guys have been
Right.
complaining about Salamanca for 2 months. It's not good
No, no,
enough.
no, no.
We should,
No,
we're
you're
not going
bullshitting.
far
You're
when we
bullshitting.
play
No, no,
like
no.
We
this.
don't.
Come
We
What I
on.
don't
said.
even. We don't even pronounce his name right, man. We call him
Exactly. We
Salamaker.
even
He's
make
not the
fun of him.
No,
Salamaker.
I always
Salad
call him
maker.
Salmakers, and I always said he should be our best target for the bench. If you
But
upgrade your
let's be
bench to
let's
that
be honest,
level,
guys. Let's be honest, guys. Come on, let's be like truthful to ourselves, man. Like honestly, we all understand the problem is about money, man. At the end of the day,
yes,
even with the players like you talking about, Maker, like equal equilibrium, the same equal equilibrium. Yeah, we can find player like that, but at the same time, you know, the ambitions outgrow the club at the same level. You know what I'm saying? So like now we are fighting against, you know, for Scudetto, then we're fighting in Champions League. And you know, nobody's looking at players like that as much as they should be. Now they're looking like, hey, how can we reinforce this team even in a better way? But when you come to the ownership and say, hey, listen, we found this player, but he's going to cost 30 million, for example. They say, no, our policy is either loan with option to buy or maybe loan with obligation to buy. And you know, this politics goes on and on and on and on. So this whole problem is very complex, man.
I have a question for you,
so
Vasil.
Vasil, this
Hold on,
is
let me-
our take on this. It's not just limiting this to just saying it's the medical stuff. It's the medical stuff plus
Same.
other
I have
things.
the same opinion.
I,
man.
I have,
Yes,
a, I have, a,
that's,
I have a
that's
question
what I'm
for
trying
Vasil.
to persuade Laird and Roy with.
I have a question for Vasil.
Yeah, man.
Do you think that Milan, with the finances and the limitations they have, did they do a good job this transfer market?
Like overall, how would I rate the whole market? Like
Over
you know,
10.
transfer market.
Sure.
Yeah, great.
You know, like for me, with the limited budget that we have and all the other things we going on, I would say it's like out of 5, I would say 3.5 for me personally.
Okay.
Above, like just a little bit above average. Nothing special, but not the worst. So that's about it. That's all I have to say. My personal opinion.
Okay, I respect that. I have a different opinion, and I think my arguments are also well built.
Well, what is your rating out of 5?
I gave them a 4 out of 5, and I know why.
No. You gave them a 4 out of 10.
Sorry, a 4 out of 10. And the reason was, first of all, I think we had problems in certain positions, and we did not address them carefully. We just addressed them like a backup plan. Get Giroud on a free deal and get Pellegrini. But you did not really get a striker, and you did not really solve that problem. You just delayed it to next season.
Hold on, but Pellegrini could be the. Sorry, I'm gonna have to mute someone here.
It could be. I agree with you, Roy. Like it can have the potential.
Pellegrini,
But,
it could be the Salamakers you're talking about.
yes,
Actually,
but
probably
I'm rating.
is.
No, but Salamakers did not have so many injuries and so many unknown injuries in the past. That's one issue also I'm addressing. And you're not.
But you
really-
also have examples of people with big injuries that then come back
Yes,
and do
I
really
agree with you,
well.
Roy.
Like
I would
Del
give
Piero.
for
Donkey.
me, I would take that risk if I have a striker who plays every week. If I already have that striker and I add Pellegrini, yeah, I'm okay with that.
Well, listen. I'm
Do you see
not.
my point? Like for me,
I
I
wa-
need to solve the issue of having the striker.
I
need
wasn't
to
a
solve
big
the
fan of
issue
Giroud.
No, it's not only about Giroud. I know that Giroud is gonna miss also a lot of games. I knew it. Like Giroud, and I know that Giroud Ibra will rotate, and sometime maybe we'll see Pellegrini. But it's not really addressing the issue of the striker. And I agree with last time he spoke about the striker, and I told him this is right. But also they did not address the issue of the right wing. You
Okay,
did not
but
up the
wait,
level.
he
of the-
did. He did.
you did not improve the quality of the right
How
wing.
do you know?
You just
we haven't seen the guy.
Who brought
Messias and Florenzi is a bit.
Come
What?
on.
Come on, Messias and Florenzi does
No.
improve your right wing. It
I'm-
does.
Do you compete against
even
guys
at
who
an
get
average-
Chiesa? Okay. You
Even
compete
at an
against
average
Chiesa-
level, it improves it.
Okay. Do you compete against guys who get Chiesa and Kulusevski, and then
Okay,
other
but who's
guys who get
behind?
Hakimi? Okay, other guys who get Hakimi and then get Dumfries.
Who's behind? And who's behind Chiesa and who's behind Kulusevski?
It's Pioli. I know.
No.
Like,
Who's behind them? The players. Who's Chiesa is option A. Who's option B?
What do you mean? Who's option A? Or...
Because you're talking about depth, and you want to compare the depth of other teams. The depth.
Chiesa
of
is a starter. Who is the second choice for
I think
Juventus
Quadrado
instead
for
of Chiesa?
Allegri.
Yeah, he's got Cuadrado, and Cuadrado can also
Well,
play as the left
in
wing,
terms of
as the left back.
in terms
But
of
Milan
depth and
has
quality, I think.
quality.
But it's compared to Juve. Do you think we have better quality compared to Juve?
Overall, I think Overall, yes.
Don't you think that Juve is not doing as much as they should as they should be doing?
Juve, Juve has a problem. Their problem is more their philosophy of football.
But for me, I think Juve is underperforming for the squad they have.
Yeah, they are underperforming, of course. But I
Yeah,
mean, I
so
think
we can
they'll
agree
bring
on
up.
that.
But I think that this. Well, actually, I know that this Milan right now, with the players they have, with the system that Pioli has built and everything, this team is more advanced to win the Scudetto than Juve is right now, than most of the teams in Serie A.
Yeah,
And
my
the only
point.
team actually, honestly, is Inter. Napoli, I don't know.
I think Napoli this season as well, because they have they all in Serie A. If you have depth, you can take it to the last day.
And to me, that means they
Proves it
did a
wrong. It proves it right. Like all the teams that
Is
did
it-
not have the depth, they struggled last season.
I have a question. Do you think Osimhen is an injury-prone player? He missed 4 months last season.
Yes, but he just started his career. Maybe that's the only injury he will get. It might happen.
Allegri just started his career as well. He's 20
No,
years
but
old.
Allegri had so many unknown injuries. You could look at the list.
Unknown?
Guys,
Yes,
guys,
it's called unknown. It's worse.
guys. Seriously, let's be honest. Let's be honest about certain things. Like the certain type of injuries, there's nothing you can do about it. Honestly, like let's agree on that.
Exactly. That's
agree
my
on
So,
point.
like, what the fuck?
There
are
is
we
big
arguing about?
injuries. You can,
But we're
AC
arguing about
Milan-
injuries of like you're missing 6 months, you're missing 4 months, and you
Listen,
have that like
exactly.
If somebody-
twice, 3 times in your career.
Anwar, you played sport, I play sports, and I
Okay.
played
Yeah,
different
yeah.
sports. Not
And I
just
had
basketball.
injuries, and I saw my level drop.
You know, like not even like I'm talking about certain like even harder sports, like let's say boxing, for example. Like
Yeah.
if you get injured or you're doubting yourself, man, trust me, man, you're gonna knock that shit out of you, man. Like
Yeah.
straight up, man, straight up.
Even mentally,
So,
you're
like-
different. You don't throw your foot again. Like some challenges, you would actually throw yourself. Now you're careful.
It's about this.
That's
man.
what.
Like,
But if you like,
psychology, man.
we did not
Psychology.
even include this, Vasil, because just the thought of having this many injuries should be a red alert. Like for you as a manager, if I'm gonna get Giroud, do not get another Giroud. Do you see my point? Like,
But
just change the strategy.
Listen, Anwar, you know, I already guys told you like before. I said like we arguing about we saying something just to disagree, pretty much.
No, I think we share the same opinion. I just want the Roy and Lair to see also that
they see it too, man. Trust me.
But the
They see
focus
it.
is much more on the medical approach.
Medical staff. Like honestly, man, for me personally,
I definitely agree
disagree.
with that.
Vasil, no. I disagree that the Mercato was bad. I think the Mercato was brilliant, man. I think because of our financial situation,
here we
which we
go,
have
man.
to
Roy, you just repeated the same thing I was saying like probably 45 minutes ago. If your owner doesn't want to spend the money that needed at that point, how you supposed to maneuver like around that, man? You have limited abilities, man.
No, I think that but my problem has got nothing to do with Mercato. The problem is obviously there's something happening, and that's the only problem. Because it doesn't matter if you have a lot of money, you can buy the best players that have never gotten injured ever in their career, like Benacer, and then all of a sudden you're going to keep on getting injured, and then it's Benacer this week, then it's another guy this week. This is a technical issue that is happening in the training grounds. I don't know which department. It could be the medical department. I know you're not denying it, but I'm just saying that
we're agreeing with
denying
you,
that
you guys are discrediting everything that we're saying.
No, I'm only discrediting the. I'm not discrediting. I'm disagreeing with the criticism of the Mercato. I disagree with that.
Honestly, guys, I don't know, like Anwar and Nate, like I don't think I was like disagreeing with you guys, but I had just to point out a couple things. Like I'm not disagreeing with you that there's a fucking big problem, man. Big problem.
We said
But
the
at-
same, Vasil.
But
We
at
said
the
that
same
there
time,
is a problem.
we have to look at the global problem, like overall, like, you know, there's like a bits and pieces everywhere, like in any problem. Like you cannot just focus on one side and say, this is the only problem here. No, it's not. It's usually complex problem. And the same is going on with Milan, man. So
Yeah.
we have problem with management that sometimes doesn't do the best transfers, but we also have to be honest and fair and say, because the fucking Elliot says, I'm sorry, this is your budget, man. What the fuck are you gonna do? Nothing.
But our take also
Guys-
was try to target players like Soundmakers. If you
No,
ask Elliot for 5 million, I don't
we
think they would
got
tell you
we
no.
got your take, man. We got your take. My take is this one: Messias has enough quality to play for this team and us to challenge for the Scudetto. My problem is that Messias comes from a season, then plays 38 games without any injury, comes to AC Milan, trains 2 weeks with the team, and he gets injured. Not playing, he's training. The last 2 weeks, Messias has been training, and he gets injured, and he's gonna miss the next 2 weeks. Bakayoko plays the entire season with Napoli. He plays 10 minutes with AC Milan, and he gets injured. So my problem is not the quality that Bakayoko put in the pitch. That is more than enough to play 15 minutes instead of Kessie, to play against Verona instead of Kessie. That is more than enough. The management did a great job. The medical team is not allowing Bakayoko to play more than 15 minutes and to get injured 2 months. That is my problem.
Well, your problem
Again,
is limited
Gabbia
to a
Gabbia
very
has
short-term
enough
problem.
quality. Gabbia has enough quality to play for this team and to challenge for the Scudetto. The medical team is not allowing Gabbia to train properly, to have that physical condition to play 28 games a season. Calabria, again, is an incredible right back. He already got injured twice because he cannot handle national team and AC Milan. You want another example? Krunic, he was playing perfectly. He was doing well. He's a perfect substitute to play in the midfield. He got injured. It's 2 months. It's gonna be a month without. You want another example?
Bro,
Giroud,
you cannot keep these as your standards and tell me we should win a Champions League. For me,
No,
that's crazy.
I'm telling you, no one wants to win a Champions League.
No, but
A
if you
team
buy
that never
Giroud
played
and
for seven-
Messias and you tell me go for the
no,
Champions League,
No, I was clear. You can rewind the video.
no, you said
I
the
was clear.
Scudetto. I said the same thing
Yes,
about the
I
Scudetto.
say
Yes.
that. I say
Yes.
that. Not like
But we
I
said
say
the same
that.
thing about the Scudetto.
Yes.
He said even with these injuries, you should challenge for Scudetto.
No,
Even
no,
with
no.
these injuries.
No.
We said
No,
this. I
listen
said
to-
it, bro. You cannot tell me no. You
It's-
can
it's
go
easy to-
back.
No, you say it. It's easy to say it, but if you have 12 injuries, Pioli is not going to challenge for the Scudetto in the long run because these 12 injuries is happening after 10 games in the beginning of the season. Imagine in January, -5 degrees in Milan with a shit pitch, with one game every 3
Okay,
days,
we got your point.
and a
We got
lot
your
of
point
games
as
in your
well.
legs.
Yes.
Imagine how many injuries these players are going to
We
get.
got your point, and
With this many-
and I still believe you're
So-
only looking at halfway. You're not looking at the full way. You're still looking only
But
at
that
halfway.
The left back of Napoli gets the same amount of injuries as a normal left back. If he comes to AC Milan, he never plays because the medical stuff is shit.
No, because the management also
Yes.
will bring a player who gets injured a lot. You should
No,
also
that's
recognize
not
that.
true. That is not
It
true.
is true.
That-
It is true with facts. You cannot
That's
disagree.
a big statement. That's a big statement.
Yes, it is a statement. It is a statement from transfer
that's-
markets, and you
that
can look
is
at it
crazy.
again.
What?
It's not
No.
crazy. It is
That's
called
a-
facts.
that's an
That
opinion.
says-
I'm
that
not.
says-
I'm not even gonna argue or debate facts. It's stats.
No.
You can look at
That's an
numbers.
opinion. That's an opinion.
You can look at numbers, and if you're logical enough, you would understand that these targets were not good enough. That's it. That's the
But-
that's
but,
the
okay.
conclusion of the mercato.
Show me a player that never gets injured.
I
Show me
don't.
a player that
We're
never
not
gets
discussing
injured.
a player who does not get injured. We're discussing getting players like style makers, bro. Why can't you listen? You keep going to whatever you want to prove. I don't care about that. We're trying to tell you we do agree with what you're saying. We agree from the beginning, but this is not enough to fix a problem with Milan. This is not enough. This is enough. This is not the standards for modern football. You should actually go watch modern football.
No. I think
Anwar,
other teams
Anwar,
have
hey,
a proper
Laura,
medical stuff.
Laura, you, hey, listen, guys. I mean, everybody has the right to express themselves, but let's not, go any farther. Like when
No, but
Anwar,
you cannot.
no,
You cannot
I mean,
deny
hey,
me.
It's
listen,
okay,
listen,
Pascal. It's
listen,
okay. It's
listen,
okay. It's okay.
listen. Like I want to finish
I
my
want him
statement.
to go further. I want him
No,
to go.
no, I know you won, Roy. I know you won. But at the end of the day, we're all Milan fans, man. And
It is true.
we can disagree to agree, doesn't matter. But at the end of the day, we all love this club. And let's not go this route, man. Like watch the modern football, blah blah blah, and all this stuff, man.
No,
Anwar, do you agree or not?
of course I agree, but you cannot tell me that I said something that I did not say.
No, listen, man. Like I respect your opinion, you know
But
that.
I want to be able to
I'm
say
not. I'm not like disagreeing with you. I'm just saying we all have our own opinions, and that's just how it goes. And that's why we argue here all the time.
Yes,
man.
but we give him credit to what he's saying, and he still refuses ours. Like he does not care. At some point, you gotta give
get
credit
it, I
to
get it.
management and
I
say
get it.
that
This is not true. The fact that
it.
they went to buy
Roy, please.
injury-prone players is
No,
not
no, no,
true.
no. What I wanted to say is that the management did some great work. They got Salmakers, they got Tomori, they got Kier, they did some great deals. It is very true, but they also did mistakes. They have free agents going
I
for
agree.
free.
I agree.
They
man.
have
I agree
they
with you.
targeted Mandzukic. If they targeted Bear Striker, maybe we could have a run at the Scudetto last year. Some stuff that we can argue about all night, and we cannot just throw flowers at the management and tell, management is doing great. No, they are doing great. They are humans. We have the right also to criticize their work, and I think they could have done a better work with these three deals.
Anwar, would you agree with this statement that I'm gonna make right now? Maybe agree, maybe disagree, but I just want to make my one statement, and I already repeated myself maybe 3 times. As I said before, it's not only as simple as one person making decision. Like if Maldini has all the power, trust me, he'll make the right decisions. But
Vasil,
as we-
this is
as
how
we
I
all know-
started this conversation. I said Maldini cannot just walk in and fire 20 people and fix the issue for Milan.
But you
This is my take on it.
But you agree what I'm saying? Like, you know, like when you have somebody above you that tells you, shut the fuck up, in the sense,
Do this
shut the
and
fuck
this,
up
do this
and do
that.
this.
That's it. Yes.
You only have 15, for example, 15 million to spend. What are you gonna do, man? Like,
But for me, like for me, rather than getting Giroud and Pellegrini, you could have even spent 10 more million on that transfer and got a better striker, or even keep Colombo as a third striker, and that might have worked as a better solution. And now we're playing with Rebic and Leao. Like the problem is there. For me, the problem was not fixed. You got Giroud, Pellegrini, and you play Leao and Rebic. Did you fix it? Do you see why I gave this Mercato a bad grade? Because the issues from last year are still this year.
I have an issue with that. Because Leao was bound to grow. Brahim was bound to grow. Salamakers was bound to grow. Benacer was bound to grow. All of our players are under 21s, and we're only getting better. So all Leao and Rebic needed. Rebic is good. He's going to get
Roy,
better.
Do you know that for certainty that all these players are just gonna grow and become better?
Yes, 100%. 100%.
But we had Bertolacci. We believed he's gonna become better.
No. But
it's not the same.
No, but like I can give you examples of players we believe they're gonna become something.
No, because you see it in the under 21s. Those are the players statistically 99% of the time. Then of course you might have one that might, but I mean Theo went in the national team. Leao got called up from the national team.
Why wouldn't you?
National team.
Okay, why
Tomori,
wouldn't you add
national
Roy?
team. And
Our point is why wouldn't you add more players like these players you just mentioned? This is what we asked. Because these players were not that expensive.
Yeah,
bought them.
Because
that's the criticism for the Mercato.
It's a gamble, guys. Honestly,
No.
Leao was a gamble. Let's be honest about it.
It is true.
In the beginning, Leao was a gamble. Theo
all of them are gambles.
All of the gamble, but because of the management thinking, like especially Maldini, at this case, he made the choice and he said, "I want these players," and Elliot says, "Okay, we're gonna give you the money."
Sorry, Vasil, I have to disagree with that. Giroud is a gamble. Mandzukic is a gamble.
I agree.
Diaz can be a gamble. But these players, Leao, Salamakers, Brahim Diaz, Calabria, these are not gambles. Benacer, this is.
No, of course there is some part of a gamble in football, right? You cannot just predict the future of people.
It's a part of football, man. Come on.
Yeah, like
but
you need to realize
there's a way to read their trajectory.
Of course, we agree on that. But that curve line, it can be either very steep or it can It has fluctuation throughout his career. At some point, he will reach like a peak in 2 years and then drop altogether. That's finished for him. Some players do that, and like you cannot really predict the career of a player. You cannot know if he's gonna perform at that level for 2 years, for 10 years, for five.
Yes, you can actually.
This is my point on it. But all in all, if you get him old or young, you're taking a gamble either way. You're getting him old. You know he has problems during his career. You know, like for me, Giroud,
And
Giroud
that's the
injured-
only gamble with them. It's very
yeah,
injuries.
but even if you buy Tomori, I knew that Tomori was a great player even as a substitute. But you're still buying a substitute in Chelsea, and as a starting defender in your team, that's a gamble, bro. But it worked.
You know,
No, it's not a-
one of the biggest gambles was Shevchenko.
It is.
When they bought him.
Shevchenko is a gamble as well. Kaká
Yeah.
is a gamble. You bought him for 8 million.
Oh,
Like, you
Kaká
don't
is not
know-
a guy that wins the World Cup is not a
Do
gamble.
you know how Kaká was spotted? Do you know how Kaká started playing?
Yeah,
he was a reserve player, and the starting player was injured. The bench player was injured, and he got called up, and he
No.
started the first game,
Look-
scored a goal, and he was scouted in Europe.
Okay, fine.
But
Fine. In
luck-
theory, everything in life is a gamble. Fine.
Yeah, like
Okay.
there is some part of luck, there is some part of coincidence. There are you need to
But
recognize.
those are
this
little
there.
parts.
It's not just little. It's life.
Yeah,
bro.
you shouldn't like that. You shouldn't
not-
put all your cards on that. But
Of
Kaká
course.
was a national team player. He won the World Cup.
But
Like
what
he
did I
was
say,
one.
Roy?
He was the next. They were saying in Brazil. He was the
I
next.
picked one name specifically. I said transfers like style makers. I did not say transfers like Leao. I did not say transfers like Brahim Diaz. I said transfers like style makers. That's a quick fix, and it can lead to great potentials.
But that's hey, Anwar, you know, that comes down to like the whole decision making is first the scout
Yes.
comes in and say,
But-
hey, look at this guy. Then everybody looks at him and say, okay, good. Then like let's say Maldini says, okay, let's get this guy. But then it still goes back to fucking management, man. Upper
Yes.
management.
But
So,
but
wh-
but
what
I
I'm trying
believe
to
this
also say-
management. Would you agree that this management had the chance to sign Giroud and a 7 million striker or a 10 million striker this summer?
I mean,
You
at
think
the
that
end of-
option was available?
I think there's a lot of options, man. At the end of the day, as usual,
Yeah.
man, like you would agree too, man. Like there's a lot of options. At the end of the day, they make the best decision that makes sense to them. At the end
Yeah.
of the day,
But
So-
did it work out perfectly so far?
so far they signed a lot of good players. Yes, as I said, like we have two problems. There's, to me personally, smaller problem is some of the transfer market decisions. Some of them, not all of them.
Exactly.
But the bigger one is a fucking medical stuff too, man. That's a big
It
problem.
is true.
Uh,
It is true. We
Anwar,
all recognize
Anwar.
that point. We all recognize that
Anwar.
for player.
Exactly, and that's what we're
Anwar.
saying. Would you? So would it not make more sense then, knowing that our medical staff is not that good? Would it not make more sense to get players who have less of a history
No,
and
There's
it's
no
less
way.
of
cheaper
an
to
age?
change the medical stuff than actually buy 60 million.
But they're not
players.
though. They're
Well, you-
they're not changing them. So if they're not changing them, then they have control over the players that they bring in. They're
No,
not
that's
changing
what I'm
them.
saying. They need to change the medical stuff. I don't
But
care
they
what
did
they're
not,
doing.
like,
They need
but
to
if they
change
At this
don't,
point, we're
That's the
discussing
only
what they did.
conversation.
If
That's
they
the whole
do not change
conversation.
it though, but you're
Nathan,
talking like they're
Nathan,
going to do it. They're not
16
going to.
Sorry, Nathan. I'm sorry, Nathan. I'm sorry. I'm clever enough. Today's 16th of October. You cannot buy any player, but you can fucking change the medical stuff.
Wrong
No,
again.
okay, that is your
Wrong.
opinion. That is
Wrong.
actually can be
Because
done.
we can get
You
players
say it's wrong.
easily. We can
16th of
easily get
October,
players
you
for 1
cannot
million.
buy any player.
We can easily
Do you know
get players
any
for
team-
1 million.
Okay, Lair, do you
Easily
know
get
any?
players for 1 million.
Okay, guys, I have a question for you. Do you know any example
guys
of
are-
team that fired the physical therapist or the physical preparator?
We don't know that. These news don't go even in the papers. We don't know that. It just happened. Slowly they change it. This is a clear issue. You guys don't see it. I'll see it.
Why do you say
Maybe
we
I'm-
don't see it?
I'm-
We say that we
maybe
agree
I'm
with you.
high. Maybe I'm on LSD. I'm seeing things that I'm.
We're telling you we agree with you, man.
It's
What do you
clear.
need more?
It's clear. Giroud comes from a fucking COVID, so 2 weeks not doing anything. He's on the bench with Liverpool. The day after he has a back pain. What the fuck? What the fuck, man? He's an athlete. He cannot have a back pain and come back after 2 weeks. That's not
He's 37,
possible. There is
man.
something wrong. No, there is something on the physio. There is something on the drugs they're using. What the fuck they're using? It's wrong. There is something wrong because
Okay. I'll prove to you again our points.
he's
If
the
you get
best
Giroud,
thing,
if you
man.
get Giroud at 19 or 20 years old, he would have the same problem and get back in 2 days or 3 days
Okay,
or 1
okay.
week.
Okay, Benacer gets injured at the end of 2020. He comes back
Did you
after
remember the injury?
what it was, the muscle injury.
Okay, because you cannot just tell me the injury and whatever.
Okay, muscle injury. He comes back.
Exactly.
Our medical staff say that he's ready. He's ready to come back. He comes back after 2 months. Physio, everything. He gets injured again, and he comes back after 2 months again for the end of the season. So, do you think it's the problem of our management that bought Benacer? Is the problem Benacer that is not young enough to handle injury, or is the problem our medical staff that doesn't know how to handle an injury?
How many games Benacer played and how many games Benacer missed with Milan?
He missed the second half of the season. He played the last 7 games of the second half of the season. He missed the entire second half of the season because they didn't recover him properly, and he got injured again. That's not a problem of the management.
I remember that.
We remember this, Blair, but you did not answer my question. How many games did he play and how many times did he miss the pitch? If you compare that ratio is very low.
What do you mean?
You're talking about Anwar. You're talking about the length of the contract he's had so far compared to
how many games he played? Like, you can look it up. But you cannot tell me that Benacer missed many games because of injuries.
Listen,
no. I'm talking about that case. He got injured. The medical staff told Pioli after 2 months that the guy was ready to play. Pioli puts him in the pitch, and he gets injured straight away against that fucking Serbian team in UEFA.
Lair, we agree with that. We agree on the fact that the medical team should not allow Mike Mignon to play again when he's injured. Should not allow Benacer to play again when he's injured.
Well, that's money, man. We're losing money. We're losing.
This is not the end of the argument. This is not the end of the point.
That's the end of the argument.
No.
I want a medical team.
Why don't you question the training? Why do you only question the medics? Why don't you question the training itself? Why? Just give me one proper reason why.
What do you mean the training?
Guys,
you know that you can get injured during training. Do you know that?
Can I ask you guys a question? Like, all of you guys. Like, not on a football level, just on your professional level, your personal level. We all know when some shit goes down, it's not just one excuse. It's usually complex. It's more than one excuse usually. Something doesn't work out, personal relationship, work, stuff like that. Do we agree or not on that?
Yes.
Yeah, if it's one time, if it's happening constantly, there is an issue there. There is some people that actually are doing their job not in a proper way. If Pioli puts the wrong team every single Sunday, there is an issue. It's the manager. If we are having every single week injuries, that is the issue. Is who is preparing these muscles, who is recovering these muscles, and who is actually dealing with the medical situation here. And that is the problem. Because Lazio, Verona, Spezia, Atalanta, not any team in fucking Italy has the amount of injury we are having.
Laura,
and I'm not looking to get the level of Bayern Munich or whatever team. I'm looking to get the level of Lazio. I want to have the same amount of injury that Lazio has.
Lazio does not buy Pellegrini, Giroud, and Florenzi.
Again.
Okay. Again.
I was trying to diffuse this whole fucking thing, man.
But he does not want to recognize this point. He just wants to recognize
listen, guys. I want to say something, and like you guys take it the way you want to take it. But at the end of the day, you, like especially Laura and Anwar, man, you two have your own strong opinions, and you're never gonna back down from that shit, man. So at the end of the day, no matter what anybody says, it's like just my opinion. Just my opinion, man. Like, come on, man. We gotta listen
I agree with Laird.
Man.
I give credit to Laird. I tell him this is true, but it's not just this.
But you guys don't listen. Like what I was saying, like fucking hour and a half ago. It's not just medical or management. It's fucking the whole The whole organization.
But why do you tell me this? Like, I'm saying this as well.
But that's what we're saying. We are saying that it's multiple problems.
I don't know why do you target me in this, because this is my point as well.
Listen, I know
Right,
what,
that's
I'm not.
what-
I
that's
didn't.
what-
I
that's
didn't
what
speak
was-
to you in any disrespect. I'm just.
No,
just
no.
saying
It's not disrespect.
No,
I'm
I
just
like-
disagree with what Vasil said. I don't think it's got anything to do with the ownership or the management. I think it's. I mean, maybe yes, you can bring it all the way there, but this is a technical issue that you can fix. I don't even think that you need to fire anybody. You just got to fix it.
I just said my opinion, guys. So like, if I offended anybody, I
No,
apologize.
no,
but-
I want
like-
you to. No, I want you to offend me. Offend me right now. Come on.
No,
please.
bro.
No, it's not about this.
It's, honestly, man, that's not my mission to offend anybody. I was just expressing my opinion, and I thought that my message was pretty clear
It
and
is.
broad to everybody. But it feels like we're going like in a circles, man. The same fucking thing, man. In a
And it's
circle,
okay,
in a
guys.
circle, in a
Look,
circle, and
we
that's what
definitely-
starts to drive me fucking crazy, man.
We definitely
And it-
agree to disagree on certain things here. We can move on to another subject, which is
Please, let's move on to another
which is
subject, man.
tied to this subject, and it is this Italian player called Lorenzo Lucca.
Lorenzo who?
Lucca,
Lorenzo
and
Luca.
now he
13
is,
years old?
No. He's
Oh,
I'm going to show you. Hold on. So this is a player that all the big teams in Italy are going for. AC Milan said that they're interested in. His name is Lorenzo Lucca. He is in the under 21s. Everybody in Italy think that this guy is the next big thing. You know, right now he's only 10 million. But I don't know how long that is going to last. Milan is thinking of getting this guy already in January. So I'm going to share a little bit about. I'm going to share a video of him. I don't care if it gets copyrighted. We're not monetizing anything.
Oh, Roy, put the link on the private chat so we can watch it, or put
it's
in the
fine.
link on the.
It's fine. I already showed highlights, so it's fine.
Okay. Who is his agent?
Not Raiola.
Man, if it's Raiola, I would be like freaking out, man, right now.
No,
So
it's
now-
not that the problem. I just want to know who is his agent.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll check in a second. So
is he a striker? Is he a striker, man?
he is
I'm
a
sorry.
striker. He's a 2 meters high, tall, and he's he hasn't stacked up many stats, a lot of stats. He just started, but he's a big guy. Look, you can see he's got a mean shot. That's a really mean shot.
No, that's a good one, man. Look at that shit. Ooh, baby.
That's a really mean shot.
He needs to play with Zlatan, man, though, for at least 1 year, man. He will teach him how to be.
So
a
he
man.
has he has a really powerful shot. But the only problem with this player is that he plays for Pisa, and the DS in Pisa is Chiellini's brother. So Juventus has a freaking advantage here, I think. I hope not.
Here we go again, Roy. You know
Fucking
what I'm gonna say, man. You know what I'm gonna say. This motherfucking Juventus, man. Fucking corrupted piece of shit, man.
But this is a player that in Italy they're saying he's probably going to be the next striker of Italy.
Like
Where does he play?
Luca Toni style, or what would you say?
Well, you can see he's like a Luca Toni, but maybe a more composed, a little bit more
Does he play in
technical.
Serie B?
Serie B.
Serie B.
I think it's like I don't want to judge before seeing him in Serie A. It's a different.
But now,
How old is he?
Well, he has to be probably 20, I think.
And he's Italian, right?
Italian, right? He's But anyway, this is the new hot name that is going on right now in Italy with Italian strikers. Milan. There are voices that Milan wants to get him already in January.
How much they're asking for him?
Right now, he is worth 10 million.
Yeah.
And they're talking about, Vlahovic, there was a certain point where Vlahovic cost like 15 million, 20 million, and nobody pulled the trigger. Now Vlahovic is 67.
Even Haaland was 15 million.
Exactly. Same thing as so they're thinking that this player could be similar. Like, as you see in the air, he wins everything. I mean, he's 2 meters tall.
If he's 2 meters, man, and he's pretty quick, man, actually, for his height, man.
Yeah, he looks not fast, but he looks quick on his foot.
He's pretty quick for that height, man. He's not bad at all.
Like, he can counter.
He can hold the ball pretty good so far from what I've seen. But that's Serie B, guys. Let's be honest too.
Yeah,
Serie
that's
B.
the thing. Like, Serie B defense is not Serie A defense.
Yeah, once you play against teams like Rome, Lazio, Napoli, I mean,
not even these. Like, even Cagliari is gonna be
even
hard for him.
Verona. On what? Even Verona, man.
Yeah.
They're tough, man. They're tough.
Especially like now the small teams. I think in Italy the challenge with the small teams is that they have good coaches. Like, most of them, when I watch them tactically, they are present. Like, they don't.
To be honest, and that's what I like, Anwar. That's what I like about Italian, like Serie A. It's tactical style, man.
It is.
English Premier League, fast on the right, wings, run.
In the end, football is.
I mean,
the modern football is based, right? I think it's based much more now on physicality.
But that's what we have in Milan. That's what we have.
Yeah, like that's why we play good football, because we press very high. We play intense football.
Now wait a minute. The last time I said that, I got criticized for saying that.
For what?
You should not be criticized for that,
Nate. We all love you, bro. Come on, man.
We like to criticize you,
nobody
man.
criticizes.
No. Yeah. I'm cool with that. I can take punches and all that stuff. But I said many times that the way football is going is geared towards more athleticism and physicality.
Yeah,
and
that is very true.
I got a bunch of bullshit, and now we're all agreeing with that. So,
no, I agree with you, Nate. Like, this is also I've always said that phicality is much more important now than technical ability.
No, that is not true. That is not true.
Right.
Actually, to prove my point, last season who won the Champions League?
The smallest team in Italy is winning the Serie A right now.
Who?
Absolutely not true.
Napoli is very physical.
Napoli is the smallest team in Italy.
No, but you cannot disagree. They're physical. They play physical football.
No, Napoli is winning because they're technically better than Verona.
It is true as well, but you can agree that their football is not soft.
Listen. The athletic thing is always going to be part of sports. As sports develop, the world develops, the world of athleticism, and the science will develop. But football is a game. You need to know how to play it. You need to have the brain to play it, and you need to have the feet to play it.
But even statistically, Roy, if you compare modern football with just 2000 football, players are running much more, almost twice at some point.
But yeah, that's fine. I mean, in 2000, you could have said the same thing, but 10 years before that.
Yeah, that's very true. Like, physicality has always been improving, like exponentially.
But physicality is not going to overtake the technical aspect. It's not.
It does. Like, for me, when I saw Chelsea winning the
way.
Champions League, I don't think that was the most technical team who won.
Okay, fine. But tactics and football. You're still talking about a super tactical team.
It is true, but at that level,
you're saying they beat Man City just because.
No. It's not that. I'm saying that at that level, at least to reach the semifinals, we need to be great in all of them. You need to be great physically. You need to be great tactically, technically.
That's football.
No, that's Champions League. But if you go to Premier League, you can lack a little bit technically, but make up physically.
Okay, so that team that lacks technically and brings its physicality, they go to Italy. They're gonna end up in Serie B the next year.
Bro.
Yes.
Why we go so general? At the end, Modric is not physically such a beast, but he's so clever and he's so technical that he can play in that position better than other players that are physical. The same Jorginho.
He can play 90 minutes at 35 years old every game. You cannot tell me that's not being prepared physically.
So everyone is physical as a player.
No, Giroud cannot play every game. That's the whole point.
Modric gets injured as well.
But not as much.
Hey, But listen,
But
He
we're
played
talking
in
about
EPL. He
physicality.
played.
We're talking about pace. About
Yes. But even if
are
you go
we
to
talking
Premier
about
League,
that?
no. If you
Sorry.
go to Premier League, if you watch Salah, the way he turned, he was very fast, technically very agile in Roma and Fiorentina. Then he goes to Liverpool, and you see transformation on his body. You can actually see that.
how do you know he
Okay.
wouldn't have done that? Just developed that way.
Bro, you just type in Salah,
No,
Roma shirtless,
I
Salah,
see, I've
Liverpool
seen
shirt,
the
and
meme a
watch.
million times.
Roy,
I've seen
Yeah,
it.
but like,
Roy.
but that's
I don't want to see
preparation,
it.
man. That is
What about
preparation.
okay, Anwar? What about the physicality of Bernardo Silva? He's a small guy.
No,
He's
but
not a
Bernardo
massive
Silva is one of
physicality
the best players who can protect the ball. There are certain types of people
because he
like no,
knows
no.
he's
No, but
technically
these
able
are
to do
yes,
that.
yes. Because if you are technically so much gifted, like Pirlo, Xavi, Modric, Bernardo Silva, Mahrez, all these guys can hold the ball. You cannot take Ozil.
Yeah.
You cannot take the
So
ball from their feet.
yes,
Yes,
exactly.
I
So
agree
we're
with that.
going.
But that's only one player on the pitch. The other 10 they run.
No, but
No, there's a
everybody
lot of them.
runs. There's
There's a
No,
lot of
no.
them.
How many
I can
Modric do you
do
see
it.
in Madrid?
But I can give you another
There is only
example.
one
Marcelo.
Modric. No.
Marcelo, all his
But
career, he wasn't a big guy. He was small, and he had always the small physique, and he played. Patrick Evra, he was a small guy on the left for Manchester United.
I mean,
no,
I can give you
I-
a million of examples of small players that actually didn't have an amazing physicality, but they had an
yeah.
incredible career.
But I'm saying
Jorginho in the
that
middle
most.
of the pitch with Chelsea,
Jorginho,
he
you
has
cannot
a
tell me Jorginho
weak
is not
body.
physical. He plays in the EPL.
No, he's not physical.
I see how he
He's
challenges for the
clever,
ball.
but
but
it's
he's clever.
the
He is
thing.
clever in
Verratti.
the challenges, like Busquets. He is clever in the challenges.
Verratti is a tiny
Yes,
man.
I agree with you.
But saying that physicality is more important than technique, and
it's
and
not
no
more
technique
important. It's
is right. It's just not true.
it like it will
It
give,
helps.
it helps you like fill the lack that you have sometimes in technical.
I mean, it's a weapon if you're like
Yeah.
like in this case. or
Like
look
for
this
me,
guy, it's a
Gareth
weapon.
Bale is much more physical than technical. The way he plays, he
Yeah,
will
what happened
push
to
the
his
ball
career?
and run. Yeah, but he won everything, bro. He got it because of his physicality. Ronaldo got it because of it,
But
because
all
he's
of these
technically
players are
very
athletes.
gifted, but he
They're all
is a great athlete. Like he is very physically
Okay,
gifted.
okay, all right. That's fine. We can move on.
Yes,
I want you to
we
look
can
at this
move on.
guy here, guys. Look at this. The
So
way
how
he-
old is he again, Roy?
He's
Sorry,
20, 21, 20,
21
20 or 21.
already?
21. 21.
He's 21.
Who?
Thought
who
like
is
he was
this guy?
18 or.
That's
No.
Luca
No, it's
Lorenzo.
21.
I like
Luca?
how he wins the ball here. Comes back, wins the ball. That's a good sign for an attacker. Yeah, go ahead.
His name is Lorenzo Luca.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
what team? What team he's playing again?
Pisa.
Pisa. Okay.
How many goals did he get so
I
far?
think so far 6 out of 7 games.
Yeah, like Lapadula did amazing in Serie B.
That is true.
Actually, hey guys, actually Lapadula gave it all to Milan. So
Very true, but it's
we
not.
got to respect that. We
Yes,
gotta
yes, no,
disrespect
we
that.
do
Abdullah
respect.
wasn't the under 20.
It's not about this disrespect, Vizol. It's about
No,
like,
no,
Roy,
I know,
is
I
it,
know, I know,
the
I know.
quality we need.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's not Sheva
Yeah, but like
or Inzaghi.
this is the deal that I'm talking about. Like, get a player 10 million and bet this is the gamble for you. Like at worst, you resell him at 25. Even if you don't want him, resell him at 15, 17, 20. I don't
Anwar,
care.
still, the medical team is going to break him, man.
I know, but
Believe me.
I know, but
Whatever player we're going to buy, they're going to break him.
that's why we told you we agree with you, Laird. We agree on the fact medical team is shit. We agree on that for years.
I'm actually being a nice human being. I'm wishing they don't come to AC Milan because they're gonna be broken by the end of the season.
Or just
Now
get
they
them
go
to give them to Inter after or something.
I hope they go to Juventus, to Inter. They have a better medical team. At least they
And
can
you
have a
know-
career.
Even like the Juve players when they came over, they got injured. I remember Higuain got injured, Bonucci got injured.
They all got injured. Man.
What
It's a joke.
What does this mean, guys? Physicality is the focus. Modern
It
football
is a
not-
bit true,
no,
Roy.
no, modern football is all about possession. It's all about
But like, I'll
being
give you an
able.
example.
Football, guys, is about space and time.
No, but
It's
I'll-
not
Yeah,
about-
but how do they get
you're-
possession though? But you're missing
But
the 1 point thing. How do you get possession?
No, but of course you have to be a top athlete, and you have to condition your players to be the most athletic they can be.
Okay,
But
yeah,
football is not
the
about
teams
physicality.
But
and
like
the teams who are most athletic, they're the teams who can press high and win the ball back. Athleticism.
Na-
is what's
Nathan,
key here.
Nathan.
if you take examples
That's
like
not
Barcelona,
That's true and not
with,
not true.
like if you remember Barcelona with Guardiola, it was technically very gifted. But
You're talking.
physically, they pressed 90 minutes in your box. They press you
You're
very high.
talking about stamina.
Like
Nah,
that's a lot of running.
Anwar,
They press
Anwar.
very very high every game.
Can I stop you right now? Can I stop you right now?
Yes.
They pressed very high on those 5-6 seconds they lose the ball, but as soon as they get the ball, they keep the ball,
No,
so they
wrong.
rest and they don't get
That
tired.
is true, but I'll give you another example. Bayern, Liverpool. We just watched Liverpool. Were they stronger physically, or were they technically more gifted?
I think they are technically gifted.
No, I think technically we were on par. We created as many chances as they did, and we even missed some great chances. And physically, I think that by 70 minutes, 60 minutes, we were done for, and they just had much more to run.
Bayern? When?
I'll tell you something. I don't think Trent Alexander-Arnold has more physicality than Theo
No,
Hernandez.
it's not just Trent. I'm speaking about the whole 11, the way they play.
Guys, what do you mean by physicality? I'm not
It's
understanding.
it's you can keep up the high pressure for certain amounts during the game because you
But
cannot.
that's
keep it
not
up for-
physicality.
No,
That's stamina.
That's cardio. That's cardio.
That's why I said. That's
No.
why I said athleticism, not physicality. Athleticism.
No, but
Okay.
we're speaking about the
That's what I'm
physicality
talking about.
aspect of the game. because we're
Physicality
speaking-
is
No,
when you use your
Roy.
body to push people off the ball. That's
Roy,
the term.
Because
do
we
you
were
mean?
saying technical ability, we were saying physical ability, and we were saying tactical ability. So we were differentiating that way. That's why we were saying
Be
physicality.
specific when we say physicality, because there's different. When,
Yes,
when you
yes,
say
we can say
physicality, to me,
athleticism.
that means Gattuso is a physical player.
No, that's a
That's what-
strong player. I can even like
So
push.
you're talking about
even more opposite.
What are you talking? What are you talking? Like you're talking about stamina. That's what
No,
it sounds like.
it's not just stamina. It's the aggression also, like the way you tackle, the way you throw yourself.
Yeah, of course. You always have to be an
But
animal.
it's not
You
just
have to be an
stamina. You
animal
need
when
to
you play
develop
football.
both muscles. You need to develop the stamina muscles.
That's
and
why
you
I
need to
said it's
develop the strength
athleticism.
muscles.
Yes.
Liverpool players are more athletic than Milan.
Yes.
Athleticism brings
Are they
in,
more athletic?
No,
than
no.
Man
Like
City?
Kessié, this is a
listen,
good example.
listen,
He said Kessié is a
athleticism-
prime example of physical player or an athletic player, or maybe Theo even.
Is it Liverpool more physical than Man City? Who is more physical?
They are pretty much at the same level. Maybe Liverpool is better technically, the other is better a little bit tactically because they have Guardiola, and they are on par on terms of athleticism or
But
physical.
this is normal, guys. Of course, you have to be a super athlete to play that level.
We are not there yet, right? In any aspect, not technically,
No.
not tactically.
You don't think we
Come
are?
on, guys. Come on, guys.
It showed against Liverpool. Like we technically we showed we are there. Tactically, yes, they.
No,
they
Liverpool
followed
is
the-
a bad example because
No, it is a
Liverpool
good
was-
example because
If
they
they
are
were
the
at
champions.
Anfield, the super crazy stadium. It was
But,
Milan.
Listen,
but you play.
These kids were virgins.
Give me
when
why.
they played in
Let me give you why. For me, it is a good example. We play pretty much the same football. Our coaches look pretty much the
Bruh.
same, even their approach, and we play very intense football, pushing
Bruh.
forward.
Bruh.
What, bro? We play the same, even pretty much the same
Anfield.
formation.
Anwar.
The
Salah
difference
is a
is
better
that-
player than Selemakers. He's technically
But the
better
difference
than
is-
Selemakers.
But the difference
Technically.
is
Do you think
Not
that
even
I'm,
good
the
at
main
physicality.
difference. The main
do you think
difference
Salah is not athletic?
No, it's more
Look,
technically.
look,
The athleticism, we
technically-
don't even need to count it.
But look,
Why?
the
It's
thing is,
technically better.
Why do you do these things? You just limit it to one thing. Why do you keep doing that, man?
No.
Football is not
You
just about one
stated
thing.
that physicality is becoming more
We
important.
said
than-
We said in modern football, the focus
Yeah,
is much
modern-
more on physicality than technical abilities. Or
Yes,
because if
that's-
that was
that's-
true,
that's not
the
true.
Premier League will be filled with Moroccan people and Brazilian people and Argentinian people.
Which it is. There
It is
a
not
lot of
true.
them.
No, it's only
There
the
is a
Premier
lot of
League.
them.
The other 7 divisions are not filled with these guys. You're focusing on 100 players and forgetting about the other 1,000.
But now you're. But Okay, first of all,
No,
There-
I got a point.
all
First
those
of all,
players that are playing in Man City, in Manchester United, and Liverpool, they're all national team players. They're all technically very gifted. It's
they are physically very gifted as
no,
well.
technically, physically.
But on all terms, they are very gifted.
Anwar,
Like if you take Pogba,
my
you cannot tell me tactically he's bad. He's not. He is good in all aspects.
Anwar, my point is that you cannot do an example AC Milan, Liverpool, because Salah technically is way ahead than Selemakers.
Yes,
So
I
your
agree
point
with that.
cannot be
But-
made. Because
No, but
Salah and
even the
Mane
chat
are way
agrees with me.
better
They said Liverpool is the finished article. Milan is still a work in progress. I got his point, but he's trying to say that
but not at,
our
but not in
projection
an-
should
on-
be what Liverpool is doing because we
but
play
not in
pretty
an
much.
athleticism. Is on the technical side. They
No,
have better
athletic.
footballers
Technically,
than
we
us.
showed that we are capable. Technically,
Okay. No,
we scored 2 goals. We scored.
If you see the stats, we
Oh
run
my
like Liverpool. We run the same amount of kilometers. We run the same amount of intensity. They keep the ball better. They are more technical than us. They know what to do with the ball. They
It's
are
not
more.
just. So Atletico
that
Madrid
is-
is also technically more gifted.
No.
11 against 11, we were better than them
Yeah,
in
it looked
in
like
any
we were
side.
better. It looked like we
So
were better.
I don't.
So what took
why
it
we
over?
even- Huh?
Let's not go into this.
No. Let's not focus on the
The
coach
referee
and what the
was
coach did.
running a lot. The referee was running a
I'm,
lot.
I'm,
of times.
I'm gonna
But
say
don't
no.
you think,
I'm
don't
gonna
you
say
think
no
playing,
comments.
playing
I'm
with
gonna say
10
no
men
comments.
against 11, physically, you will be tired. You will
No
I'll
feel
tell
the
you
pain.
what. I'll tell you what. The physicality of that idiot of Kessie got us in trouble.
Okay, someone said Leao is stronger than Salah. That is not true. First of all, let's
I'm
just
not even-
get that. I don't
My
think
point
that's
is that Liverpool is so better technically than us that we cannot even see how we are physically compared to Liverpool. If you give Liverpool the same
But the
quality player
strategy
we
of-
have, let's
but
see
look-
who
but look,
runs.
But
This is
how
the
do we
difference.
approach football, man? How does Milan play football? We approach football
this
the
is
same
the
way Liverpool
difference.
tries to.
We
The
run a
difference
lot,
with
guys.
this-
You need to
That's the
understand
same thing
We
that
run.
Liverpool does. Liverpool runs a lot as well.
But guys,
they just
Exactly.
do
We
it
don't
though,
have the technical.
But the thing
We
is,
don't have
running
the
a lot is
technicality.
not it. Running a lot is not it. When he's saying physicality, I'm going to use the term athleticism. Athleticism includes speed, strength, endurance. It includes all of that. Liverpool, at a technical, skillful level, is not that far above Milan. The thing is, Liverpool took over the game because they were athletically and physically better than us. We could not leave our half, not because Liverpool has more skill. We couldn't leave our half because they were overrunning us. You overrun
Yes.
a team with more athleticism. That's how you overrun a team. It's the same way with what we did to Atletico Madrid. Atletico Madrid probably has a little bit more skill than us, like skill-wise, but we overran that team with athleticism. Do you understand that now? I'm
That-
not saying
yes.
I'm not using.
I
I'm not
agree with you,
using just.
Nathan.
I'm not just using raw strength. That's not what I mean.
In
by
my
athleticism.
opinion, no. In my opinion, is if you move the ball quicker than the others, you don't even need to run like the others. You need to run even less. Liverpool was moving the ball quicker than us. That's why it looked like they killed
But
us. in the
that takes effort
physicality.
as well. It takes effort
They
to
were
get the
moving
ball
the
and to
ball.
play it very, very fast.
But because they are good at moving the ball quick, they are good at
But-
dribbling. They are good
Yeah,
at doing
but
the
we
one,
need to
two.
have the fuel to do that.
We have that, guys.
We have
It's
that
not
for
about-
60 minutes. We don't have that for 85
But because
or 80
Liverpool
minutes.
had the ball, when the other team has the ball and moves the ball quicker, you get tired. That is normal. That's
I don't know
what-
how to
Okay,
convince you.
okay, wait. So when we had the ball against Liverpool, outside of the 2 goals we scored, when we had the ball, why was it so difficult for us to
Because
move out of
we
our
are
field?
not good enough to move the ball quick.
So you're saying Ben Nasser is not technically gifted? Or it's
Not
not as
technically. It's
technically...
not about
Can I-
technically.
I will
Okay,
not
because
about
I saw
technically.
Ben Nasser and Kessie lose the ball, and it was much more about
Guys,
challenges and physical duels.
the issue
They were just overrun and pushed by Liverpool players, and
the
that's not how
issue
they got the ball
and,
from them.
look, the issue I have with this argument is that game in Milan was it wasn't even a matter of physicality. That was a matter of psychology, like the psychological
Exactly.
the
There's a lot
psychological
of factors.
the psychological state of Milan did not allow them to play football. They were just caught in the moment. It was too big for them to handle.
Do you know how many chances they created in our half? It takes effort to do that. It's not, you cannot just discredit the athleticism that needs to be there to actually do that throughout the whole game. You can do that for like I see Milan do that for like the first 25 minutes of the first half, and then they do that again in the second half for a few minutes.
But
guys,
when you
need
pass
to
the
breathe
ball,
when you talk. You guys are going too straight, like talking.
but
Can I ask
when
a
you
simple
pass
question?
the ball,
No, you need to stop that, Lair.
when
We're
you
just
pass
hearing
the
our
ball,
opinion.
yes, the team who passed the ball quicker, yes, they're gonna be more rested because they're not chasing. But those players, when they passed the ball, they moved off the ball and got to the places quicker than our players. That again encompasses athleticism.
It comes to knowing already what to do, because you have been playing together for 4 years. You've been doing those things for 4 years, and you have the confidence because you already won, and you are at home. And other players you're playing against, they feel the pressure, so they run less because they feel the pressure, not because they are less athletic.
I want to answer
they
one
have less
comment. He
athleticism.
said that I did not watch the game. I watched the game. I knew that Milan is going to lose because of the physical aspect of the game.
Okay.
And the chance created were not created because of Ben Nasser and Kessie. They were created because of Leao. And Leao had more technical ability than any other player on that pitch.
Who was more athletic? Who had more athleticism, the English national team or the Italian national team?
English, probably, man.
English, but the coach fucked them. He played with 7 defenders in the final.
How come Italy was keeping the ball the whole time?
Yeah, I answered your question before
They
you
even looked
question it.
Okay, another question.
But guess what? Italy only.
If they had Jurgen Klopp, they would play high
No,
pressure.
Italy only dominated that game when England scored and sat back. England stopped playing their
What about Spain?
game.
Yes.
Exactly.
What about Spain?
Exactly. Who has more athleticism, Spain or Italy, or Spain or England?
Spain has more.
Spain
They have more. They just proved it again.
Spain is far more
Spain
athletic than
has
Italy.
more athleticism.
Far more athletic than Italy. It's not even fucking close. Spain athletically and technically is far ahead of fucking Italy.
Italy was known for being better tactically as a group, as a whole squad. That's what made them win that game. Donnarumma actually made them win that game.
Spain has more technicality, and they
Spain missed a striker. If they had a striker, they would have won that game.
No, that I'm saying that Spain keeps the ball because they are technically better than Italy, not because they are more prepared physically and they have more athleticism than Italy.
But there's no way that you can truly say that fucking Spain has less athleticism than Italy.
I'm not saying they have less. They have more quality. That's why
it's quality and athleticism. Llorente was running the Lorenzo side every minute.
Guys. Athleticism, everybody, they're all the same. It's all
it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Yes,
it is.
It's not.
Yes,
Okay,
because
wait a minute.
Okay, Nathan.
No. Who has more athleticism, Belotti or Aubameyang? Because it's all the same thing.
I don't know.
No. Your answer was it's all the same. So your answer should have been even, but it wasn't.
I think it doesn't matter at that level. The margins.
But he just proved.
But because then okay, obviously France has way more physicality than Spain. Why did Spain hold the ball for 60-70%?
But France had more physicality. That's why they dominated Spain.
No. Exactly. Spain dominated possession. Spain dominated possession. How come they dominated possession?
Let's check.
What is this noise, guys?
It's Nathan, I think.
France dominated its possession in the first half. The first half finished with Spain with 66% of the ball.
True.
So it's football, guys. It's a football. Otherwise we don't need freaking Ibrahimovic. Let's get what's his name?
But Ibrahimovic.
Why isn't Usain Bolt
We said it. And
why Messi is the best football player in the world?
Okay. Messi physically is very strong, first of all, and he has a low gravity center. That's two things that you should probably think about before you
you guys have an answer for everything. I'm not even.
It is true.
Try anymore.
Do you think that playing for 20 years at that level it takes no preparation?
Yeah, but
guys, what I'm saying that everyone is prepared athletically to be at that level.
We
So
are
who
not
has
there
better
yet.
quality wins. That's my
It's-
opinion.
We are not
So
there
the
yet. We are
quality is
not
more
there.
important.
You
We
don't
are
think-
because we are a
Yeah, we are.
professional football team, man. We play in a professional league that is Serie A.
Okay,
So we
whatever
are
you want, man.
athletically prepared, like Juventus, like United, like Real Madrid. Athletically, let's say there is some stats to when they do the preparation, they need to do 3K in less than 3 minutes. All the football players in AC Milan, they do that. They need to run at least 100 meters in at least 12 seconds. All the football player does that. Of course, Leao does it in 11, Romagnoli in 12, but they all have decent standards. That's what I'm saying. That cardio, they can all run 10K in a game.
So do you think we
They
are at the
are
same level as Liverpool physically?
Yes, Liverpool
That is,
is better.
I
They has
absolutely
better
disagree with that.
quality. Of
I
course,
disagree with
Salah.
that.
Of course, Salah is faster than Selemakers. But on the other side, Benacer is faster than Fabinho. Fabinho is taller than Benacer. On
You
the
know
other
that
side,
last year we
Messi
played
is
Europa League.
stronger.
Do you say that we have the same physical ability as Europa League as well?
You guys forgot
we
about
dominated
experience.
Manchester United.
What about experience? What about
Not
tactical
dominate.
knowledge? What about handling pressure?
We
These
said
are
that is very
variables.
true as well.
I have
You
a
just
question
look at your
for
side of
Anwar.
the.
I have a question
But
for
these
Anwar.
are more important than athleticism. You can have the whole athleticism you want.
I'm
If you
saying
cannot
that
handle
modern
pressure,
football focuses more on that. That's why we
yeah,
don't
but
see
if you
more of
cannot handle
Ronaldinho.
pressure,
Oh my God.
exactly. If you cannot handle pressure, whatever athleticism you have, you're gonna run slower than the guy that handles
Yeah,
pressure.
but you have.
And is
I'll give you
slower
an
than
example of a team that is lacking technically and tactically, but they are very strong physically or
Who?
athletically. Leeds. You watched?
What
Did
is
you
it?
ever
Do
watch
it in
Leeds
Italy.
United?
Do it in
Yeah.
Italy. Do it in
No,
Italy.
why I raised this question because we're comparing a British side that prepares athletically, and you're trying to convince me of something that you don't watch. So I'll just give you an example of
Well,
Leeds.
how come?
Leeds, you
I have a question for you, Anwar. I have a question. How come the smallest Italian team, the smallest team in Italy,
Uh-huh.
went to England and dominated Leicester, which is a Premier League team that is one of the better Premier League teams?
Napoli is
Who
not a slow
dominated?
team. Again, you're using one aspect of athleticism, and that's strength. In strength and size, that's only one aspect of
One
athleticism. Athleticism includes speed, size, strength, agility.
Stamina.
That's what
Correct.
stamina. It includes all of that. So when you have a team like
Correct.
Napoli, who as a team is also very athletic, maybe not at the same level as an EPL team, but when you provide that level of athleticism with
The technical
technical ability, then you're gonna dominate.
Who's more athletic, Leicester or according to you guys?
Okay,
or
I'll
Napoli?
put it like this. If Leicester athletically is a 9, Napoli would be a 7. So who then you go to who is more technically gifted? Napoli.
Okay.
And if stop.
So
Napoli-
that
stop,
says it
no,
all.
man?
That
That-
says it.
No,
That
you're
says
not letting
it.
me finish.
You cannot laugh at this argument. It is very actually true.
But that's what I'm saying. Being able to play football is more important than how athletic you are. And I
But
think
this
it's
modern
allowed
football,
as
you
well.
I
didn't
would
let me
agree with
finish.
you back in the days. But this football focuses
that's
more
right.
on the athleticism than the technical ability.
After
No.
that, so if they're a 7 and they're a 9, technically on a technical level, Leicester's not a bad team. But compared to Napoli would be a 9 and Leicester might be like a 6. So Napoli is going to edge them out. It's not a complete dominance because they didn't just completely dominate the game, but they're going to edge them out overall. But you cannot sit here and say that you're not going to sit here and try
All
to use
teams,
Napoli.
Nathan, right now, all teams, the standards of athleticism in Europe, in the major divisions of the teams that play in the Champions League, it's all more or less the same. Some teams a little bit more, some teams a little less. But football is about being able to manage the ball. It's about being able to create space for yourself and mitigate time and
agree
space.
with that,
Football is
Carl.
time and space, and the best way to mitigate time and spaces, of course, you have to be a prime athlete, but it's with your technical ability. That's why a young little kid like Pedri is kicking ass, because he has incredible ability in how to mitigate time and space.
So, do you think why don't we see players anymore like Rui Costa or Pirlo or athletically they were not the strongest, very actually very, it's not weak but below average, because if you push them they're down. But you have players now like Tonali. Tonali is a good mix of how you should be technically but very strong athletically as well.
But
Yes, Tonali
that's
is the perfect example. The perfect example.
But Tonali makes our point. I would play Pirlo at 30 years old with less athleticism than Tonali. Because he
when you
has
have
the
a player,
skills, he has the technicality, he knows what to do with the ball. So the
when you have a
athleticism is
player
not so
who
important.
is, but that's the thing. Pirlo was so incredibly technically gifted that he can make up for that. But Pirlo, beside him, did not have
That's
players.
my point and
No,
Roy's
but
point.
we don't see more players like these anymore. Why don't? Because
Yeah, you have.
because no, where?
Jorginho could be it. Jorginho.
Do you compare Jorginho to Pirlo? Technically,
I mean,
he played
No,
120 minutes against England, and he looked never tired. And
No,
it's
but
not
you-
athleticism. It's not Kante.
nah, but
His
you cannot
athleticism
compare.
is not Kante.
I'm talking about the technical ability of Pirlo and Jorginho. You
No,
cannot tell me they are about the same.
okay,
But
listen.
it's gonna happen. You're gonna have another player. Just give it a time. There is gonna be another player.
Where?
Like
Where
so
do
give
you
it
see
time.
that other player?
We're
Who's
talking
gonna be
right
a
now.
possible-
We're talking
We're
right
talking
now.
right
We're talking
now.
right
In
now.
today's world, in today's
talking
football,
right
you
now.
need to be athletic first to be able to
But-
play into the juniors.
I'm
You need to
sorry.
be
I'm
athletically
sorry.
very strong.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Modric.
Before, listen, Modric is
Who
an
has
old
Modric?
position.
Modric
Modric is
doesn't.
35. I'm
Let
speaking
me
about
finish.
about
Modric
players.
doesn't have the athleticism of
Okay.
Tonali, but I would
Okay.
play Modric because he knows what to do with the ball.
Okay, who's technically more gifted, Recoba or Havertz?
What is that question?
Recoba.
It is a
I
very
don't
good
know.
question that you should probably answer to.
Recoba.
I don't know. I don't know.
Recoba.
Recoba,
I
we can-
know. I know.
Okay, we can all agree on Recoba.
And Recoba,
but
Recoba would.
who's athletically much better? There is not even you cannot even
I
wait
don't
one
think it
second.
matters.
Havertz.
I don't think it matters.
Havertz.
Bro, Recoba played 20 minutes.
Listen, I would I would definitely choose Recoba over Havertz if I was a coach and I had the
Yes,
choice.
but in modern football, if you want to get to the senior level, at least you need to
In
be
modern
very strong.
football, like in all
let me
football,
please
you don't-
finish.
No,
Let me
you're
please finish
right.
my
I know what
answer.
you're saying, man, but you're discrediting the importance of technique and
We're not.
We're
IQ.
not.
We're not.
We're not.
But guess what? Guess
But
what?
be-
I'll tell
you
you
get
this, I'll tell you this.
eliminated before you even reach that level. Messi was gonna be eliminated if not if he was not treated in Barcelona. In 20 years
true.
ago, he would still have the same technical ability, but we'll never hear of Messi. He will never even played football. But because athletically he could recover, he could bring himself to a certain level and be that consistently for 20 years. That takes so much effort, bro. You don't even know what
real
much
quick.
effort it takes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Guys, real quick.
Yeah.
The reason why I'm going in and out is because right now my job kind of fucked up. So I'm trying to like find different shit. So when I'm going in and out, it's because I'm making calls and stuff. So just
Okay,
just a
that's
heads
All
up.
right, man.
No one. No.
Hey, I have a question here.
This podcast
Anwar.
is about freedom.
Anwar, since you said that Milan is not at the level, which I don't understand why you're saying that. But what happens when Liverpool comes to San Siro and Milan, hopefully, I mean, injury, if we don't have problems with Milan, will run over Liverpool, man.
I
They'll
don't
run
think
over-
that will happen. That's my point. I don't think that will happen. I
No,
don't
it
think
will
we can
happen.
run
I know
over
for sure.
Liverpool.
It will.
I don't think it will happen.
But
But
did you think we could?
I think we can surprise them, score a goal, but they have much more experience than us.
Did
They
you
are
think
used-
we could run over Atletico Madrid?
Atletico Madrid? I even gave you the score. I told you we're gonna lose.
But did you think we were going to run them over, as we did
Yes.
when it was 11-11?
Yes, and my whole argument about the game, I was like, it's not Pioli's mistake, it's the ref. If not for the ref, we would have
No.
won the game.
Before the game.
Before the game.
Did you think we were going to
before
run
the
them
game.
over? Because
before
we
the game,
ran them
before the
over.
game, before
We
the
ran
game,
them over.
I said the Atletico is not to be taken so because I heard that people were saying we are stronger than Atletico on papers and stuff like that, and I was questioning myself. I'm watching Atletico over the last 6 years, and I see them performing in Champions League and La Liga consistently with different players, same coach, same system, and you're telling me we're stronger. We are not. We just got here, and this is our first year in Champions League, and we're just gonna get used to Champions League now. I thought the game was a 50-50 for me before the beginning of the game. I thought it could go our way if we play a perfect game.
Yeah.
But I thought that Atletico had the chance to come back. And I told you before the game, Atletico scores more than, I don't know, the percentage is it 70 or 80% of their goals after the 78th minute or 77th minute.
Okay, yeah.
So they scored a lot of goals in late games, even all their La Liga games almost. And for me, and I was not really like, I was surprised because I thought it was a robbery. I thought we deserved at least a draw, but I was not disappointed in the team. I know this is their capacity. This is what they can do.
Okay.
I know there was a limit, and they reached that limit.
No. But you're talking about physical.
But
You say Milan is not
physically,
ready.
but physically, what did I say? I told you the Atletico plays a similar game to Juve. They will sit back and wait for us to.
No, but they weren't sitting back. They're getting eaten alive.
No,
they weren't sitting back.
They were sitting on their half.
They're getting carved open like a pumpkin in Halloween.
Yes, but they were sitting in the back. They were still sitting in the back. They
No,
were still
no.
defending.
They're not. They didn't know what to do.
Where was the striker of Atletico when we had the ball? Where was he?
He might have been in the bench because it didn't matter.
Nah, bro. You cannot give me this answer. It's either we
killed.
talk seriously or we stop.
No. It's true. They're getting killed in that.
No, but
when
like
we were
my
living
question
that-
has a point because their striker was at the mid center of the pitch.
They
and
had no choice, my man. They had no choice.
That's how Atletico plays. They always
No.
play.
They had no choice.
Okay,
This is their football. Like
Anwar,
if you watch
Anwar.
them, all their games, they don't win 4-0. Atletico does not win
Anwar.
5-0. They win 1-0, 2 zeros, 2 corners, 1 free kick, 1 penalty, and that's it. That's how they close the game.
How Liverpool, the year they win the Champions League, did manage to lose against Napoli with that physicality?
I can't really recall what really happened there, but I remember Napoli was a strong side as well. It was not an easy team. But as Nathan said, Napoli is a very athletic team. They play intense football.
Can you guys believe me that every top 10 team in every professional league has the same standard of athleticism at the same level? But it looked different because some teams are so good, are managing the ball, handling the pressure, and running clever, not running more, running clever. That actually looks they are running more and there is more player in the pitch.
How
you
many
actually
times?
believe that?
How many times?
That
did you see-
Atalanta runs.
Okay,
the
I'll give
same
you
amount
example. Okay. I'll give you an example.
of Brighton.
We're
Atalanta
playing.
runs the same amount of Brighton, but
It's-
Atalanta looks like it runs more than Brighton.
It's not the
You
same.
look the
amount.
numbers.
No, it's
Same
not the
amount, speed, kilometers for each single player at the end of the 90 minutes. They run the same amount of Arsenal, and they look like they're running more than Arsenal. They look like they're better than Arsenal because they run more. No, they are more technical. They're prepared more tactically.
I don't know where
They know
to
what to
find
do.
stat like how much you run over a game, but for sure.
If the stats were there is such a big difference between stats, like you think, there will be.
It's not a big
articles
difference,
talking about it.
but in football, like what matters is just details. If you have that one more second, if you have that 1/2 a second, you can
I agree
score
with that.
from it.
I agree with that.
And that
So
is
you
about
cannot
your
tell-
brain and the
It's not just the
technical-
brain. You actually train to get that 1 second. Actually, the 100 meters athlete, they train their whole life for 1 second.
And you think Milan is not doing this?
No, this is not my point. I did not say that Milan is shit athletically. You always take what I say and turn it around and make it sound shit. This is not what I said, bro. But you
No,
have this
say
ability.
We're not there yet. You say we're not
Yes,
there. We are there. We run like
This
those
should
teams.
not be your targets, bro.
Right, we're killing it.
No, we run like Liverpool on the amount of running, the pace we have.
Okay,
safe.
whatever.
They move
I
the ball
cannot convince
so
you.
well.
I can see clearly that I cannot convince you.
You know the way you can convince me. If you check the average kilometers that
Well,
the midfielders of Liverpool runs and the average speed they use, all the stats, and you show me that is 20% more than AC Milan, I would say, okay, you're right. They run more than us. They are
so if
athletically
they
more
do,
prepared than us.
so if they do
If you show
300
me that.
more, if they do 300 more passes, 17 more crosses, that has nothing to do with athleticism. It only has to do with technical ability. For you.
Technical ability,
Not
tactical
true.
preparation,
I think 80% of that is technical.
It's not true.
tactical,
Because
technical,
by
handling the
minute
pressure.
60, if you get tackled 3 times by Chiellini and your ankle hurts a lot because you have a previous injury, and now you have to cross more crosses to Ibra, and you're so tired
Okay.
by that time,
Okay.
you're forgetting all these details on the pitch. Because
Okay,
if you
I'll
actually
show-
were on the pitch, you would actually take notice of these details. It comes
Okay,
up on
I'll
these
show-
moments of the game.
Okay. The year 2007, Manchester United was the best English
I told
team
you,
in the
I
world.
agree with. What did I tell you? I told you if you told me about the era of the 2000s and 90s, I would probably agree
Okay,
with you more.
I'll do another example. I'll
Yes,
do another
give me
example.
another example of the last from 2010 till now. Maybe that's
Uh,
modern football.
I'll give you another example, a
Yes.
simple example. Real Madrid wasn't running more than anyone when they won the 3 Champions League. No chance.
Did you see
They
how
wasn't
physical
running
that
more.
team was?
No, they
Hakimi
wasn't
is a
running
bench
more.
player. Oh my
Yeah,
God!
but
bro.
I have to finish. I have to finish my talk.
Okay,
They
go
wasn't
ahead.
running. They weren't running more than the Premier League team.
Okay, on the pitch, athletically, they were stronger
Juventus
than
was
most
more
teams in
physical.
Europe. They were stronger than most teams in Europe. If you have just Bale
Real
and
Madrid.
Ronaldo,
Real Madrid.
physically, you have the most athletic strikers in the world.
No.
That's not true?
The whole team I'm talking about.
Oh
I'm
my
talking about the
God,
whole team.
bro! What
No.
can I tell you? And you will tell me yes, you're right. What can I tell you? So Ronaldo and Bale were not the most athletic footballers on the world.
There is 11 players there, man. There's
I'm
not just
telling
two.
you. Okay,
You have to consider the whole 11.
okay. Carvajal not athletic. Casimiro not athletic.
There were no more.
Okay,
more
Pepe,
athletic.
Ramos not
They were
athletic.
moving the ball. They were moving the ball
Bro.
better than the other teams.
But I'm giving you like you ask me questions. I give you answers which are correct. Like to anyone who
you have to
understands.
you have to give me the stats.
You just tell me no. Ronaldo is not athletic. No. Bale is not athletic. No. Casemiro is not athletic. This is
I'm
your
not saying
logic.
they're not athletic. I'm not saying that they are not more athletic than the Premier League teams. But
You are wrong. You are wrong. Tell me a player who's more athletic than Ronaldo at that time.
Well, if there is
You cannot answer the question. I know you cannot. Because I know I'm right.
Player and that
Okay,
position
who?
runs more than Ronaldo in the
Who?
entire season.
Okay, who? Who scores
I don't know, at that
57?
time-
I don't know.
But forget about the 57 goals.
He
you have
plays
to be in
all
the
the
right
games.
position.
He plays all the games. He runs. He does all the runs. He makes all the calls. He always asks for the ball. Bro, why am I even debating this? For you, this is basic football.
So listen to me. Ronaldo was running 15K every game.
I don't care about how much we said in the beginning, physicality or athleticism is not just about running or being strong or doing this or that. It's about all of them. When you prepare your body that well, you can do them at such a high level every week out, and it makes the difference.
So on the average,
When you are playing at the end of the season, when most players get injured and you're above 30 years old and you do a bicycle kick that high, it means you have the athleticism to do that. That's our answer. I give you so many examples. I don't know what more I can give you.
No,
honestly, I don't. I'm gonna close my argument on this.
Okay, but
you can close your argument, but you have to tell me the stats, how much he runs, how fast he runs.
You can check that. You can check. You'll see he had the best runs. He was the strongest. He was the fastest. He had the highest jump. He broke the record for this and that. Like we can check all of this, and you know I'm right. You know.
Okay,
bro.
so here's the question.
Why do we even debate this?
Here's the question for you. Let's say I have two players that I bring to you, right?
Yes.
And one is, let's say, his athleticism is a 7. But his technical ability is 6, and the other player His athleticism is a 6, but his technical ability is a 9. Who would you go for?
But you gave me one way better than the other. You just gave me one
All right,
average, and like you didn't give me the
fine.
fair
So-
option. You should
Okay,
give
so-
me a 10 on physicality and a 6 on technical ability, and a 6 on
Okay, fine.
the other
fine.
way.
Okay, let's do this. If a player player 10 physically, but technically he's a 5.
I told
Right.
you the argument of modern
Hold on,
football.
hold on.
Okay.
Let me finish, and then go ahead. Technically, he's athletically he's a 10, but technically he's a 5. And then I bring you another player that is technically a 7 and physically a 6. Who are you gonna?
All right. I'll give you the big answer to your question. First of all, it depends on the position. Because if I'm looking at a 10, I need him to be much more technical than to be physically strong or fast or whatever it is. But if I'm looking maybe at a center back, maybe I will consider him being that strong a plus for me. So, but you see my point. Do you see my
But
point?
a center back can be super strong, but if he doesn't know how to manage the ball, he's going to lose it.
Yes, and you have great examples of players
but
who
you
did
know-
a great
but you know what the
career,
difference
and
is?
they were very strong physically. And you have the other way around. You have other players.
Defenders.
Yes,
By the way,
for me,
defenders
like
need
I
to
will
be
give you
very
an
good.
example of a defender that was very technically gifted, but physically not that strong. For me,
Yeah.
Carvalho. Carvalho played at the highest level. He won almost everything, and physically he was not very strong, but technically very gifted. Like he would know how to get out of situations. But you have other players like Materazzi. Technically, he was not very strong,
No, he
but
was
physically,
very strong. He was
nah.
very strong.
Technically, like facing one-on-one, he's not the strongest defender.
No, but dribbling is not technique. Technique is.
But it is
the
part
way-
of technique. It
No,
is part of
no,
defending.
technique is the way you manage the ball. Then
that's-
dribbling is
That's ball control. That's two different.
dribbling is like an offensive
No,
technique.
you can
But
speak
you're-
about technique in defense. You can speak about Maldini's technique while defending.
Technique is the ability to get out of a situation.
But
And
it does not matter which
have-
situation. It does not
and
matter if you
defenders
hold
need
the
to have a
ball.
lot of technique.
Yes, technique is also
Of course,
means
you're
intercepting the
strikers.
ball.
Of course,
It
you
means,
want your.
but what I mean by technique is like the slide tackle where you don't foul the striker, and you do risks like Nesta would do. Stuff like that, you need to be very
That's
very
technique.
confident. Yes,
Materazzi
but you
was
have
fantastic.
but you also have Van Dijk, the other opposite. Technically, he's good. He's gifted.
Yeah.
But not as Nesta. But physically, he's much stronger.
Yeah.
Or you have another example of
and
stuff.
would you
But I
rather
think
have
in modern,
Van Dijk
I
or
think
Nesta?
no, I'm saying in this modern football, I see much more players like Schule, like Boateng, like Skriniar, like De Ligt. Like for me, they look much more physical
Okay, so you're
than
saying
Carvalho
that
or
Van
Nesta.
Dijk, if you take Van Dijk the way he is now, and you put in AC Milan in 2007, you'd say you want to put Nesta out and put Van Dijk.
It depends on the coach. Like this is a question for the coach. Do you prefer a defender that is stronger, but he can fuck up, or you actually prefer a defender less stronger, but he has like a very strong IQ and
Now, this
technique?
is something that I actually can go for experience in my coaching, and obviously, athleticism. The thing is that all the players were very similar, but technique was the best. Was the one thing that.
What I said from 2000, even before 2010, all that period, I would agree that you would see most of the case technique taking it over.
You honestly think that physicality is going to take over technique?
Did not take much more, not as much now, because you would have players who are injured and still playing, and they only play 10 minutes, and that's okay. And now it's not okay. Like if you only play 10 minutes, you need to retire.
We'll have to agree to disagree.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. For me, even now, the players they look to me physically and athletically much more. De Bruyne, I see him much more as a physically intense player, technically very good. But if I compare him to Ozil, I think
De Bruyne can be as physical and technical as he wants, but Jorginho was the one with the ball, and at the end of the day, Jorginho was the one that won. So it doesn't.
I don't know. Do you see my point? Like, this is my point altogether. But I think that in
Fine.
this modern football, I'd even heard like Philip Lahm speak about this. He said that in Bayern, they only like there are like 10 classes in each year, like for like minors or like juniors or whatever class it is, and they only keep the best player of each class. Like they would be 12 for 13 in that class, and they only keep the best. So every year you need to be the best of that team. Not just technically, but in all aspects. If you can,
of course.
even if you're 16 years old, you cannot play the game. You can play the game, but
of
you are
course.
tired a lot or
But to
you
say
have
that,
problems.
I
You
agree with this, man.
But that's why I gave the example of Messi. Messi made it because he's technically probably one of the best ever, but
Yes,
physically he
yes.
had such a proper treatment compared to some players who did not have it in the past.
No. But I agree with all of this. Where I strongly disagree is that you're saying that physicality is going to take over technique. That's
I
not.
already see that
That's
taking
not
over.
It's not going to
Like,
happen. No, it's never going to happen. It's never.
so, do you think that's the best team that got to the Euro final were the most technical teams?
No, they weren't. They were maybe one of the most technical teams, but
Yeah, but who were the most technical teams in the Euro, for example?
technical team. Spain is the most technical team.
Who's next? Netherlands?
It's either Italy or
But we can say
think
for
Italy,
me,
Italy,
it's either Netherlands or Portugal in terms of technical ability.
I would put it with Italy. I would say Italy. Second,
Guys, who
after
has
Spain.
the mic? Problem?
I think it's Roy.
Oh, what are you hearing?
Yeah, we hear a noise. Yeah, I think it's you.
It's you, Roy.
Are you
But,
still hearing it?
All I'm saying is that because how football has been evolving, there is much more focus now on being able to run for 70 minutes, 90 minutes.
But that's the way it's always been, my man. I
It's
remember.
not-
I
it's not
remember.
that
I was
true.
having a conversation with a player that he was a Serie B player, and he was telling me, you know, if in order to play in the Serie B, you have to be able to go out for a run, and you have to first be able to show. This was like 15, 20 years ago. He told me that if you want to play in the Serie B, you have to be able to go out for a run, a jog at a good pace for 90 minutes without ever stopping.
Yeah, and I think if you want to
This
play,
has always been a part of the game.
but I believe if you want to be a starting player for Bayern or Liverpool now, you need to run even more than that. At
Yeah,
all
but
times,
you need to-
even at the last 2 minutes of the game.
Sure, but you need to also be an outstanding football player.
It is very true. We
Because-
said it
because
is true, but
there
it
are-
gives them edge now. Like you can see that Barca was not athletically as gifted as Bayern, but technically, you could say that Barca was even better. They had the best player in the world and most of the best prospects in the world. They lost 8,
Well, I'll have to.
but they were run over.
I'll have to agree
like
to disagree. We'll have to.
like yeah, but we can. Let's leave it at that. We just disagree on everything.
But the problem that I have with you guys is that you assume that Bayern is not technically good enough. That
No.
Bayern is a bunch of freaks
no.
with
No,
wheels.
that's
I never
that's
said
not what
that.
was said. That's not what was said.
I never spoke those words.
Because I think Bayern is a
That's what I
extremely
said, Laird.
technical team.
This is my point.
And
with
they
you.
won
Like,
because they were
you take over
technically
what I said and you just
able.
turn it into this. I never said this, bro. I never said this. Like I've been speaking for a while. I never said what you just said.
You said that Barcelona was more technical than Bayern.
I believe so. If you have Messi, you have an edge, bro.
I agree.
Technically.
Yeah, but it's one player. It's not 11
No,
players.
Wait.
One
Which
player-
Barcelona? Which Barcelona?
The Barcelona that lose 8-2 against Bayern.
Oh,
It
but
was more technical than Bayern.
They finished 3 points beyond the Atletico. They were running for the La Liga. It's not just you cannot just tell me it's a shit team. No, it's not. They were going for
But
a trophy.
you're saying 1 second. I'm not saying it's a shit team. I'm saying you are saying that Barcelona was more technical than Bayern that year.
I believe so. Yes.
That I think
If you have De Jong,
if you look the overall of the team,
okay,
probably
give me
Bayern is more
position.
technical than Barcelona.
Okay, who? Give me examples of players being more technical than Barca players.
Well, that Davis, the fullback.
The goalkeeper was more technical than
Who?
the other goalkeeper.
Actually, Ter Stegen is more technical. He plays better with
I
his
think Neuer is more technical.
No, Ter Stegen is known for being better with his feet. That's
I think Neuer is more technical, is more tactical, prepared, is more a leader. I'm giving
All
you
right.
qualities that are not
Give-
physical.
Okay. Give me
and
players
he's-
on the pitch beside the goalkeeper.
David Alaba at that time was in the highest level
So
than
Alaba is more technical than Jordi Alba.
Piqué.
You're
He has
comparing
more
left backs.
vision. No, left back was Alfonso Davies,
Okay.
which I think is really technical as
But
a
I
left
think
back.
Piqué is also a good technical defender. He's not good on his defense, but playing the ball forward, getting the passes to the midfield, getting the pass all the way to Messi. Very few players can do that from defense.
I think Kimmich is really technical as a midfielder. He was
Okay,
playing in the midfield.
I think De Jong is better technically.
I think Kimmich is way more better than they are. And again, technically, what we're talking about, how he stops the ball. Are we talking
No,
about
but
how
technique, it means ball control, dribbling,
Yeah,
vision,
but what about wait a second. What about the variable of handling pressure, being tactically prepared?
That's the mental
Leadership.
aspect.
No. Those are not physical.
These are not. This is not technique, Lair. Maradona had technique at 8 years old. He did not have mental aspects and stuff.
Yeah, but you guys say physicality is gonna take over.
No. But you bring in the
Yeah.
mental aspect to technique. It's not true. Technique is different. It's what you are gifted with in terms of football.
What I'm saying that there is a lot of other things, a lot of other variables that are more important than physicality than athleticism. But athleticism is the last one.
But at the level of Champions League, it makes the edge because normally most of the teams that go to Champions League, mentally they are ready because they finished in a good position and they know they have the ability to fight in Champions League. And some teams, they played it for years, so they know they can take bigger teams. So, yes, I agree with the fact that Milan is having their first experience, but I saw that Liverpool physically or athletically, whatever you want to call it, they were just better, man. They were better, and it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing because this is a team that's done. There are some differences, but the project itself, the core, is pretty much the same. You bring other players and you try to make stars out of them, and that's how you raise the quality of the club. But that's our goal.
What I'm saying,
to achieve what Liverpool achieved, win a Scudetto and win a Champions League. That's the big goal, right?
Exactly. What I'm saying, that's why I disagree with you, is that AC Milan runs like Liverpool. The same amount. We are physically prepared like Liverpool. The problem is that we cannot handle the pressure like Liverpool does. We are not tactically knowledgeable like the players of Liverpool are.
All right.
Technically, some of our players still need to improve.
Okay.
But
so
the physical
on the
side,
midfield of
we
that
run
game layer. Compare the midfielders. Because it was a battle of midfield, and we said, Fabinho.
Let's compare Fabinho that won a Premier League.
We spoke about him. Let's compare the attributes, like how good is he technically and how good is he physically, and compare that to Henderson. And they brought in Milner, and I can't remember who else was playing on the midfield.
Exactly. I'm telling you, these players physically they didn't have nothing more than Kessie. What they have more than Kessie is their career and the ability to play at the highest level on highest pressure for long periods
we can agree
time.
that Kessie and Ben Nasser technically are better. We've seen
the
dribbles from Ben Nasser, but only a 10 can do.
What I'm telling you, I don't know about technical, how good they are on stopping the ball.
You have to give me at least a fair point here. Like, you can say that Ben Nasser is technically more gifted than Henderson, but we can all agree that Henderson physically looked much more prepared. He looked like a beast on that field.
What I'm trying to tell you, that all your technical quality disappears if you cannot handle the pressure. I can give you an example. I can take a kid of the Primavera that has the technical ability of Ronaldinho. At Anfield, with 60,000 Liverpool fans, he cannot stop the ball. He doesn't know how to do it. He completely forgot how to do that because the pressure kills him. The
Do you
same.
think pressure
Kessie-
killed us in Liverpool?
Oof. All the players. Theo Hernandez wasn't running the way
No,
we
but
know he runs.
Laird. We've already seen Theo do stuff like that. It's not his first time.
The reason why
running. The
Milan lost
athleticism.
only because they weren't
The
able to handle the
athleticism.
pressure.
No,
They
but
didn't handle the pressure. The athleticism of Theo Hernandez, we didn't see him running.
but they
We
use
didn't
that.
see his main quality, the athleticism. We didn't see it to him. And he is athletic. He is one of the most athletic players we have. And he couldn't run. The same Leao. He's a guy that runs. And in the first half, he was scared to run. He was running slow. He was slow.
He created
was slow.
both goals.
But after we were losing 1-0 after the penalty, something changed. The mentality changed, and they start to show up. What I'm saying that KC, for example, runs more than Fabinho, more than Anderson and Miller together, but the pressure kills him, and it looked like he wasn't running, he wasn't prepared physically, but he is prepared physically. The pressure of Anfield make his shoulder more heavier, his legs more heavier. His brain wasn't
Okay,
thinking.
what would happen if they come to San Siro and they overrun them again?
Well, first of all, if they do that, first of all, overall, they're a great team. But I can give you credit and say, yeah, they are more prepared athletically.
Okay,
But
then we need
what
that
if it
game to
doesn't
prove a
happen?
point.
No. What if it doesn't happen?
Yes.
What if it doesn't happen? That's
Because
true as well.
I've seen Liverpool having losing 3-0 at the Camp Nou and winning 4-0 at the Anfield a week after.
True, that's very true as well.
I've seen Liverpool losing
But
against
they-
Napoli
But they
and
had,
beating the shit out of Barcelona.
but also they had the strength to go almost unbeaten on the Premier League title.
It's a mentality thing. For
It's
example,
not
AC
just
Milan
is it just mentality or is it
is
being
all about your brain. You play football with your brain, and if your brain is stuck and it doesn't handle pressure, you cannot run, man. Even if you are super prepared, super trained, if you're not free
All right?
mentally,
I'll
if you
give you
cannot
another
handle
example.
pressure,
Would you
that's the
agree with
difference
me?
between a pro
Okay,
and an amateur.
I'll give you another example there. Italy versus Spain, and we saw that Spanish team had much more youngsters compared to Italy. So Italy had much more experienced players,
Yes.
right? But they took control of the game.
Yeah, because they are mentally fine. They handle the
Do you think?
pressure.
Do you think Italy was
Technically,
not?
no. Italy is
But
not
for
good
me,
technically like Spain.
I remember Italy being lost on that game. So I think the mental aspect got to them only after they started the game and they saw, oh, we're being overrun.
No. This is a bad comparison because first of all, Spain dominates everybody. Doesn't matter who they play, and actually, to Larry's point here, the only way to beat Spain is to have a strong. The psychological aspect has to be strong. The spirit has to be strong.
Very true. I
All
agree
of
with
that.
that. But I think it's not just that. Like you have to take it to the extent of this is not we did not reach the target yet. The target for us is to press higher at much more, like for much more extended time. If you're down 10 minutes, you can keep the rhythm at least for 20 more minutes or 25 more minutes and then fall back. Stuff like that you can work on by increasing and upgrading the way you train, and we've been discussing this, like this whole subject for the podcast was we have so many injuries. Does it mean that also the players who are playing are not really well prepared? Because if the others are that injured, it means that those are who are playing are that close to injury as well. Like we can make all these links and say that's why they're not performing 100% too.
I think
So
games against Liverpool is a one game, is a 90-minute game. So how can I explain it? If you have 18 players that are healthy and you play against Liverpool in San Siro with 80,000 AC Milan supporters, the Liverpool players, they're gonna look they are not physically prepared because they're gonna feel the pressure of San Siro. They're gonna feel the pressure of playing not at Anfield but in another
in
Yeah,
other.
but like I can give you other examples of teams who lost in their home and they were great and still lost under pressure as well because they had pressure of their own stadium.
I
Like
just
we
feel
Well,
can the mental aspect can get to you for me in Champions League because the games are so big and it's a tournament. It's not like a league. You lose a game, it means you're that close to going out of Champions League. And
there
at some
is
point in the tournament, if you lose the game, you're out. That's it.
a lot of example in the history of football of players that were technically gifted, but when they started to play at the professional level, they disappeared because they couldn't handle the pressure. Or there was example of people that were their athleticism were incredible, and still they couldn't manage to play uh, at the highest level. I think, of course, is a combine of everything. We all agree on that. At least there is a combine of everything. You have to have at least everything or a bit of everything. But the top teams in the world, let's say the top 10 in every 5 or 6 or 10 major leagues in the world, they are physically prepared at the same level. They do standard. When
Do
they
you
do
think that we
preseason,
are? My question is because the whole point for me is that I did not say we are bad. I said we are not at Liverpool level yet because I think we can still make improvement.
we
And I
can
saw
we can agree. We can agree on the fact that our player cannot recover after a game at the level that Liverpool player recover.
Liverpool
Because
played the same weekend and they won 4-0, if I recall.
exactly, but is that the fault of our player or as the fault of our medical team that it doesn't
No,
allow
that's
them to
that's
recover?
what I told you. That's why for me that's where you need to improve. When you go to the Spezia game, you don't look that tired. You should not because Liverpool just played the same game. And they for me it looked like they were much more intense on the game than us. And yet again on the weekend they had the energy to go out and do the same thing again. That's the point. My point is that we cannot be just satisfied with just one good game with Liverpool and call it that this is where we should be. I think
No,
as a team,
but
we just got back from a better era. We just made it out of Europa League, and we're just stepping in Champions League. So many
but the
factors.
athleticism, we can argue the fact that we played Maldini and not Salah.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree.
And
This goes
Maldini
back to
maybe
the
as a
point of having injuries and stuff like that.
on an athleticism level, Maldini maybe runs at the same level of the Liverpool players, but it doesn't have the quality and the experience to perform like them.
Exactly, that's very true. But this whole like taking the game your way, the way Liverpool does, or the way by like once they get the ball, they play their football almost every week, and they might not do that once or 3 times a year, 4 times at most. But most of the year, they will do their football against anyone. I don't think we are there yet. I think we are closing in, but I think it needs more work.
But that's not because we're not athletic enough. We don't have the quality that Liverpool has. We
I
don't
think
have Mane. We
it's
don't
it's
have
not
Salah.
it's
We
about
don't
the
have.
body itself. Like some of our players are not even mature yet to their like best shape or what they can achieve throughout their 10 years of football or 12 years of football. At some point, you reach your best form or your best physical shape. I think Leao did not achieve that yet. I think even Benacer did not achieve that yet. Tonali for sure not yet. Brahim Diaz as well. All of these guys, style makers. For me, if they get strong, not only stronger in terms of weight, but better athletically, you will see a lot of difference in the game. You will see that Milan can push the game like for the first like they can actually control the game the first 60 minutes, get the game over, and then just sit back and wait until the end of the 90 minute and stuff like that. I don't see it yet. I see Milan still fighting till the end. Like we still push ourselves to get that last goal. We still um, I agree it happens in football, but it should not be happening as the rule, because if that's the rule, all your players are pushing themselves every 90 minutes, and you should handle how you press high, how you play intense, for me differently, and that comes with maturity and experience. I think we are getting there. Like if I recall very vividly,
Exactly.
when Pioli took over, we saw this style of football for
But
some games, but
that's
we saw we like let me just complete this sentence.
no, because you say
Alex.
it comes with time and experience. That's what I
Yes,
think.
yes, yes. I
It's
agree
not
with you.
athleticism, it's time and experience,
But
not
that's
athleticism.
also part of your body will only reach the top or the highest peak at a certain age. They're not there yet. Like they're still working out their bodies. Even Ibra, when he came over, you cannot tell me he was already athletically. Yes, he was. He was a beast for sure. But he got better when with Inter and got even better with Milan, and then downfall because he's just started Asian. But that's the injuries, a lot of other factors. But at some point, you can see the highest peak of the athletic. Like when a player will reach 30 years old, you will start thinking, oh, he's getting older. We need to sign him. Why? It's not because of the technical or the tactical understanding, but because physically he cannot give the same output. That's my thing. Like for me, it's gonna get there with time, but also playing these games. Like that's why I was unhappy with the draft because I thought like this is so unlucky. But also when I thought about it, I said, well, it is already unlucky. Let's just try to make something out of it. What's the best thing that out of this draw in the Champions League? You learn. It's a learning curve for you. You have 6 games against three of the best European clubs, and you need to learn from that experience. If you can make it out of the group stage, that's great. But if you do not, I think they already are learning, and that's what I told you. I'm optimistic in what Pioli is doing with the team now compared to last year. He's not as scared as last year. He's taking more risks, and he's approaching the games differently. He's going there to win, and that kind of mindset I like. I think it's gonna get us to the end line, but it depends on the players because, as I said, and I will keep saying this throughout the season. I think the 3 teams who will fight for Scudetto are Napoli, Inter, and Milan, and we will not know until the very last journey of the culture.
All right.
We're
Look,
not fighting for the Scudetto. We have too many injuries. We're not going to fight.
we're
I
not-
think
your
I think
sound is really strange. Can you? Hey guys, listen. We have to close soon because we're going into the 7th hour. I know it's, but before we close, let's just all agree that Juventus is the greatest team in the world, right? Can we at least all agree on that?
I'm
Nope.
going, guys. Good night.
All right. See you later. All right. So let's just
See you
close on
guys.
this. Anwar, let's just close on this.
All right.
Let's look at the games tomorrow, and let's get a prediction, and then let's close.
All right. This is
All right. Spezia Salernitana. I say Spezia is full of injuries, just like AC Milan, because I checked earlier. And I say Salernitana actually is going to win 2-0. What do you say?
I think the same.
Really?
Yeah, I watched some of their highlights. I did not watch full games, but they look okay. Like they look like the who was Benevento from last year. Like that
Yeah.
kind of team. For
Yeah,
me.
yeah,
It might do a surprise.
Okay, now this one is a big game because this one here is going to matter on our position and who
Yes.
Lazio Inter. Uh, I was looking at the injuries. None of these teams have major injury issues. They only have a few players that are out. We're at the Olimpico.
Olimpico,
Yeah.
and we have Sari against Simeone. What's their
Mm.
history? Well, like who has the upper hand? Is it Sari or Simeone?
I
think
would
it's
say
Sarri.
I think it's Sarri, yeah.
I'm gonna go with Sari. I don't
3-1
like him, but
Lazio.
I want him to win this game.
3-1 Lazio, I say.
Yeah, a lot. 3-1. I think it's gonna be like a 2-1 for me.
Okay. So 2-1 Lazio. You're saying Lazio's going to win 2-1.
Yeah.
All right. Perfect. Okay, guys, the only game that really matters. Milan Hellas Verona, Tatarusano, Maldini, Balotelli. Who's gonna what's shit?
Should I give you my prognostic?
Yeah, go for it.
I think it's gonna be 3-0, and scores are gonna be Kessié, Giroud, and Tonali.
Kessié, Giroud, and Tonali.
Yep.
I'm going to say, I want to say 4-0, but I'm going to say 2-0, and I'm going to say Maldini Maldini, Giroud. Maldini, Giroud.
Give us your pronostics in the chat. Let's see what you think about the Milan game. Cagliari, Sampdoria.
Cagliari, Sampdoria. Cagliari is obviously playing like shit, so they're last. I think they're last in the Serie A. I'm going to say
They lost all
Sampdoria.
their games.
They lost all their games. That's crazy.
Sampdoria only won one game so far. So
Really,
it's
that's
not-
it?
Even the other team, the coming up from Serie B, Salparina or
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm gonna say Sampdoria 2-1. What do you say?
Sampdoria 2-1. I think similar.
Yeah, 2-1.
Yeah.
All right.
I think these games are gonna end that way.
Now this
Empoli,
game here,
Atalanta.
this game also here kind of matters to us because the more points Atalanta loses, the better for Milan.
Mhm.
3-0 Atalanta. They're gonna destroy Empoli.
I think it's gonna be a draw.
Oh
I
yeah,
think it's gonna be a 2-2.
I hope so.
Empoli, like they do some of these surprises.
I hope it's going to be a draw.
Yeah,
I
I think they drew or they won over Juve this year.
they won.
Yeah, so yeah, they got it. Like they won 3 games and lost 4. They
Yeah.
have 9 points. Atalanta have 11. So if they win, they go over Juve and Atalanta and Lazio.
Yep.
Actually, they're gonna go 5th if they win.
Wow, that's crazy. Empoli having a good season.
Yeah. So it's a great game for them. So I'm thinking they're gonna struggle, Atalanta, in this game.
Okay. Atalanta has key players out, so they're definitely struggling. Genoa, Sassuolo.
Genoa, Sassuolo.
I don't know. I'm going to say this is going to be a tie, 1-1. Genoa 1, Sassuolo 1.
I think Sassuolo is gonna win this one.
Yeah, you're going to give it to Sassuolo?
Yeah, Berardi. Like he has specialty with these kind of games, and this is where he gets his goals. And Milan.
Yeah. I'm freaking Milan.
Yeah.
The worst game of game day 8, I think it is. Udinese Bologna. 2 teams that I really don't like. Bologna playing against us.
Bologna. Where's Bologna on the ranking? Bologna is actually tied with Lazio and Juve. Atalanta, Bologna, 11 points. Wow.
Okay. All right. And where's Udinese?
Is Mihailovic the coach? Still the coach?
Yeah, he's still the coach.
I'll give it to my boy, man.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Bologna?
Always. He shitted on Inter just for us. And he was an Inter player.
Nice. 3-1 Bologna.
Yeah, I'll give it the same. And then they play all right. I watched some of the highlights. They have an African kid up front. He's actually very gifted. He's very fast.
What's his name?
Let me find out. Give me a second. I think. Barrio. His name is Barrio.
Barrios. All right. Okay. So now this game here.
Baro. Musa Baro.
Oh, Musa Baro. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Bologna. Okay. So this game here, big game. Napoli Torino. I think Napoli's going to drop the ball. Torino wins 2-1. 2-0.
I don't know. I'm really hopeful for that. I don't want to see Napoli going on a winning streak. Because they're only getting stronger with these games.
Yeah.
But I feel like Torino is good, but I saw them struggle against much weaker teams. I don't know. For me, Napoli looks much stronger this season. Spalletti, no way. I don't think Spalletti is gonna lose to Torino.
Yeah. So Napoli. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. The biggest game of the Sunday or whatever is Juventus Roma. Mourinho against Allegri. Wow, what a game! That's going to be a really fun game to watch.
It is. I think I'm almost certain Mourinho is gonna get some attention in that game.
Yeah,
Like you can see it from now. You can see. doing some crazy stuff or just shouting or whatever.
This is the perfect game for Mourinho to get him
But,
back.
you know, he does that to get pressure off the players. Like
Yeah,
he
yeah.
will get like Ibra does.
Yeah, yeah.
He gets he will handle the pressure.
I agree with you.
Roma, Juve. I'm gonna give it to Roma. Like, if do they have Zaniolo back?
Yeah. They don't have many injuries.
If they have Zaniolo back and Pellegrini and Veretout, I think they can take over Juve. But defensively, the only issue they have is that I never trust their defense. I know they always get scored on whatever game it is. Like they will still win it 4-2, 3-1, 2-1, whatever. Through every score, there is never a clean sheet almost.
Mm.
That's the thing with them. Like you win, but your defense is still getting the goals. Like at some point,
Yeah.
like Allegri is stronger on that. Like even weaker teams,
It
even
is
if they win against him, they don't score much.
So Roma has 3 injuries: Tommy Abraham and Chris Smalling,
Oh man,
And then-
nah.
and then Leonardo Spinazzola.
Nah, I think without these 3 guys, they're they're best players with Zaniolo and Pellegrini. Like these are starting 11 players.
Yeah, Juventus has Paulo Dybala, Weston McKennie, Rabiot, and Morata. They're injured.
And they're playing in Torino, right?
And they're playing Torino.
You know what? I'm gonna give it to Mourinho. I think Mourinho is gonna surprise them with something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think because he takes more risks than Allegri.
Well, I'm just gonna say it just to be different. I'm gonna say 2-1 Juve. What do you say?
I say 3-1 Roma.
Damn.
If that happens, that's gonna be a stinker for you throughout the
Oh,
season.
yeah.
Like
Oh yeah.
they drew Milan, they lost to this, lost to that. It looks shit.
if they get killed 3-1 at
Yeah, especially Mourinho is gonna celebrate or something. Like,
Oh,
I know he wants to do that. He clearly does not like Torino fans as well.
Allegri is sitting on a knife edge. He's sitting on.
Yes, he is. But also, like, I don't know, like, they knew this gonna happen, but not to this extent. They
Yeah.
thought like the easier teams, they're gonna win them easily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Last game of game day 8.
Venezia,
Venezia Fiorentina.
I think Fiorentina is gonna win.
Yeah, Fiorentina's
They
going to win.
look strong this year. Like,
Commisso said that Vlahovic is not going to sign.
yeah, like he said, he's going, and
I
I
don't
think
know.
Milan is working on both him and Belotti. But whatever deal is gonna be cheaper, they're gonna go for it.
Yeah.
That's our sad reality.
I
that
think Belotti's for sure.
Yeah, I think Belotti made it. Like, but the best part, is Belotti leaving on free or what is it?
Belotti so far said that he wants to leave, that he's not re-signing, and he wants to join AC Milan. That's what.
So what's the is it his last year on the contract?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So even if both of them you can get them for very cheap because it's their last year on the contract.
Right.
Like you can even try to gamble on both of them and
Right.
just
Oh,
get
that'd
rid
be
of.
amazing,
Like you fix the problem for next season.
Yeah.
I don't mind Giroud going by then or Pellegrini going back to
I
Milan.
wouldn't mind Belotti Vlahovic. Absolutely.
I think Vlahovic, I think even Belotti will get back. I don't think he will be the same level he used to, but I think he's gonna score. Because like the way I watched him with Torino, like when they were shit, he was doing most of the work. And now that they got better, he just wants to leave, and like the ambition is not there anymore. Like if you don't have the ambition, you cannot. You should try doing a work you don't like, or working for someone you hate. It's not really hate, but you want to be somewhere else. Your mind is somewhere else.
I think
That's-
they
that's-
moved on.
I think that's this problem, but also I'm worried about the injuries from Belotti.
I think that the club has already moved on from him.
No, I think he does not play now, right? He
Yeah,
starts
he's
on the
not.
bench.
He's not even playing. He's a bench
Yeah,
player.
so he's not even the captain anymore. So like it's like a divorce kind of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's sad because like, but this is the problem. Like you could like the president had so many offers and he just refused. He
Man,
had
we
so
were
much
we were
money
about
for-
to pay 60 million for him.
And it was worth it at the time because
Yeah.
if he came with that form, with that level,
Oh my
maybe things
God.
would be different, right? Like
Absolutely.
when you think about it and try to think about all these alternative words. Just one small decision can turn around stuff. I mean,
Absolutely.
Barca did it. They got Ronaldinho, and they just went from mid-table to destroying everyone.
Yep. Well, Venezia Fiorentina, I'm going to give it to Fiorentina 2-0. Vlahovic,
2-0.
Bonaventura.
I think, yeah, I'm gonna give it to our boy as well. I think Bonaventura, I think it's gonna be a 3-0 or 4-0. I think Vlahovic is gonna score. Saponara if he plays as well.
Yes.
And yeah, he plays well with them. They play both Bonaventura and Saponara beside Vlahovic. It looks right. Like they actually get him the ball.
Yeah, no, it looks good.
Yep. I think they're strong for Europa League. Maybe even like if they can push it, scrap a position for Champions League. If they can push Roma or Juve, or even I'm not even like pushing Juve away so far because they have quality. Their problem is different. It's like even if these teams, if they get a better coach, you can see like a 360 in the way they change. It
Yeah.
happened, and even like we remember one season with Juve, they started with Allegri very poorly, and then they started winning and never lost again
Yeah.
throughout the season with Allegri, same coach. Like he had pretty much a very shitty start, and yet again, but the league was different. It was not as competitive as now, but still, like he proved that he can get the team working throughout the season, and he has the quality. Like I don't like Juve. I don't like what the club stands for, but. In terms of quality of players, they do have them. Like never take them off. Like even in the when we play them in San Siro, I'm not gonna be like the guy will be telling you, "Are we gonna destroy you?" I don't think that's gonna happen. If it happens, great news. But we don't have the quality of Chiesa. We don't have the quality of De Ligt in some of these. But still, like we are working there. The plan is working so far. Some few things need to be refixed for me, but overall, it's going into that direction. Even with the injuries, Roy, again. Like tomorrow, I don't accept. I'm not gonna be surprised to see Milan win because I
I
think
hope
we
so.
we,
I
we
just
have
hope, man.
with
I'm not.
Giroud, with
I'm
all
not
these
gonna
guys on the
convince this.
pitch, they should be able to score and win against Verona. They should be. Normally, these players can start in other teams, so they should be playing and winning this game. And most of them they are called up in the national team. So for me, they should win it. That's the quality I was trying to defend and the options that Pioli has in this year specifically. I think Roma does not have that. I think Juve has that to some extent. In some positions, yes. In some others, they really have no options. Inter, same thing. Like who do they have for Dzeko? Like imagine both Dzeko and Martinez get injured.
Both Zeko and Martinez, by the way, are in the top three of the goal scorers of the Serie A.
Yeah, but just imagine they don't play anymore. What does Inter do now? Play with Alexis Sanchez and Haka?
Yeah, they have Sanchez and Correa.
That's not enough. It's not
not
enough to win you a league. Like, do you see my point? But either way, I think that Milan has much more depth compared to last year. I see the system is still working in Italy. We play the same football even better now, with much more maturity, experience, and handling these middle team like Verona, Spez. I see Milan handling these games. I see them struggle sometimes, but they still handle the results. And I see Pioli doing that as well. So if we can continue on that path and change the medical staff, yes, I think we will be crowned champions of Italy. But it all depends on the management, and also it depends on January. I think because of when January comes, you know how your team is so far. Like this guy is not playing for the 4 months
Right.
following this. You know that you need probably another player here because Castillejo is leaving. So you gotta go get someone because Messias and Makers, they are okay, but we're talking about going every week and scoring and getting assists. Maybe they do it, maybe they don't. That's
will.
the problem. But if you get someone, I don't know, like you can take opportunity, like go to a team who's not playing their winger, and they have a good winger, or maybe a team not doing so well, not even being considered for Champions League, and they have a really good winger, and try to get that winger because that you don't need to defend when you hold the ball. You don't need to defend when you're creating chances. You don't need to defend when you're actually attacking most of the time.
Let's see what Messias is all about, because he might be the guy.
But Roy, like, do you want to take this gamble again? Like,
No,
let's
no,
see what Mandzukic can bring. Let's see what like. Do you see my point? Like, you can
I
actually
understand.
go for, I don't know, like they could have gotten. I don't like Icardi, but it was a quick fix for last season. You know that Ibra is not going to be
Right,
able to
right.
play, and then you go and get a guy who has been playing in the golf leagues, and I've seen what golf leagues look like. There are not, some teams are good, but most of the leagues are retirement for great players. And like, you expect him now to do what Ibra was doing and defend and do this and win you the points and still fight for Scudetto. I know that Mandzukic has it, but he's old.
Yeah.
Me, I'm getting old now. I play football. I get much more tired compared to when I was 16. I would play
Yeah.
2 games a day, and I'm not tired yet. I can play another game. Now I play 1 game. By mid game, I cannot run anymore.
Yeah.
Like, it's a question of. I think Pioli is going into the right direction. I was not on this train yet last season, but I am this season. I thought that last season maybe some mistakes just cost us like important games, and some of these mistakes were directly related to how he read the game or why did he leave Hauge on the bench and the guys scoring and stuff like. In the end, some stuff were questionable, and the whole idea of we are breaking a record and now our target is just top four. That's what the management asked me to. No, like you need to keep that angry ambition of we're gonna make it to top four. That's what we do, and I love that about Ibra. Ibra never said top four or any of that. He said I'm over here to win the Scudetto every year, no matter the situation, the circumstances. That's my ambition.
Mm.
That's different. Like when you approach it that way, even if it's not realistic now, when you push it, when you push in training, it happens. I hope that Maldini will address this seriously. Or I think he does. He knows about these problems. That he is the first person to know about this. Like this player is getting injured. This guy cannot play. We have problems with this. But how is he gonna approach this? I don't think what Lair said, like fire all these people and get new ones, is gonna work. Like from because you need to get to know the players, what they're used to, how frequent their injuries are, which part of their body hurts the most. You need to know this kind of stuff
Well,
because you can.
it's something. I don't know what it is, but it's definitely something.
I think for me, because I played two sports professionally and two others just like playing them, but I played two very professionally and I was very much invested in spending money on it and playing the professional leagues. And
It's basketball.
it got to a point when you just miss few details. You miss it. Like when you got to a certain level of competition, or it does not matter. Like you are better there. So sometimes just one detail can cost you the whole thing. And this is what I learned about sports: is first of all, preparation is key because if you break yourself during preparation, you cannot even compete. And that's one issue I really want to address because if these guys are training too hard, they're pushing themselves day in and day out, every night, training every hour, and they don't allow themselves to rest very well. Maybe that can explain the repetitive muscular injuries. It's like it's clearly said, fatigue. It's fatigue. They are tired. The muscles are tired. So it means it's too much. The body cannot handle. But if it cannot handle, it means also one thing: you're pushing too much, right?
Yeah.
If it's repetitive across all these people, because all these people have different stories, have different careers, different injuries, yet they all get them, no matter the age, like young or old, they still get them. So that is very true. Something is very wrong, but I think it's wrong with the medical because you cannot allow players to go back into the pitch when they're 40% ready or 30% ready and very prone to another injury. That's a big mistake from medical staff. Second thing is, I think they don't really diagnose them very well. I think they take time to diagnose what's going on, how to deal with it, what to do. And third thing, I think the preparation needs to be different somewhere. Somewhere during how they prepare throughout the week, something needs to change. It's either give them 2 more days of rest, or let's separate the training sessions. Let's only focus on cardio this day. Do not do cardio the other day and stuff like. for me, this like that program during the week, it's a weekly program. It's not really monthly. So that weekly program needs to be readapted to allow these players not to get injured this much.
Well, look,
What's
guys.
the
I do have.
topic?
Well, actually,
I'm
guys.
just concluding on everything like we discussed
Yeah,
this.
I have to close. Unfortunately. Nathan, any last words?
What's your pronostic for the game,
Um,
Nathan? First of all,
we're playing Verona, right? Or who we playing?
Yeah.
Verona.
Verona, at home.
Um, I say our tactics and stuff are not going to change, and we still have the better players. So I say either like 1-0 or 2-1 for Milan to win.
Nice.
All right,
Okay.
you're around the same thing as us.
I said 2-0. What did you say? You said 3-0.
Yeah, I said 3-0. I said Kessié in this order: Kessié, Giroud, and Tonali.
I say Maldini scores his first goal at the San Siro under the curva, and then Giroud is going to score his third goal of the season. Nathan, who is going to score for you?
I think Tonali might get a goal as well. I'm not sure Maldini will get a goal, but I think Tonali might get a goal, and either Rebic or Leao, whoever's playing.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, guys. Well, listen, it was great today. Another great debate on different topics. Today, the debates were more diverse. Last time, we only really debated on one thing, which was a Donnarumma thing. But today, we had a lot more things to
Fuck
talk.
Donnarumma.
But
we said we're gonna say that in every podcast, like at least once at least.
well, there you go. There you go. But anyway, guys, where are you guys going to watch a game tomorrow? Anwar, where are you going to watch it?
For me, actually, like I told you, in the MENA region, they offer the 5 top games of every week on YouTube for free. So I guess tomorrow Milan is gonna be streamed on YouTube.
Oh, cool.
If not, I have beIN as well, but I prefer to watch it on my setup.
Nice. Okay, and Nathan, where are you going to watch it tomorrow?
I'm probably just gonna watch it at my house. I might hang out with one of my friends from Dallas. He's down in Houston, so we'll see. He's a Roma fan, as a matter of fact. So we always have good conversations.
Well,
Big
let's
game.
hope Roma are gonna win against Juve.
They play. When do they play?
Juve in Torino.
Sunday.
Tomorrow.
No, Sunday. Actually, the best thing for us would be a tie.
I mean, yeah, but I feel like I'd rather have one of them drop this early and just have Roma to deal with for the rest of the season. Because I know they don't have the depth to
might be a
take it all the way. I don't think so. With that defense, Smalling, and they never change these guys. And now they're just gonna, from one day, become better. I don't know. Especially with the competition, because Napoli, Milan, Inter are not easy.
Well, okay, guys. Listen, thank you guys again for joining. Really appreciate it. You guys were awesome. Love and respect to everybody. Thank you, everybody in the chat. But great.
Florence said, once I come, you all gotta finish it. Bro, we've been live for 7 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Wait,
Next time.
Did we come to the conclusion that we were right and you guys were wrong?
Sure.
No, I don't think they will give. Roy, just wanna close the live now.
Yes. For the sake of closing the live, I'll say yes. But no, guys, have a great weekend. And I don't think there's a watch along tomorrow, but I'm sure. I think maybe there is. I'll find out. Laird is probably going to do the post game. So if you guys can join the post game, that'll be great.
I hope Laird is gonna be at least positive tomorrow about Milan. I want him to be this negative the whole season. Because I know the injuries are gonna be there for the whole season. Like,
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to see Laird screaming at the management every week.
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. Well, all right, guys. Thank you very much. We'll see you next time. Forza Milan, as always. And
Forza Milan.
Arrivederci.
Forza Milan.
Ciao.
See you guys.